We're going to resume the November 14th, 2023 County Commission meeting. The private attorney-client meeting to discuss litigation strategy in the case of R.E. Aqueous Film Foams Product Liability Litigation, U.S. District Court of South Carolina, Charleston, Division MDL, number 2:18-MN-2873 has concluded.
Mr. Chairman, based on the litigation assessment meeting that you've had, I would like to get the board to approve the actions recommended by outside counsel. I've provided you a motion.
Okay. Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Pasco County approves the proceeding with the settlement agreements with DuPont and entities related to DuPont, and 3M hereby authorize and instructs retained legal counsel to not opt out of either settlement and to take all necessary steps for Pasco County to participate in the claims process associated with each settlement. Delegate to the county administrator and the county attorney the ability to sign documents necessary to participate in these settlements.
Second. And roll call vote, please.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Did he vote? He wasn't in the meeting.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Okay, now time for public hearings. We're going to go item P88.
Item P88 was published by affidavits of certified mailings and site postings.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. Item P88 is PDD 240005. The item has been withdrawn by the applicant, so there's no further action required today.
Okay, thank you. And P89.
Item P89 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on October 4th, 2023.
Item P89 is PDD 240034. This item is being requested to be continued to a date uncertain.
Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Move the continuance.
Move the continuance to date uncertain.
Second.
Discussion, real quick. I mean, we are going to keep working on this, right?
Absolutely, yes, we are going to keep working on that. We just had separate meetings with individual local planning agency members, so we will be moving forward with it.
And it's a roll call vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Next item, go to P90.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to skip over P90 and bring that up with the rezoning, move it together with the rezoning later, after you get done the ordinances?
Okay, good idea. All right, go to P91. Thank you.
Item P91 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on July 9th.
Go ahead.
Okay, on July 19th, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Item P91 is PDD 240066. Today we're asking that you approve this item by roll call vote. It was transmitted to the Department of Commerce on 9/5/23. It's an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, sub-area maps, map 2-9 and 2-9 sub 26, rescinding the overpass at I-75 sub-area in its entirety of approximately 160.8 acres, generally located north of Overpass Road and to the east and west of Interstate I-75, providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date. Again, we ask that you adopt this by roll call vote.
Okay, any questions for staff? This is a public hearing. Is anyone here to speak to this item?
Mr. Chair, I do not have anyone signed up for this item and no one on WebEx for this item.
Move approval.
Second.
Roll call vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. P92.
Item P92 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 2nd, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
P92 is PDD 240026. Today, we just ask that you take public comment. This is the transmittal hearing, so we're asking that you direct staff to transmit to the Department of Commerce and other reviewing agencies. This was presented to the Pasadena Hills Planning and Policy Committee on 8/16 of 23, the local planning agency who found it consistent with the comprehensive plan and it's set for adoption on 1/9 of 24 at 1:30 in Dade City. It's an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for text amendments and table revisions for the villages of Pasadena Hills. The OPH Comprehensive Plan Goal Flu 6, allow increase of land area and village cores of villages B and C, increase maximum residential conversions, and add conditions to transfer unused densities to village cores, and providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for a repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Okay. Do we want a presentation or any questions for staff?
How long is the presentation?
How long's the presentation?
It is my colleague Gavin Covey, probably just about 5 minutes or so.
I would like to see it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Gavin Covey, Planning and Development. So this is item PDD 240026, the Village B and C text amendment. And so we're proposing to change 3 things to the VOPH comprehensive plan. So the first thing we're doing is increasing the land area of village centers in just villages B and C. The second thing we're doing is we're going to increase the allowable conversions of residential entitlements to commercial and retail entitlements. And the third thing is we're adding an additional policy for unused densities in the edge district to be transferred to the core. So here's the village prototype for you. As you can see in the center with the red is going to be the commercial and retail uses. Surrounding that is the brown, which is going to be the high density residential, which is 10 dwelling units per acre. And then around that, 5 dwelling units per acre. And then the outer edge, which will be 2 dwelling units per acre. So like I mentioned before, we're increasing the amount of land dedicated to both the brown area and the red area in VOPH, and we're going to be increasing it just by 10%. So here's our current Village B master plan that we have. With this new proposal, this is what we would be allowed to have. As you can see, the higher density goes south and north, as opposed to this previous one, oh, I'm so sorry, which was just to the north. So the second thing that we're doing is we're allowing the residential conversions. And so I've done just a couple sample ones for us here. So if you convert 20% of the residential units, you can increase your commercial entitlements by 36,637 in the Village B. If you convert it just to office, you can add an additional 80,000-ish for office uses. And then if you do a 50-50 split, you can do add an additional 18,000 square feet of commercial and then another 40,000 of office. And so the last thing we're doing is we're adding that unused density transfer policy. And so this is to allow for unused densities from the neighborhood edge and neighborhood general area to be transferred into the village center. The transfer units may exceed the 10 dwelling units per acre in the village core. Units may be converted to non-residential entitlements and be used in the village center, which is subject to the comprehensive plan policies. Owner must produce signed record document with the intent to transfer the density and cannot exceed the approved entitlements for the MPUD, and the transfer must be within the same village or within the same MPUD if across multiple villages. So here are the 3 comprehensive plan policies that support it. And then this comes with a recommendation of approval, or with transmittal to the Department of Commerce and other reviewing agencies.
Commissioner Starkey.
Can you go back one slide, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Overall design principles and land use inform and village characteristics. I think these are really important to make a quality place. I'm just adamant that we're not getting strip malls.
Absolutely.
And that it's You know, I'm all for density in the downtown core, but it needs to be, you know, some vertical density and not just a public surrounded by a lot of apartments. I mean, that is just not what we should be doing. So what requirements do we have in here?
So there's none that are necessarily going to get in this proposal that will be promoting that, but overall, VOPH has a, you know, the intent is to provide those village centers and stuff like that in the comprehensive plan. I will say VOPH does lack in some of the regulatory stuff to promote, like an LDC that would promote those design standards, but a lot of that happens within the MPUD negotiations and stuff like that.
Well, I just want that to be happening in the MPUD negotiations. I mean, this just shouldn't be another repeat of what's going on State Road 54 and some other places where I think we've kind of lost our way a little bit, in my opinion, and not building anything that's memorable.
Mr. Whitman?
Thought, if you go back, Gavin, you have what we talked about
Yeah.
earlier, the big
This
one.
one,
Is that the original or the new?
this is the proposed one.
Go to the original.
Go the original.
So VOPH has been being planned for the last 2 decades, essentially.
12 years.
Long,
14 years.
a long time.
Yeah.
I'm concerned with the level of planning that's gone into this overall project. I'm talking big picture here. That we need to come to a consensus and take a look at the overall VOPH plan, in my opinion, in the village course. Because we have already made decisions that aren't in line with the original plan, and that's the plan with the public that's online around the village core. And the item today continues to go against the plan that's been established and been studied for the last couple of decades. And I'm not opposed to shifting where we need to shift to make it work, make it healthy. But I don't want to set precedent that we're going to run fast and loose over this project as it starts to come online. We have an opportunity to build something very unique to Pasco County. It's got beautiful topography and can create a fantastic place for folks to live and raise their family and work and so on. So I guess my question to the board is, when you look at what's proposed and what's been planned for a long, long time, and then what the modified proposal is, I think we need to set a direction or understand where we want to go and how rigid do we want to be and disciplined on these village cores. Because we're going to start approving potentially products today that aren't in line with the plan, and it modifies the village, in my opinion, extensively. And precedent's already been set. This board made a decision a few months back, and now I've realized what the decision we made and what that precedent was, I may have managed my vote differently.
What, can you be more specific?
Well, look at the brown. You have a laser pointer.
I think so.
So explain the densities in the core when you get out, like what the vote was on the McCabe and PUD, for example, Gavin.
Yeah, oh, sorry. So I don't remember exactly what happened with McCabe because I wasn't the exact planner, but just to give context, that McCabe MPUD was approved for 10 dwelling units per acre.
But
Eastern
what's on
portion.
it's 10 dwelling units per acre, but we approved multifamily, towns, and a little piece of residential on there. And during that board meeting, there was back and forth going on. But ultimately, what was approved was not what's identified in this VOPH Village Core plan. So we're moving, what's been happening is we're shifting what's going on there, and you move to the south with a very unique project that we're going to hear about today, which is really an interesting project. And the heartburn for me isn't necessarily about the project, it's about, does it fit in the plan that we're supposed to be following and all the investment that's been made to what makes up the villages and the village centers? So if we're going to, I think if we're going to start making these decisions, we need to take a broader look at VOPH in the cores to make a policy decision on, do we want to modify the village cores a bit to make them differently, but to go in and just piecemeal again, like you talked about, Commissioner Starkey, we've seen come to fruition some of the decisions that have been made. We have an opportunity right now to not make that mistake again. And so I just like to get feedback and staff, and we've talked extensively on this. I don't want to see the value of this project erode away. We can have something really quality here and something uniquely special for Pasco County.
Yeah, and just so I can chime in between you, Ms. Starkey, and you, Seth, it kind of just seems like we should do a big comprehensive update to VOPH at this time. It kind of needs it. It hasn't been touched comprehensively. It's been piecemealed for the last few years, so maybe we look at that and try to figure out what we can put in and make this a better plan.
My angst is that we took out what I thought was the rules that made it very special, and that was all the T&D requirements. But we have a developer, Mr. Galvin,
Yes, correct.
who's putting his back in. So I think his area is going to have higher values than any of the other areas, because that's what happens in those kind of communities. So I'm not against the density near the downtown, the village centers, because I think you need those, as long as we make sure that the people can walk and ride their bikes or whatever to there, to make them successful areas where people will, as I like to tell people who come in to see me, hang out on a Saturday night, not just drive into a CVS and leave. That's not making something, that's not a village core, that's not a village, that's just,
The
I just think
character
we
is
want
missing.
something better. So, to me, that's a design standard more than density requirements. But you gotta have the density to make those retail village centers work. As I mentioned to my colleague over there, Commissioner Oakley, if you had more density down here, your stores would be staying open.
It's
in
not
the downtown.
It's not
Commissioner Whitman.
Thank you, Chair. It's not the density, Commissioner Starkey. It's the evolution of the village core. It's the moving of the density where it's not planned to be. That's, if you can show the before and after, if we had a laser pointer, that could be a little bit more clear. The plan that we're supposed to be following, we're not.
Which is the brown is the higher density,
Here.
the higher,
Sorry. So that's not working for me. So yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry.
Is this the plan?
That's existing.
And to help you, that line in the center is a dirt road. The
so,
road, hang on, let me finish. To the land to the side where the lake is, you've got a whole series of landowners, they have no intention of giving up any right-of-way. So that center of that whole thing doesn't have a chance to happen. What's worse is when you look at now shifting this over, you've got connected cities on the other side. They've got all their densities that are over down in there. A new development's coming right toward the front, right to the south of 52, McCabe Road. And they don't have a connection out there to Curly Road, even though Curly Road's gonna be 6-lane. Your connection is gonna be La Mirada, which goes at the very bottom of the picture, where that road kind of bends out and around. La Mirada comes out over there. So you gotta be careful how you assign these densities, because if you just put everything right along Curly Road, and that road isn't gonna get built, and you don't have the connections to the south above, you're gonna have a cluster that's gonna be loaded with traffic, that's not ready for it. And I will say, I'm very happy, I talked with David Goldstein and our county engineer, Nick Aaron, yesterday about this very parcel, see the green piece that's in the intersection
what
there?
is that?
That's a retention pond.
the green
Do you?
square
Yes.
on the corner, on the
Yeah,
intersection?
it's a retention pond. So here's what the problem is, and this happened, the same thing happened up at 52 in Bellamy Brothers, when we took out the Neon Cowboy, and we took that whole parcel.
Right.
Prime piece of land, and we made a retention pond out of it. Makes no sense. What happens is DOT puts their plans together, we haven't gotten together with them, but talking to David and Nick Urin, we're gonna need to get our planners involved every time DOT is gonna do a road, that we get in the mix of it. We go look at that stuff to see what we're gonna be planning and what's coming in, so that doesn't happen again. But that's what's made a big issue with this whole center right here too. You can't get the density where the retention pond is. So Commissioner Waitman, you're right on the money. What we planned is not happening. Now, I will tell you, the way this happened was probably about 18 years ago. We had biannual comprehensive plan amendments, and we had some amendments going down here, down by Hancock Road specifically, and that was trying to go from a Res 1 to a Res, I think, 9, maybe Res 6, and that didn't go anywhere. And that, it was at that point in time, give Commissioner Schrader credit, he then said, let's go look at doing an area plan. And that's when the things really started evolving, and that's when the VOPH grabbed some ground to come forward. So a lot of time has been into this, gone through it, but again, with what's going on, and when you consider the neighbor next door, we really need to work this Connected Cities and VOPH together as well, but we need to go look at what's gonna go on with these cores, because you just don't wanna have a whole bunch of density down the road, because the core center's not gonna take it, because all you're gonna do is push down traffic down there, that's still gonna come back and forth, and you may not have the infrastructure in place, which, because I don't know when that's gonna be 6 lane, if it's gonna be 6 lane, and how it's gonna connect down below. And it's an issue before we really pull the trigger on the next thing going in there. Commissioner Waitman.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, my concern is to have consistency and uniformity, you know, amongst each village, and we're following what needs to happen. As we kick this one off, I understand in your plan, which I guess it's a be a different piece, to make a shift. I'm not opposed, but I'm concerned that each one's going to have a little bit of uniqueness to it, but that we're going to get away from what the intended purpose and the design of each village is supposed to be, and that we follow the integrity of what's so much work and effort that's been made into this. So, I mean, right here was kind of this over this side was, yeah, look out, I got my, feel like a Power Ranger here. Was kind of outside the bounds. You go here, that's outside the bounds of what's going to be planned, and then decisions are going to be made that will impact what's supposed to be in this core. And at no fault of their own, the project is supposed to be inside this core might be having to be, you know, they're going to have to give up something for a project that's not even following where it's supposed to go. So it's just a broader conversation. I'm not calling any particular problem, but a broader conversation of what planning principles and what plan are we going to follow as we make decisions on this project. So that's in essence of why I'm bringing this up.
Well, and a good point too, when you look to the north part where you just were pointing.
You want your magic pin?
Sure.
Why not have some fun with it?
All right. So right in that section, right in there, there's a bunch of open land that's there. It's been kind of like where they're storing supplies and doing the road construction.
Yeah.
That's like an untouched piece of land that should get more density, as opposed to just trying to throw it down over here where there's really not much to support other than internal. And if you get everybody in Connected Cities, if they're going inside, going to La Mirada and all the stuff that's going on in there where your core center is going to be, those neighborhood people are probably going to go that way. So your apartments that you're looking at down over here, it's great that they're captivating their own trips and everything, but a lot of those people there, they're still going to find their way. And right now, there's no easy way for those people in those apartments to get to that point. There's no connection to the north or the south. So again, these are great points to bring it out. I know it was gone. I read the article in the paper about how you were looking at that stuff, about what's going on. And some of these places coming in are going to want single family. There's nothing wrong with single family in some of these places. I mean, it's something to really take a close look at everything we got going on, rather than just pulling triggers every time we're getting something that comes before us.
Can I add something?
Commissioner Stark.
I think we've made some mistakes. In looking at the Murata, I guess this is their road network. Why, are there any even pedestrian connections to Curly? We really need to be looking at the connectivity around.
Is Brad Tippin here?
He is not.
He's not?
He's at a wedding.
Because I was asking that question
Joel
yesterday.
two's here.
And that's unfortunate, because if we wanted these people to go to that village core, they're gonna have to drive down, around, go out, and all the way around, and it's just, It's not a good transportation plan. And
I think Joel too might be able to answer your question.
Okay. Let me just see if we have any more questions for staff, then we'll bring public comment up, and we'll let Mr. Tu come from there. And if he needs extra time to go further, that's fine, because I've been here from the get-go on it. Any other questions for staff? All right, so let me open it for public comment. Mr. Tu?
Good afternoon, Joel to Palm Harbor, Florida. I don't have a dog in this fight, so I'm going to gratuitously share some input. I was not involved with the project on Curley Road, so I have no axe to grind, no dog in that fight. But just, I think we need to be careful not to conflagrate two different issues. This particular amendment is to give you the chance to concentrate density in village cores, which I know all of you want. One problem you're worried about is that seeping out. This gives you the chance to help ensure that it gets pushed in. The issue you're discussing, in my opinion, is a totally separate issue, which is an individual MPUD approval issue. The only way these MPUDs get approved in VOPH is if you approve them. And against that, the way this works is every time someone comes in with an MPUD application of VOPH, they have to not only convince you their MPUD makes sense in and of itself at that location, but they have to present to you as a companion to their MPUD plan what the new village plan will be for that total village. So every time you get an application, you get a chance to revisit that overall village configuration. And frankly, if the new MPUD you're being asked to approve doesn't perpetuate the requirements of that particular village, then it shouldn't be approved. But the only way they get approved is when this board approves them. So I'm a little confused as to how you perceive we got where we are. Because all of those came through the board and you simultaneously saw what the new village will be. Now, those nice concentric circles in that plan 15 years ago were planning instruments to simply demonstrate the principle that you're now looking at, which is concentrate densities toward the center, feather them out, make them walkable, make them connected. That was the concept. And in an MPUD, you have to deal with the real world because real property ownership lines and real wetlands and real streets on the ground don't necessarily match up those neat circles. That's why you cannot, no matter how good a planner you are, you can never draw one of these village plans that looks exactly like those concentric circles. Now, with that said, it's not hard to say, is my density concentrated toward the center? And then is the next layer of density concentrated around that? And I agree 100%. It depends on where it is. And also remember, these villages have different intensity requirements. You have type 1 villages, type 2, 2A, 2B, 3A. So it also depends on what size village that was intended to do. So that's a long-winded explanation, but you do have control over this. I'm not saying don't go back and revisit the whole plan, but I'd hate to see you throw the baby out with the bathwater when paying attention to each of those approvals in the context of that village plan, I think will help solve the problem.
So,
and again, I don't know how you got there on this village. Wasn't my application.
yeah, and I know it's a little different for public comment, but we're going to use his expertise.
I'm working for free now, so it's.
Oh, we might really take some time here.
That's
No.
when you do your best
One
work.
of the problems, Joel, is with the circles, the way they're set and the way they're going to make changes, and I get we got to do some changes. But here's what concerns me. I could have one development on part of it coming in for a thing, for development approval, another one for a different part of the same center, and the two of them haven't come together, and staff, I think when we get something that comes together in a 2-month window, never mind a 2 or 3 day window, they should all get together. And let's go put something together that's going to work for everything from the get-go, rather than dividing and conquering, or who's going to get in first and who's going to get streamlined through for whatever the reasons may be. But to have like two things going when I'm doing some changes as well, it just, I think, takes
Well,
away
that's a
from
very fair-
the big plan we're trying to put together. It breaks it all up. And it's not fair for the VOPH people to hear it, the planning commission to hear it, and then one by one, they're all coming in. We should be looking at this if we've got a few things coming in. Let's go look at it. Just like the project we're going to look at later on today with the hospital and the complex above. We put those together and it's going to make more sense than having them separate.
Well, that's a very fair comment, because initially, in the early days, we never ran into that, because we were lucky if we had one applicant that would write the check to go entitle their property and start a village. So at that point, all we had to do was we had to come in with with our proposal for our portion, and we had to draw you a conceptual village plan that showed you how everything else could play out to prove that we weren't taking more than our fair share. And that's how we did it. But you're right, now it gets a lot more complicated. When I was still working, I would have times that I would be engaged for an MPUD in a village and only find out secondhand that at the same time someone was doing another one in that village, and that what they were doing was not consistent with what we
Right,
were
that's
doing.
our problem.
And we would have to reach out and say, wait a minute, we need to all get on the same page. Where is this street going? Where are the connections? And what density are you putting where? So, I mean, you're entirely right. I think if you have more than one application pending in a village at one time, then you absolutely need to get all of those people in the same room and say, you know, what should this village look like? Because that's a problem. And that was not a problem in the early days.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you've got a lot of activity now.
Okay. Commissioner Oakley?
Somehow we need to be looking at that, because if we only get one project coming, you look at that and it fits. You don't know about the other one until months later, maybe it comes.
Yep.
And then maybe it doesn't fit.
Piece
So
dealing.
somehow or other, staff needs to bring these to us with it fitting in the circles the way it's supposed to be ahead of time, so we're looking at it and it's fitting. So,
And you should be able to do that if more than one's pending, because everyone who applies, like I said, has to give you their updated version of that overall village plan. So
Right.
at least you have the two views, and you can sit down and compare them and see if they work.
Commissioner Waitman?
So, Professor Two. So if there's a project in Village Core that's follow the rules. They're getting ready to rock and roll. And there's another project that say comes in down here, and they're gonna pull away from this one who's following the VOPH plan in the core. And for this one to work, they has to kind of cut a deal so it just, you know, spreads it on out, down. You would agree or disagree that that's kind of bucking the intent of what this core is all about and what it represents and what we're trying to accomplish here.
Now, if I'm right, this is the intersection of Curley and New Clinton, correct? Also known as McCabe.
Yes.
That big primary intersection.
Yeah.
The way it would work under the existing rules is, once you get, let's just say the northeast quadrant got approval and has MPUD approval, then no one else can take away the entitlements you gave that project. So whoever's there first is vested as to what you gave them for their part, because their part, as you say, matched that village plan, and you had no problem. So when applicant number 2 comes in, number 1, they cannot take those other entitlements that have already been granted, and they have to show you that they have logical reasons why you giving them additional density on the south side of that intersection makes sense. And they still have to stay within the overall limits of the entitlements allowed for that village. So it is done on a piecemeal, but they only get to take their fair part of what's left based on where they're located. And as I understand it, your concern is they extended the high-density residential farther down Curley than perhaps you would have thought appropriate. Right?
Well,
they didn't really
not
take
just
density.
that, but take away.
Well, how did they take, was that approved on the northeast corner?
So this right here's done. This right here is done right here.
Okay.
But when you're talking about who's there first, I mean, that comes to staff. There's no subject matter expert here, which is good.
Christie wants to say something.
Yes, go ahead. You want the power pen?
The theoretical question, it depends on whether the northeast corner was already approved. If it was not approved, then the new applicant has to demonstrate that they still have an overall village plan that meets with the intention and requirements for that village center. And so you shouldn't approve the new one if they can't demonstrate that. That's just a theoretical discussion. Presumably, they convinced 3 or more of you that it fit the overall plan.
Let's hear from Christie, because I think he wants to get a couple things in. Thank you, Joel. Mr. Chu?
Christy Barrera with Height Design. I actually did work with staff on this amendment language to change villages B and C, so this village here and then the one just east of it, to allow, instead of a maximum of 25% high density and intensity, to 35% high density and intensity. And it was in these two specific villages because New Clinton, McCabe, whatever other names we're calling it, runs through these villages. And so yes, 18 years ago, 20 years ago, when we were working on VOPH, we did say that this is a primary road, it's planned to be a 6-lane road in the future, but maybe didn't realize how important it would be with the interchange at 52 and 75 being improved a couple of years ago, this road actually going through now, actually getting utilities in this area, that there's been a lot of demand for development along Clinton Road. And there's also been a lot of applications. There's 3 pending in Village B right now. There's 2 pending in Village C right now.
What kind of applications?
MPUD zonings. So we're all in the zoning stage, and staff asked us to work together to come up with a solution because they liked both projects. You know, how can we get higher density for both of these projects? Now, the one thing that is important to remember is that we are not increasing the number of units that is approved in either of these villages. What has happened over time is it appears that the number of units that were approved in the villages, we can't actually reach that maximum because of constraints like wetlands and topography and things like that.
And a pond, maybe?
Ponds, stormwater ponds are important, yes. So we want to have as much density as was planned in Pasadena Hills in these areas, but to do that, we have to increase the density around that core area. And in some places, it is stretching out, but we think along Curly and especially along Clinton, both of those are planned to be 6-lane roads in the future, that along those roads, it does make sense to have higher density and higher intensity uses.
But does it have to be, excuse me, do you want me to pass?
Commissioner Starkey, go ahead.
I think
Sorry.
part of my frustration is, does it have to be all rental apartments to get density? I mean, aren't there other things that could get density? And when do we reach the limit of how many rental apartments we want in the area?
Definitely. And so a plan that you haven't seen yet that's actually going to the Pasadena Hills Planning and Policy Committee tomorrow is the one that you were talking about, Commissioner Waitman, in the northeast quadrant. And that is going to have vertical mixed use in some of those apartments along the main road. So something that we've heard you want in the plan and something that we're committed to in that MPUD project that will be coming forward to you in January.
Okay. Mr. Whitman?
So based on that information, is there any harm in waiting to see what the VOPH Policy Committee says? I'm sure they'll hear what this board discussion is today and what staff may bring back to have maybe have a fresh look overall. I mean, there's a lot of subject matter experts that have spent a lot of their time on this project and plan for.
So this actually went to the VOPH Planning and Policy Committee in September, I believe, and there was a very lengthy discussion at that time also, but they unanimously recommended approval of this comp plan amendment.
So what about take a look at the overall, because the option that's being, my power pen's not that powerful. So the new plan would be to essentially shift this ring south.
So it's not shifting it south, it's adding more of the brown. So if you go back, it's not taking away any of the brown, it's just adding. It's adding more acreage to be able to get as many of the units as were previously planned in this village.
So the success of I shouldn't say success, but I'll say success. So initially you're looking at having the entertainment and the fun things that Commissioner Starkey and I enjoy up here, looking at shifting it down this way.
We're adding more areas where it can occur. So there will be some entertainment. It's a little bit deceiving here because you see that red L. That's actually a hatched area in this updated version when I was talking about there will be vertical mixed use and also a standalone non-residential north of Clinton in that project that you'll be seeing in January.
And I am hopeful.
Mr. Starkey.
I'm hopeful that who's ever designing that red area below, you can take that stormwater pond and turn it into an asset if you line your buildings up right and you put a, you know, make that a water feature. Don't make it a something negative. Turn that into a positive. And work with DOT.
DOT could be tough, but it could happen. What I look at the red down below in the southern part, and I look above, I don't see any red up there. Any reason why there's no red?
Good question.
So it's a hatch. I created a new color because I just want to keep you guys on your toes. So at the time, we weren't exactly sure where we wanted the non-residential to go, and we wanted to do vertical mixed use. So it's a red dashed line over the brown, saying that in that area, we want to be able to do non-residential and residential and mixed use. So that's what that hatched line is supposed to represent, is all of those uses. So north of Clinton, we're proposing 75,000 square feet of non-residential as an additional 700 plus residential units. So there will be a lot of density in our plan, what's proposed.
This area.
That's
Yes, correct.
McCabe Road, right?
Yes,
It's McCabe, not Clinton.
yes, I believe the street signs say
McCabe goes from the interstate all the way across till it hits Prospect at Clinton.
yes.
Okay.
So I'll just say, it would seem to me, if we're going to be looking at these and approvals, and we're trying to like time when infrastructure is going to be in place, around the core is one thing, because on the core, everybody's going to get on McCabe and be able to move quick. When you get all the traffic coming up on Curly, that's only 2-lane road with a big development beside it, that could be anyone coming in from there on the southern western side is going to circle at La Mirada and come back down Curly and go out. If we don't have infrastructure in place, how are these people going to get around, and what's the traffic going to be like between that intersection and the one at Prospect?
Well, what's the plan for widening Curly? And someone needs to tell us when it's going to get wider.
I don't represent the MPUD that's going to come to you all later today. I do know that Curly is eventually planned to be 6
Yeah.
lanes. You know, you have the improved intersection at 52 and the new intersection at Overpass, so there'll be 2 different ways for people to get to the interstate, north and south.
Okay. Any other questions you want to ask, Christie?
Well,
I wanna go back to Steph in a minute.
Just going back to what we're doing, we're actually taking away density from, I mean, you want to go, we should go back over what this amendment is that we're looking at, right?
Is there anything you would prefer?
I just think you should state again what it is that we're voting on.
Yeah, I'll just go up to the very front.
Well,
and just
before we get to what we're voting on, we still got public comment. I want to ask another question as
Yeah.
well.
Okay, do you want me to wait?
Well, let me ask you a question. So it's been said before, and I still haven't got the answer even for the past week or two. When is Curly going to get improved to the 6-lane? Are there sidewalks going to be going on? What happens at Prospect? Who's going to be building that, and is it funded?
So I don't know when Curly is going to be built exactly, but I do know that on the financial plans for Connected City and for VOPH, they need to allocate funds and build those portions of the road for Curly.
So right now, we don't have
I don't have an
the
actual
funding
timeline.
in place or a
No,
timeline?
exactly, I don't have any timeline.
And
The
no,
reason is the impact fees that are
Commissioner
coming in on these units, that money's not available to build Curly until that comes in. So there's no timeline on how that's built out.
so in the past, we've had a developer put in infrastructure and get reimbursed from their own things back.
Right.
I know you've hesitated on certain things, on Shady Hills, et cetera, to go do that, but this is like a prime time where you need to go do it, because if you're gonna approve the development and you don't have the infrastructure, I'm gonna tell you, the people aren't gonna wanna wait for you to get it.
Well, I don't know. Basically, we did that with Connected City because you didn't have Curly Road being 4-lane and 6-lane back then because they hadn't developed that property. And as it's developed and the money becomes available, and you see it changing. The road's width is changing. So-
Right, and if they don't have the funding available, even with the build-out, then where are you gonna be? And like I said, with this,
Yeah.
if you just allowed all this density and you got a 2-lane road with nowhere to get in or out, and when I say that just with constraint, you're gonna create a big issue there. And I mean, especially up at Prospect, with kids heading to that high school or even to Wesley Chapel.
Yeah.
So it's something that's, and it's tricky because especially right here, you've got connected cities, and these are two great things, connected city and
Oh, yeah.
VOPH. But now we're getting these little struggles coming in, and how are we gonna make this all work? And it may take some more county involvement to make these things right, and even if we gotta get reimbursed for down the road, so be it, but somehow we gotta look at what's coming, and when it does come, how are we gonna be ready for it?
Right.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, and Gavin, you can
Mr.
correct me if I'm
Carbell.
wrong, there is a financial plan within VOPH that thinks this through, actually. And they have various impact fees that I believe are set up and set aside, and there is a fairly robust system of credits by which a developer, can get repaid over time through future development for investments in infrastructure. I think that's the general way, and I don't want to, at the risk of screwing it up, I don't want to say more about it, but that mechanism exists. That was part of the VOPH plan to build the infrastructure and to get exactly what you're talking about in place.
Okay. All right, so just for the public, go ahead and do the present, answer Commissioner Starkey's question about shows exactly what's going on, and then we get another
Yeah.
public comment.
So just
Go
do
further.
quick update, again, increasing land area, conversions, transferring from the edge into the center. Like I said, brown and red area is going to be increasing by 10% in just villages B and C off of McCabe Road, 6 Lane Road of the Future. Here's a proposed one like we've talked about previously. Here's the proposed one in the future if you choose to transmit and adopt this in the future. And then here's just a quick overview of the entitlements again. Getting more of that entertainment stuff if you want it, more options for commercial and retail. And then again, just density-wise, from the outer ring into the center ring, becoming more densified, having more people be able to walk to those village centers to get coffee, to get, wine, whatever they choose. And then design principles, again, densifying, walkability, all that good stuff. And then just comes with a transmittal.
Can you go
Commissioner
back
Starkey.
again to the little pictures that were on that one?
This picture?
Can we get zoomed in on that? I can't really, is it
On
possible?
the
to zoom
right-hand
in?
column.
I think Sonia's going to try and see if she can zoom in on it.
Oh, yeah, see number 1, 2, 3, the fourth one down? And then, yeah, so interesting, those are all T&D. Those are all rear loaded. So that's what looks good. That's what ages well. And then, is that commercial, the second one down? The second one from the top?
Yeah, I think the first
Third.
two are going to be the commercial,
Third.
like the
And-
centers.
And the third one is also commercial?
Yes.
Residential on top.
I just wanted a better look at what you were showing here.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes?
As was just stated, this is transmittal. This is not adoption. It's confusing because it was its title is for ordinance, which would be adoption, and it's on the ordinance section of your agenda. But this you actually will have another hearing on this for final adoption once it comes back from the Department of Commerce.
All right, we'll go finish back in the public
Okay.
comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this item?
Mr. Chair, I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx for this item.
Okay. I would say, as we go further with this one, I would like to see when it does come back to us, that I would like to know the details of when the road's going to come in, how we're going to deal with that infrastructure piece as it does flow. I'm okay with doing some changes along the way, but I want to make sure that we're not just going to burden everybody until the fees come in place. We need to have a
I'd
better
like to see
plan.
that before we final adopt it, but yeah, move it forward. I'll make a motion, we approve it.
There's no one on WebEx either for public
No one's
comment?
on WebEx for this
Okay.
item.
Closing public comment, Commissioner Oakley?
You're moving staff recommendation to transmit.
Yes,
I'll second.
staff recommendation.
Okay. Roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford. District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Okay, item P94?
93.
93, sorry.
Item P93 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on October 4th, 2023, and by affidavits of certified mailings and site postings.
Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. P93 is also an item that should have probably been placed in the other section of the agenda because it's also a transmittal. So today on this item, we're asking that you transmit this item to the Department of Commerce and other reviewing agencies. It was reviewed by the Pasadena Hills Planning and Policy Committee on 10/18 of 23, by the local planning agency on 11/2 of 23, and it is scheduled for adoption by the Board of County Commissioners on 1/9 of 24. It is PDD 240040, which is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for map and text amendments to future land use element, Chapter 2, Goal Flu 6, J. Ben Harrow Villages of Pasadena Hills, to expand the boundaries of the special district, amend the boundary of Village B and Village F in figures PH1, PH2, PH3, PH4, PH4A, PH5, PH6, PH7, PH8, and amend tables PH2 and PH3, and other amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for severability and an effective date. Again, this is a transmittal to the Department of Commerce and other reviewing agencies, and if you would just please take public comment and transmit the item.
Any comments for staff? All right, we'll go to public comment. Anyone here from the public to comment to item P93?
I have no one signed up for P93 and no one on WebEx for P93.
Okay. To the board.
Move approval.
Move staff recommendation to
Staff
transmit.
recommendation, yeah.
This is for 93 and 94?
Just
Just doing
93.
93.
I'll second.
Okay. Any roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford. District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. So I don't see Commissioner Bradford on the line, so we're going to go back to just not roll calling votes, we're just going to make the votes.
Yes, sir, I just got a note from his assistant, he had to step away, so
Okay.
he'll let us know when he's back.
When he gets back, we'll change. All right, P94, we approve.
Yes, Mr. Chair. P94 was published in Tampa Bay Times on October 4th, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
All right, item P94 is the companion to P93. You're expanding the boundary of Pasadena Hills, Villages Pasadena Hills area, so you have to modify the land development code to effectuate that. Today, there's no action required. This is the first reading on the item. The adoption is scheduled for January 9, 2024. This was presented to the Pasadena Hills Planning Policy Committee on 10/18 of 23, and to the Planning Commission, who found it consistent with a comprehensive plan on 11/2 of 2023. It's PDD 240041, which is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Pasco County Land Development Code, Section 602, J. Ben Harrow Villages, Pasadena Hills Stewardship Districts, revisions to Exhibits 602A, 602B, 602D, 602E, and amending other sections as necessary for internal consistency, providing for applicability, repeal or severability, inclusion into Land Development Code, and an effective date. Again, please accept public comment. No action is required. As this is the first reading, the adoption is set for 1/9 of 24 at 1:30 in Dade City.
Okay. Any questions for staff? No? Okay. There's a public hearing. Anyone here to speak to item P94?
I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx for P94.
Okay, we shall close public comment to the board.
Move approval.
No, this was your first public hearing, you don't,
Oh, we don't have to have a
No
motion.
action.
hear and
No action required.
I have a question.
Okay.
has the second hearing been set?
Second hearing is 1/9 of 24, according to my colleague Gavin Covey.
Because we're looking at the master roadway plan map here. And I know that Clinton is a state road now, not,
Yes.
right?
Not, yes, well, Clinton is, but this is McCabe part of it. Where we're
Well,
talking.
it's the part that doesn't have the multi-use trail on it. Part of this, you know, was left out of the multi-use trail is not built, but I want to make sure that it's memorialized here somewhere, that isn't that?
Orange Belt Trail is coming in on
No,
County Road.
this is an Orange Belt.
Which-
Orange Belt's not
which
the one
trail
on
is it?
the Clinton Avenue extension. But isn't that this road here?
We're not at
Doesn't that
Clinton.
go through here, or do I have that am I mistaken?
This road we've been talking about is McCabe, and it goes to
No, I'm not
Prospect.
talking about that road. Are
Well,
we
that's
changing this at
52.
all?
That's State Road 52.
Are we modifying this at all?
We are only adding the additional parcels from the Hamilton Oaks MPUD, so we're not modifying any typicals or
You're not
anything else.
changing anything else?
No, we're literally just adding those additional parcels
Okay.
into the district.
And McCabe fronts on what road?
State Road 52. It goes from the interstate all the way to Prospect Road,
So
McCabe.
our problem child is gonna be from Prospect to 301, because we don't have the right of
Okay,
way.
and that's Clinton Avenue.
Right, so we have the right of way to put that multi-use in on the north side of Clinton from Curly to Prospect. Where I think we're gonna have to come across the street and go on the south side is from Prospect to 301.
Can we put this
so-
up on a map so we can look at this?
And so anyone who's coming in for development on the south side of 52, from Prospect to 301, we need to be making sure we're getting enough right of way to fix that mistake. Because I think it'd be really expensive to put it on the north side, because they have that concrete wall, right? They have that, there's a big wall.
Yeah. Well, that's McCabe there where the concrete wall is.
Yeah, and when I went on that route with DOT, it looked very difficult to put it on the north side. And it was said that they thought we'd have, is someone putting up the map? We'd have to come onto
So
the south
there's-
side. And I
Is there
have
room
no
on the
idea if we
south side?
approved
Because
anything.
I drive that way, but I don't pay attention to the
Yeah.
outside of that road.
So,
So skip.
so where's Prospect? All right,
There you go.
so,
And that wall's back
Okay, so-
to the west.
yeah, to the east.
No, not the wall.
They said they had the right of way, where they thought they could come in and put it back in between Curly and Prospect. And I'm sorry, I know Tina's our
That's McCabe, okay.
person. Who else here knows about trails in the county?
That's it.
Who's your road person that would know this, Mike? All right, so, because it stopped at Curly, unbeknownst to all of us. From what I understand, there's room on the north side from Curly to Prospect, but we run into trouble from Prospect to 301. And so we just need, our planners and our staff just needs to know that anything that comes in on the south side from Prospect to 301, we just need a little more space.
Okay.
Otherwise, it dead ends at Prospect. And the idea is to connect it to the trail that connects to Zephyr Hills and Dade City at 301.
I don't know where, you're talking about a wall though on Prospect to 301?
I'm talking about continuing that multi-use path to make sure it connects to the 301 trail.
Right.
And it has a problem from Prospect to 301 to be on the north side like the rest of it is.
Yes, correct. The multi-use path that was built in conjunction with FDOT terminates right around, it's Prospect, I'm sorry, at Curly. If you look as you're driving, you'll see it on the north side of the road. There's a wide multi-use path. It stops at Curly, but what the commissioner's saying is that there is enough land on the north side to continue that trail all the way to Prospect. At Prospect, however, there is limited right-of-way on the north side.
Yeah.
And what the commissioner is asking is, as we go through the plans for properties and parcels that abut McCabe, State Road 52, is to make sure that there's an accommodation for multi-use path on the south side. So there would have to be a crossing of State Road 52 to the south side and to continue that. So that way the multi-use path can continue from Prospect to Highway 301.
Yeah, I would think there was enough room on the north side, but I don't.
No, they got this
What's causing the problem?
retention wall that's very
What
high.
retention wall?
Yeah, and it's high.
It's just built with it was the construction of the road and the alignment. It was just a technical matter.
But the retention wall is on the I-80 parcel that comes through. That's McCabe. Before you get to Prospect, that's where a retention wall is.
If I could
Not-
recommend.
There's not a
Well, just-
retention
you
wall.
need-
I think, I think,
I'd make sure that
Commissioner,
we're
your,
not-
yes, ma'am, your point's well taken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
let me draw this to a close, because we got a
Yeah,
lot of things going on right now, and I just wanted to make sure I was understanding right, but the new State Road 52, call it McCabe, call it Clinton, it's the same road. I just was making
Yeah.
sure I wasn't misunderstanding what you're
Yeah,
both
me-
talking about.
yeah.
I see it now clearly, it's what I thought it was, so I think it's probably a good idea, as we're seeing, we heard the mayor from San Antonio come today, let's go talk about what's going on in that road. I know we got alternatives we're looking at, so it might be good to get advanced of a full public hearing, but maybe start a discussion amongst us as a workshop of some sort, to talk about what's going on in this whole area, because it's definitely confusing from what I'm seeing and hearing at this point.
Oh, look, there's another one.
All right, so okay. We don't have any action to take on that last item?
No.
Okay, so we're moving right along.
No action.
Okay, so now we'll get to the public hearings.
Would you like me to read the procedure?
Mr. County Attorney, please.
There are two rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there is no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual, or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation, or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning, may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is that mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code. Madam Clerk, would you like to swear folks in?
Yes, Mr. Steinschneider, if anyone here is in the public would like to speak to any of the remaining items, if you could please stand. Please stand if you plan to speak at the podium. All right. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, so we have a few continuances. Start with P95.
Item P95 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on October 1st, 2023 and October 8th, 2023.
Thank you.
Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. P95 is FAC 240034. This is a request to continue the item to the January 9th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
We have a motion.
Move continues.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. P96, do we have proof?
Yes, item P96 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 20th, 2023.
B96 is PDD 247683 Crossways MPUD. The request is to continue the item to the January 9th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
Do we have a motion?
Move approve.
Second.
Move the continuance.
Move to continue. Sorry.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? P97.
Item P97 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 20th, 2023.
P97 is PDD 247744 Dawood Hani and Nematoud Nermeen. The request is to continue the item to the January 9th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
Do I have a motion to
Move
continue?
continuance.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item P98.
Item P98 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 23rd, 2023.
P98 is PDD 24CU02 Pasco Land and Cattle Company LLC Skyway Towers Verizon Wireless. The request is to continue the item to the January 9th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
So moved.
Second.
Move the continuance.
All in favor of the continuance,
Yes.
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now time for the consent agenda. We have two items. P99.
Item P99 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on October 4th, 2023.
P99 is PDD 247669 in the name of Hamilton Oaks MPUD Master Plan Unit Development, Stephanie V. Benson, William D. Brown, and others. It's a rezoning from an AC agricultural district to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for a maximum development of 240 single-family detached dwelling units. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet from the Villages of Pasadena Hills Planning and Policy Committee. And the planning, it wasn't in the Pasadena Hills, but it was presented to them. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning Commission on 11/2/23.
Okay. Is anyone here to speak in opposition of item P99?
I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx for P99.
We'll leave it on consent. Item P100.
Item P100 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 6, 2023 and October 4, 2023.
P100 is PDD 247690. It's a rezoning, Watergrass MPUD CKB Development LLC. It's a rezoning request to substantially modify the Watergrass MPUD to allow for additional uses on parcels 4A, 4B, which is approximately 18.5 acres. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet from the Pasadena Hills Planning and Policy Committee and the Planning and Development Department.
Okay. Is there anyone here in the audience, or even on WebEx, to speak against item P100?
Mr. Chair, I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx.
Okay. Seeing no one, to the board.
Approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yes, consent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got it. All in favor, say aye.
2 items.
Only two?
Yeah.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Consent agenda passes. Item P101. Do we have proof?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item P101 was published in Tampa Bay Times on September 27, 2023.
Item P101 will be presented by my colleague, Gavin Kobe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia. And then we also have the MPUD on 102. Would you rather hear the MPUD first or the DA first?
Let's see, we got,
Okay. Okay, so if it's okay, we'll start with the DA and then move to the MPUD.
okay,
Is that-
P101.
Okay.
Yes, 101,
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So this is PUD 240018, the Wildcat Bales Development Agreement. Here is the location within the county. Here's a location within all of Connected City. Here's just a quick brief of the master roadway plan. As you can see, the bottom half right here, you can see the primary road going north, where the subject property is. And so the applicant's request is to set forth the terms and conditions for the developer to design, permit, and construct certain roadway improvements, including floodplain compensation, wetland mitigation, drainage, retention associated with the McKendree/Boyette Road segment. And so they're going to be building the 150 BB typical, which is designated in the Connected City Master Roadway Plan. This typical is not the final typical for McKendree, but what the developer will actually be building whenever they come in for their project. The final typical is 150 CC, and this is ultimately going to be a 6-lane road. The developer will be providing a 4-lane road. So they will be providing the wetland mitigation, stormwater, everything else needed for the final typical now, so that whenever we do upgrade to the 6-lane road, it's already there. We don't have to go back and rip it all out and be counterproductive.
Is that McKendree Road?
Yeah, McKendree and Boyette,
It'll
yeah.
end up 6 lane?
I'm sorry.
That will end up 6 lanes?
Yeah, it will end up 6-lane. It is going to go through the business core and up into the urban core, so
Yeah.
it's going to be a major north-south road in
Okay.
Connected City.
Yeah.
So they will be getting transportation development fee credits, kind of what Mike Carbala talked about earlier, Connecticut City's financial plan. Essentially, they're going to be building the road in exchange for credits. So instead of paying their mobility fees, they get credits whenever they apply for site plans. So they'd be getting those credits, and we'd be getting the infrastructure in place.
And this would put the infrastructure in place ahead of time.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
And so they are required to have their service ready site acreage completed before any credits are issued. So this is going to be employment generating uses like we had talked about earlier, Seth, or Commissioner Waitman. And yeah, so yeah, this comes with just a recommendation of approval.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay. So public hearing, item P101. Is anyone here to speak in opposition to P01? Or speak to it? Mr. Hobby.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby and Hobby, PA, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida, have been sworn. We're here to answer any questions you have, but as staff noted, this is the companion item that goes with the zoning amendment that follows, and this allows us to build that large stretch of McKendree for fee credits. And as the chairman noted, the idea behind doing this in Connected City is to get ahead of the growth. So that's why we're here today. This is the same Form DA we've used on other projects in Connected City. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have someone signed up, and I have someone signed up, but there's no name associated to it. So I've got Mr., I think it's Polterock? Michael?
Yes, ma'am. I was not sworn in. I apologize. I was not in the room.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you.
State your name and address for the record before.
Michael Poltorek, 9152 Kenton Road,
Thank you.
in the middle of the Pasco Connected City. First, I'd like to thank the chairman for bringing up a very important word earlier called infrastructure. There's now, I just counted two, oh, that's not even for this one, I apologize. Well, you can leave it up, that's all right. This is the Links and Associates Traffic Studies. They're from 2013, they were updated in 2014. A lot of these maps, a lot of the things you're being shown have, I'm sure, older studies associated with this, and that's very important because things keep getting added to this plan, the big plan. I've now counted 2 projects that were added to this project. Bobcat and then Kenton are also going to be spoken about. They're utilizing the same roads. Here's the problem. We have not heard about infrastructure. What you're telling us is there going to be 30,000 residents added in the next 9 years to the Pasco Connected City. That's the equivalent of Brandon, down in Hillsborough. I don't know if you've been there lately. As a resident, we all left. There's a lot of people, not enough infrastructure when you needed it, not enough schools, not enough public safety. What your voters see is Pasco for penny. Penny for Pasco, I apologize. Over this decade is giving us $1.9 billion to the county. $855 million is for schools, $342 million is for transportation, $171 million is for public safety. We are yet to hear where the fire stations are going. We are yet to hear where the public schools are going. And we do not accept the explanations for why the proper roads aren't being put in to protect the existing residents. I bring this up because Hillsborough County Fire Rescue just opened the 3rd fire station on the main drag in Brandon. And on day 1, it became the 2nd most busy fire station in all of Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. And they run over 130,000 calls per year. That station was 15 years overdue. They finally found the land for it. They finally got it built, and it is the 2nd busiest fire station in the county. At the hearing with plans 2 weeks ago, we were told the Epperson School property was given back. We also know Vita's Way is on its way. It would have utilized that property. And the Murata property for schools, for a public K through 8, is not in the 10-year budget for the school board. That's an issue. Charter schools are not the answer for everything. They add to the transportation issue. They don't have busing. The ones we have are not accountable and not in good standing in that area with the school board. We need a K through 8, at least one, and a high school identified to be inside the connected city. We need to know where 2 fire stations are going to go in to protect the 30,000 residents. And we need to know that you are going to make the commitment to us that the infrastructure is going to be put in for the current residents so that we are not penalized by the non-residents that would like to move here. We hear a lot of protection for future residents, but we would like to hear about some protection for your current voting residents.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else out here up to speak to P101?
I was the one who forgot to write my name down. Jim Marinari. My address is 30409 Elam Road, Wesley Chapel, Florida.
And sir, you've been sworn.
Oh, yes, and I have been
Thank
sworn.
you.
First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Waitman for bringing the connected city issues kind of to the forefront last month. It's something that's been on our mind for a long time. There have been positives and negatives to this whole thing. I mean, Metro Development and Height Design created this thing for their benefit, and then it kind of got extended out to this entire area that we're talking about, connected city. The problem is that the guidance that was given, I guess, to y'all to approve these things and make it cohesive and kind of tie the vision together, it kind of somewhere there was a disconnect. And we've got situations that were that are being approved, sort of like what you all were discussing earlier with the Pasadena Hills. They're kind of getting approved, and then you're like, well, what happens when this next one makes a request? This particular motion or request, I have no problem with, as long as it is a requirement to do. This particular intersection where this development and this project is going to be, which is going to be the entrance to a major hospital and retail and residences, multifamily units, is a nightmare. If you go and you look at Overpass and Boyette, it is very short section before you get to McKendree. I did speak to the applicant's council, and he said that they were going to follow through with the master roadway plan to kind of straighten it out, create an intersection as opposed to a 90-degree curve, and then continue it on. That is acceptable to you know, the residents in the area, at least those that trust me. But I'd like for that to be kind of like set in stone, that we don't have someone come after this if this may for some reason fall by the wayside, and be able to take this MPUD and say, well, we don't need it like that, we want to use this, and so we're going to change it. So just codify it for us, make it so that we can't kind of get backdoored later, and just keep in mind the overall vision of the connected city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak to item P101?
I have no one on WebEx for P101.
I see someone rising now.
Yes.
I've never done this before. I didn't swear in, so.
Okay.
Okay.
You wanna
Is
swear
there
in?
anyone else who may speak at this point that hasn't been sworn in yet? Okay. Got it.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed to state your name and address first, and then your comments.
Kendra McKinney, 30543 Elam Road. I've lived there for 27 years. I have 10 acres. It's been beautiful, but unfortunately, with the hospital going in and now Kenton Road, more homes going in, our road is going to be used as a highway. I'm very, very concerned about that. We've already had to deal with Elam Road being shut down for over a year now. Dump trucks coming through, flying through. I don't feel like there's been enough development in the roads. Like Kent needs to be finished before you even start building homes on Kenton Road. To go to Overpass, where they can hold the congestion. We can't. We're a two-lane highway, or not even a highway, a road. So that is my number one concern. Number two, I have never been notified of any of these projects, which are on both ends of my road. Why is that? Why do these things get approved without the residents being notified? Elam Road residents, raise your hand. They never got any notification either. Why? Why is that? How can that legally be okay? I live there. These people don't live there. They just want to make money. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just being very blunt.
500 feet of the property gets notified by written.
I'm sorry?
500 feet from the boundaries of the rezoning, we get a written letter.
And that's it.
Then there's newspaper advertisement, it's published on the website, and there are signs posted.
So, do you get the newspaper? Because I sure don't. How many people in here get the newspaper now?
Please address the board.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you get the newspaper?
I do not.
I read it every day.
You the only one? Because I don't. I don't know anybody that really does anymore. I'm not trying to be rude, but I didn't know of these things. Now that I've heard, I'm very concerned, and I will be here, and I will have a voice, because it's my land. It's not your land. It's not their land. I paid for my land. I pay taxes, and I have a right to know when you're using my road, or going to use, not only my road, our roads. I should be more empathetic for that. But anyway, I think I have a right to know when there's going to be a huge hospital at one end of my road, and the other road, they're building townhomes and soon to be apartments and houses. That's not okay. I mean, something's got to change here. Where is America? Where are we at? We are the landowners. That's all I have to say. Anything you want to ask me?
No, in public comment, don't ask. Please don't clap. In public comment, we just take feedback, the exception with the...
Do you want to say anything?
No, we don't dialogue back.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, anyone else to speak to this item in the audience? Anyone on WebEx?
Mr. Chair,
All right, I see a gentleman coming forward. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Please line up. I'm going to close public comment if this gentleman, if no one else lines up.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, before he begins, I just want to make sure, the first gentleman who spoke, your name I don't know, but it's Polhorak? Because he had displayed something on the screen, and I don't know if he wanted it as part of the record. And so there hasn't been a motion to accept the filing. So,
No.
okay,
No, okay.
thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
go ahead, sir.
My name is Juan Contreras. I live on Elam Road also.
Have you been sworn?
No.
Okay, go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please restate your name and address for the record, and then you can begin
Juan
your comment.
Contreras, 30121 Elam Road, Wesley Chapel.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
All right. So last time I brought it up with the other committee about people coming down Elam Road. I live on the curve, have ran into our fence 5 times, and once it was a deputy, Pasco County deputy, that did it. The road's about to open up. These people are trying to get approved for this master plan development. I just want to know what you guys are planning on doing with Elam Road. Because as soon as this road opens up in the next month or so, we're going to have everybody bypassing overpass to get to 75 going down our road. And there's one little sign that says 10 miles an hour right before you get to the S curve. It's about a few hundred feet away. That's the only thing you have. Everybody flies through there. You can hear them inside the house when cars are screeching by. I don't know if you guys can do speed bumps out there to slow cars down, but I know that something has to be done, because as soon as they open this road up in the next month or so, whenever they're planning on doing it, we're going to have a lot of crazy people driving through. Anybody north of Elam Road is not going to go all the way to overpass to make a right-hand turn at the Publix when they can bypass it. So I'm assuming it's going to be at least hundreds of cars every day in both directions coming through there. And I'm at the I'm right, the road dead ends right into my property, and then it S-curves. At night, there's no lights out there. There's one little sign that shows that it's supposed to turn. That's the only thing we have out there. I have kids. My kids cannot go on the bus because they have to be at least a couple 100 feet back from the road in case somebody comes through there. I don't think I should have to protect my kids in front of my house a couple 100 feet back from the road because some crazy person can just come flying through. So I'm just curious to find out what you guys are planning on doing with Elam Road in the near future so that we all want to know.
Okay, thank you.
Bradford can reach out to.
Well, we'll have staff talk later on, but that's all for public comment unless you have more.
I have not been sworn in.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. State your name and address for the record, and then you can proceed.
Okay, Carmen Patton, 30107 Elam Road.
Thank you.
So I'm neighbors with both that came and spoke. I live on the sharp curve where Boyette turns into Elam. And I've had people crash into my house and my yard for years, just like JC now. And he's right on Elam when they go. So it's supposed to be 30, they're not. His fence, his kids, I mean, all of my kids are gone now. But all of us are concerned about that, especially with all this extra new traffic. It is a really big concern if you guys open that road with hundreds of cars. Before it was closed for construction, this is rural Pasco, horses, chickens, pigs. I would have to wait to pull out, which is fine. Growth is fine, but the cars crashing constantly are a real big concern. So it would be nice to see something. I know there's something flashed up there about McKendree, and the road's coming close to the lake I live on, which is kind of concerning as well. But it's Elam Road that nobody goes 30, and JC's kids can't play outside already without cars, without any cars. So how can we get further information on this, or what safety's gonna do about Elam?
We can get those answers to them.
We'll ask staff to talk about it after public.
Okay, all right, great.
And then we'll reach out to you.
30107, Elam.
301.
Yeah, my 30107.
Thank you.
So my property actually is property line with Wildcat Groves and the hospital and all that, which is quite shocking in itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for public comment in the audience? Anybody else on WebEx?
I have no one on WebEx for this item.
We're going to close public comment.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is P101, right?
P101,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, no one on WebEx.
Okay. Mr. Hobby.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby again. I shouldn't belabor this, but I've got to answer a few of these things so the record is straight. The neighbors are alleging that we're not putting the infrastructure in place to serve development in Connected City, and that is just flat out wrong. The purpose of this development agreement is for us to build what's going to likely be a combination 4-lane and transitioning to 2-lane road in advance of development, a very extensive and expensive roadway. We are working in advance through the development community and the fee credits to build these roads so that the county doesn't have to come back later and do it on its timeline, which I assure you, and as was stated earlier, would be much later than we're going to do it. We're going to build it in advance of development. There were statements about school board issues, and those really aren't germane to this item, but I do want to tell you, because I've been talking with the school board at great length, and I'm just going to rattle off a few things for the record about school sites that the school board either already owns in close proximity to this area or has reserved. Kirkland K through 8 is going to open next year. There's extra acreage in the Kirkland site. They could build another school. The school board has a high school site over 100 acres on Hancock. The school board has a 60-acre site on the north side of McCabe Road, Clinton Road, just outside of Connected City, where we were looking at that map earlier. There is a reserve 44-acre site in Marata. There's a reserve site in Harvest Hills. There's a reserve site in Evans, Pasadena, and there are other ones reserved in this area. What the school board does is it gets ahead of the growth and it plans for these things. And when there are new wings, new schools needed, they use the fee credits or the fees that we're paying in, and they get ahead and they build it. And for that reason, we don't have concurrency issues in Pasco County the way that many other counties do. And the simple fact of the matter is, I looked at the school board's freeze study, which is their enrollment study this year. They are 25% away from having a concurrency failure in their school system, if you measure it the way it legally has to be done in this county. So that's just totally, totally wrong. Are there areas where schools are approaching capacity? Yes, and sometimes they get over, but the school board here does a great job of building the facilities in advance so we don't have the problems that Hillsboro's had for years and people like that. There were questions about Elam Road, and I'll address this further in the next agenda item, but I want the board to understand that we're going to be correcting the 90-degree curve problem at Elam as part of this project. We're going to be bringing Elam straight into our site, and there'll either be a roundabout or a signal that will be in the area where the hospital is to go, and that will eliminate one of the biggest safety issues that has existed on Elam for many years. But make no mistake, Elam Road was built and has been a paved collector road for many, many years. The way it was built and designed, that was the county's doing. And if the county wants to change other sections of Elam away from our site, they're welcome to do so. But we're doing the responsible thing, working with your staff to make the situation better in this project. So with that, I'd ask the board to move forward on the development agreement.
Can we, Clark or County, what?
Mr. Starkey.
He did bring up fire stations, so I'm curious, do we have something planned in the area?
You know, the fire department and public safety are involved in all of our MPUDs. They get notice, and they tell us, and as an example, they've asked for a new fire station site out at Cruz and Douglas, and that will be part of that MPUD. We did not receive one on this site, and I assume that when they need another site in Connected City, they'll ask for one as part of the many MPUDs.
Okay, just answering that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
There is a fire station right there on, when you enter Watergrass on the left. So, from this
We'll need
project.
another one out there eventually.
Yeah.
All right, do we have one in from staff? Are we good?
Move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. P102,
Item P102 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 20th, 2023.
Good afternoon, Gavin Covey, Planning and Development. So this is PDD 247607, the Wildcat Bales, Connected City MPD. And just give you a quick little background, in April of 2015, the Florida State Legislature passed Senate Bill 1216, establishing Pasco County as the pilot program for Connected City. And then subsequently, this board adopted the enabling documents, including the comprehensive plan, the LDC, stewardship district, master roadway plan to carry out the vision of the Connected City in Pasco County. So, quick project overview. We're rezoning from an ER estate residential district to a Connected City master plan unit development district to allow for 1,275 multifamily dwelling units, 155,000 square feet of retail, 150,000 square feet of office, 250,000 square feet of medical office, 365,000 square feet of hospital, and 250 hotel rooms on approximately 176 acres. And so this is located at the northeast corner of the intersection of McKendree Road and Overpass Road. Here's a quick look at the site location in comparison to the county. Here's a location map within Connected City. And then again, here's our Connected City SPA zones. These are special planning areas. These are basically like our flu designations. As you can see, it's in the South Innovation Zone and the Business Core. Oops. Here's just a quick picture of the aerial. The current zoning, which is ER, state residential. The future land use, which is EC. And so here's a quick picture of the master plan with the Bales portion. This is going to have, I believe, 550 multifamily units, and the rest of the non-residential, the hospital, everything else will be on that southern portion of the property, closer to overpass. And just to kind of highlight some of the SPA zones for Connected City that this is in, the business core is supposed to be high density and intensity. The hospital, the retail, medical office, stuff like that. And then it prohibits single-family uses in this area because of that intensity and density that we want. For the South Innovation Zone, it's lower to medium density and intensity, high, and with some high-density multifamily, residential, office, retail, medical, all of that for you. So yeah, the density and the intensities of this project match up with the SPA zones that they are located in. And there are a couple of the economic development policies that I wanted to point out for this project. One being policy ED 3.4. Pasco County will encourage active development and implementation of programs that promote a diversified economy. Hospital, office, medical office, all of that will be, large job creation sites for the county. And then again, policy ED 3.7, which is Pasco County will incentivize primary and target industries, generating a minimum of 10 new full-time jobs. Obviously, this is a massive hospital. It's going to generate a good amount of jobs for the county. They are requesting a few variations from our code, section 522.9.p.2. Within the Connected City Land Development Code, residential projects that are 4 or more stories shall provide a usable open space of not less than 5% of the acreage of the parcel on which the building is situated. And the applicant is requesting, instead of 4 stories for that to be applicable, they want it to be 3 stories, apartments, not townhomes. And then section 805.6 to allow parcels under single ownership, like the multifamily site or the service-ready site, to retain responsibility for the maintenance and upkeep of common areas. And then section 402.5.d, this section of the code requires there to be a 1,000-foot distance between a school, place, or worship, or park for the sale of alcohol. And so here are the staff analysis for section 522.9.p2. Tends to provide flexibility for multifamily units, multifamily apartments, should I say, calculating park space based on the building footprint rather than the number of units. The developer will at minimum provide 5% of the acreage as per the code, and will program the park to accommodate social gathering and passive open space. Section 805.6, parcels under single ownership, such as an apartment complex, may act as a responsible entity for the maintenance and upkeep of common areas instead of a CDD or HOA. And then section 402.5.d, it's a mixed-use development with walkable features and compact development, so they would need some flexibility in the distance for alcohol sales. The applicant would still need to obtain an administrative use permit for the sale of alcohol per 402.5.b. And so there were 2 added conditions from the Planning Commission. The first was an increased buffer on the northernmost parcel, the Bales parcel. This is going to be a type 2 connected city buffer with an 8-foot decorative mason wall instead of a 6 like the code points out. And then 2 is we're prohibiting motorized boat access to the local lakes for residents living within the MPUD. This has no effect on current residents in the area. It is strictly for the MPUD residents. And so this is coming a recommendation with approval with conditions.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay. Thank you. The applicant.
Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Clark, Hobby, and Hobby again. If we can get to my presentation. I was just thinking as staff was presenting this, I have been sworn, and I'll be sworn at, I'm sure. We can go to the next slide. But Commissioners, before I get going, this presentation and the project reminded me of the A-Team, which I used to be a big fan of in the 80s, and the colonel on there liked to say at the end, I love it when a plan comes together. This project had a previous iteration about two and a half years ago, and I'll get more into the specifics of it at the time. But the larger part of the site that we're talking about was going to be primarily a multifamily and retail-driven site. There are two different parcels that you heard staff talking about. There's the Bales site, which is owned by an affiliate of Falcone Development, and then there's the Southerly site, the larger one that's owned by the Wildcat Groves entity. And I represent, and am very proud to say this, I'm working with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and they are the contract purchasers of the Wildcat Grove site. When the MPUD started in its first iteration, again, there was a large retail and multifamily component that was supposed to be built on the Wildcat site, and staff held out and basically told the applicants at the time that they were not happy with what the yield was for the site, and that staff wanted more and better employment on the site. And we got lucky that in the intervening time, the previous contract purchaser for Wildcat went away, and we got really lucky that All Children's Hospital Johns Hopkins was looking around in the area and found this site. And in my mind, this is going to be one of the most transformative things about this area of the county and the connected city plan that we could have ever hoped for, and I believe it'll positively influence this area for an extensive amount of time. So as I mentioned to you before, there are two different parcels involved in this MPUD, and I represent Wildcat Groves. Joel Tu and Christy Barrera Height represent the Bale site, and they'll speak in a few minutes about their portion of the site. But staff already showed you this slide and a couple of these. But again, the objectives for the two areas that we're dealing with, and I have highlighted here the South Innovation Zone, it always called for major healthcare and employment on the Wildcat site, and we more or less have just gotten really lucky that it fell in our lap. And the big benefit of it coming along is that staff previously determined that there was a large section of McKendree Road that needed to be built, and neither developer could do it independently. And by us now working together, we're making McKendree happen, and we're going to have a large service-ready site acreage location there. And again, you saw the plan for McKendree earlier. Staff already talked about the intent of Connected City, which was to create an innovation zone. And the overarching theme of Connected City was that the board and the staff knew that the new 52 was going to be built, and it was going to be framed on the south end by the overpass interchange. And it's just an incredibly important corridor and interchange to plan around. And so now, you know, when we look back at what the legislature told the board to do in 2015, and that we at all costs wanted to enhance the prospect for creation of jobs in this area, we're doing it with Pasco Town Center, and we're doing it with this project. And we're also doing what Connected City said, which is we're supposed to bring people together in higher density in proximity to where the jobs are. And we're following all of the planning principles that were laid out. You've seen this table before, and again, there's a large amount of what is called multifamily, which actually includes apartments, townhouses, and duplexes in this area.
Look at the TND column.
Right.
0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, so if somebody does it, they don't pay anything, right? Is that what it's saying?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no.
Well, let's get on it then.
Okay.
That's
Whoops.
better than if they do it.
Go back a slide. In any event, just trying to summarize, I wanted to give the board a little bit more historical information about this, because I know some of the neighbors are concerned about the growth and what the county's objectives are in this area. Just remember This site was never part of one of the 4 identified rural areas, even though there are people living out there that know, there's no question, they live in what is a rural feeling area. This was not one of the areas that was supposed to be protected and kept as rural, never was. It wasn't identified in 2006 on the new comp plan for that purpose. As I mentioned in the previous item on the development agreement, we're going to be building the major roadway network on the site that's needed. But I did want the board to also understand, because of the timing involved with the MPUD and where we found the project when All Children's came to the site, we're having to make the entitlements we need to work for the hospital work on the traffic study that was previously done. And we can't exceed the entitlements that were studied in the previous traffic study without updating it and having new conditions that can be imposed on us. And we know that. We've accepted those conditions. There's no mystery there. We've told staff that, agreed with that staff about that from the get-go. Now, one or two last things before Christy may want to speak a little bit about things, but there's been extensive discussion with our neighbors, including the closest neighbor to the Bales site, and I just want the board to know that Joel, Christy, and I are committed to continue to work with them after today to solve what are really the open issues that have to do with things like setbacks in that area. We've already agreed to an 8-foot wall the Bales folks have, which is really unprecedented in the county. So we feel like we've already put a really good foot forward, but we'll continue the conversation with them. And if there's a way to get on the same page with them in the next 15, 20 days privately, we will do that. But I can't continue this item because we're dealing with contractual timelines that could literally mean that the hospital would not be built. So I need to proceed today. Now, the last thing I wanted to say is we did have a planning report from Clearview Land Design and Height Design, and I'm going to be asking them to give that to the clerk and enter it into the record, simply to demonstrate that we are meeting the comprehensive plan objectives for Connected City and dealing with issues like compatibility. Christy, do you want to? Here you are.
You need a motion for the paperwork.
If you could receive and file.
Yeah, I'll receive and file.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Christy Barrera with Height Design. I have been sworn. I think Gavin and Clark did a great job about explaining Connected City in the 2 zones that these projects are in. Again, Wildcat is in the South Innovation Zone, which was supposed to be given priority as a development zone because it's at the intersection of Overpass and McCabe. And then the Bales property is just north of that, which is the very beginning of the business core zone. And in the business core, the idea was to have target industry, high-intensity uses, as well as high-density residential to support the employees who would be working at those facilities. So we feel like this is a great mixed-use project at a very key intersection in Pasco County. I know you're just reviewing the couple of pages that Clearview and Height put together, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Commissioner Waitman.
Always have questions. Thank you. Now explain, last meeting we talked about this, Commissioner Starkey brought up the good point of the variety of multifamily product that's supposed to be laid out in Connected City. I'm hoping that due to the unique nature of the business that's coming in here, that we'll start to see the diversity that can be of what the multifamily product that's out there. Can we speak to that a little bit? And then also too, I know maybe my mind's a little foggy on the green space, and the green space formula as compared to the parking and how that all works its way out into how it's supposed to be. That way we're not eroding away, the feel goods of this.
So the Bales property is proposing 550 residential units. There'll be a combination of townhomes and apartments on that property. And that is, again, the northern edge of this MPUD rezoning. slightly offset of the future alignment of McKendree Road. And just to reiterate, the Bales property is just residential. In Connected City, there's the service-ready site area, which is required. All of that is down at the, closer to the intersection of McKendree and Overpass, because that's where the most traffic will be generated, the most trips and walkability at that intersection, closer to the interchange of 75. So all the non-residentials to the south, the residentials farther south, or farther north. Your question about green space, the Parks Department has looked at this project as well as others. Connected City has a slightly different neighborhood park space than the rest of Pasco County. So in Connected City, if you do multifamily apartments, you can have, and that are 4 stories or higher, then 5% of that footprint needs to be allocated for neighborhood park space. What we're asking today is to modify that to include apartments that are 3 stories or higher. In other places in Pasco County that apartments are requested, for many years the Parks Department has agreed that the land development code is a little bit outdated and mostly focuses on single-family detached homes to have 1 acre of neighborhood park space for 100 residential units. If you were to do that for an apartment site, it would eat up a much larger percentage of that apartment property as neighborhood park space. The other thing that the Parks Department has done and the Connected City does is to allow for smaller size neighborhood parks, and especially in this area where you have the higher density intensity, looking for squares and plazas and different types of gathering spaces. I think that's the most important thing is they still want to have the playgrounds and the areas large enough to have a pickup game of soccer, but they also want to have those gathering spaces that are closer to the non-residential uses. So the one variation that we're requesting is for what's already allowed in Connected City for apartments only, but instead of 4-story apartments, we would also be able to do that for 3-story apartments or higher. Does that answer your question about?
So
neighborhood
what, so
parks?
since we're going three levels, the outdoor green space, it still wasn't clear as to what that amenity will be for those residents living in there. So they're gonna come in, I just don't want to, just parking lot, right? So the connected part of the Connected City piece, I'm trying to understand.
Right, so in this apartment complex, they're gonna have a clubhouse, they're gonna have a playground, they're gonna have all of the typical gathering spaces, park spaces that you would see in a typical apartment complex. So they're still gonna have all of those. The other great thing is this project is on 2 lakes. So the views of the lakes, the use of the lakes is something that will be unique to this project as well. And this has been approved in multiple zoning in Connected City and similar approval in other apartment zonings in other places in Pasco County previously.
Commissioner Starkey.
Well, just because we messed up other places doesn't mean we should mess up here, in my opinion. However, this one is a little different because of the lake. So, but, I think we need to look at that. And I have a question for you on the townhomes. Are they rent or own?
I'm not sure if we know.
I know we.
It doesn't matter
I know
if it's
we
a land
can't.
use decision.
Right.
I know we can't distinguish that, but no one's building condos anymore. I don't know if the market's dead for condos or something, but where are the doctors gonna live? Maybe it's just that we're not seeing the other stuff, but all we see are the for rent stuff for the apartments. I hope that somewhere in this community are the homes for are homes where people who have a higher are looking for something other than rental or entry level. I hope someone's building that.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, may I, on behalf of the Bills Parcel, Joel 2, Palm Harbor Land Use Consultant, and to get to that point, I think, and we fall into this trap frequently, we can't just look at the connected city as a microcosm that is one individual parcel that's one part of this project. The housing stock for Connected City is the entirety of Connected City. And you, in fact, already have so much single-family detached in Connected City that we've consumed 100% of the entitlements. We couldn't build a single-family detached unit if we wanted to unless you see fit to modify that going forward as we've discussed. So I think the answer is the more affluent professionals are going to buy a $1 million home in Murata or something in Epperson. So there is housing stock. We're simply trying to provide the other component because we're so close to the live-work environment. The short answer is those townhomes have to be platted as individual units. So they're available for fee simple sale, and even if originally they're rented, they very easily can be converted and sold. So you're going to have a fee simple product on the townhouse component. So you are, at least on this one, you're getting somewhat of a variety that you're not getting on some of the others. But I think that this is so close to that interstate interchange. You think about that. Would you buy a $1 million home that you can throw a rock and hit the overpass interchange from your backyard? Maybe.
Well, ask Dr. Patel that.
Well, if you'll pay us $1 million, we'll put you one there on the lake. I've got a contract in my pocket. But I mean, in all fairness, given the physical proximity, so that's one issue, is given the physical proximity. The other issue here is, although it looks like the Bell's parcel is the tail on the dog, the problem is we are a 50-50 partner with the hospital in the construction of this multi-million-dollar road segment and utilities. We only have 500 units. You do that math on how much our share of that is going to be per unit. We simply can't afford to help build that road and those utilities if we don't have this density on Bells. And finally, it is what your plan called for. Your plan did not specify, you know, fee simple single family product on this side.
I'm not against the density.
Okay.
I'm against the product. I think you're hearing us frustrated at the product mix.
I understand
You could have
that.
vertical mixed use, you could have brownstones, you could have garden homes. There's so many more kinds of homes that we're not seeing. We're
But
seeing rental apartments.
But with respect, Commissioner, the yield you would get from that product on this parcel would not allow you to fund 10% of that road segment. And then you wouldn't have the employment use, because we are effectively subsidizing that employment use on the other parcel by agreeing to pay for 50.
Are you putting any housing above, like Live Works? Are you doing any Live Works or anything in your employment center?
What do you call live work?
Offices below?
No, we're not. We don't have it. We don't have a non-residential entitlement for our parcel. The other parcel has those entitlements, and they may well build that adjacent to the medical office.
That would be great.
But that's the hospital parcel. They also have residential units, and they have mixed use, and they have retail, and they have office, and they have healthcare. But ours is just that northern piece. So I think you have to look at it holistically. Not only the entire project, is it bringing a benefit to the table? Because like Clark said, without this approval today, given their contract deadlines, this deal likely is dead. And we've already gone back to go 3 times. My client started this almost 3 years ago. They've already owned their parcel over a year. And they've been sitting here waiting for the right user to get traction on the other side. So, I mean, I think we've brought a very good plan to you. I think it's exactly what you asked for to support this $65 million investment that the county's made in that interchange. And, you know, we've really done all we can do. And that's the last thing I'm going to say in this sit down, is this issue about the buffering, the northern neighbor, that goalpost keeps getting moved. And every time they request something and my client agrees, it gets moved again. We will agree to what we agreed to at Planning Commission, which is way beyond what your code requires. and that's that 8-foot wall and that type 2 buffer. Now,
Yeah, we haven't heard from that person.
right, in my view, it's a site plan issue, and we're willing to keep working on it, but what we're prepared to do is what we did at Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions that I can answer?
I'll just bring up one point that I think I read in the paper. Commissioner Waitman, you made mention of it, about how there are no more single-family homes available in connected cities, which I think is a huge issue. As we talked earlier, if I could, let me finish. And I think what we need to do is really take a look at that. I think it's time for a workshop, and probably quickly. One thing I feel, if you have less density, then you have less need for more infrastructure. So there can be a balance that can work. And I think from everything we're seeing, it's probably a good time to go take a look at that coming up. It's not going to affect what happens right here, right now, but it is something I think it's worthy of looking at that is going to be an issue for down the road.
I think there's a date.
Commissioner, you know what?
Sorry?
I think there's a date. Didn't we have a date for that?
Yeah, we're gonna, you know, we only see it little pieces, so it would be wonderful if we had a look at what's going on. Because we see a little piece here, a little piece there, like, you know, there may be nice big homes in connected city. I don't remember, it's been a long time. All I remember are these kind of projects, so I would like to get an idea of what the big picture is. I know, you know, originally there was a tight village core and green space around it, open space. We let them, we got rid of that green open space, very little that identifies one village to another. Then we got rid of the T&D requirements, which is, you know, the rear-loaded product with the walkable streets that makes, you know, like Old Northeast or Hyde Park. That was in this, and we got rid of it. So, or it was in VOPH. I may be mixing them up. I sometimes mix them up. But I'm looking here, and it says live works, vertical mixed use. Those are things that you see in a walkable community. But so we got rid of that stuff in VOPH. So we changed that a lot. I have no idea what we've done here in the big picture, so I'd love to see it. These guys might know it, but
There's a graphic.
We don't know it.
There's a graphic that Clearview created that I'm trying to get up for everyone to see. But you have approved quite a bit in Connected City. Epperson and Murata were the first two, and those were almost 2/3 of the entirety of Connected City. And they took up most of the single-family detached, which was always the plan because they're the farthest east in Connected City. So they were the North Innovation Zone and the South Innovation Zone. Closer to the interstate was where the business core was supposed to be. We wanted the, you know, technology and the target industry to be right off of, you know, the brand new interchange that was just updated at 52, and then the new interchange that was constructed at Overpass. So to have, you know, the bookends of those interchanges was really important to get industry in those locations. Pasco Town Center came in a year ago with their MPUD rezoning, and they have 4 million square feet of industrial going in. You guys were at the groundbreaking a couple weeks ago for that. It's now called Double Branch. Now, the Wildcat Bales MPUD is the southern bookend. We're gonna have a great hospital there, and we're gonna have residential in Pasco Town Center and in the Bales Wildcat property to support all of that non-residential use. So it's a little bit hard to see, but the blue, everything that's outlined in blue are approved projects. So like I said, Epperson is on the east side. That's, you know, the blue area, which is the South Innovation Zone, and also some of the community hub, which is yellow. Murata is just north of that in the green. Those are the two big ones. Pasco Town Center is right along 75. Bales Wildcat is outlined in yellow. And then you have smaller ones, the Ellis MPUD, the Aprilia MPUD. So quite a bit has already been approved and is coming before you. So there's a lot of good work that has gone on in this area.
is that the road network, or those are just?
No, those are
lines
the boundaries of the zonings you've approved. Yeah.
So as a matter of fact, later on today in the same area, we're going to have one from Clark that he's got, that he's going to be looking for the density that you like. Possibly a roundabout could be put in there. And the gentleman wants to go to where you have the option to go to single-family homes. So I don't know what it's going to take for us to be able to make that change, but as you mentioned before, Commissioner Starkey, and I think the board has talked about as well, when you have nice quality homes for people to live in, for the executives that come down here, maybe they're coming down to look at their locating their business. If you have the high-end homes, people are going to want to come here, locate their companies here. And as much as we're accommodating for the jobs we're creating, I think we've got to put another focus on, let's go look at what's going to bring us the high-quality executive-type home that's going to want to live in these areas. And they will live, but they're not going to live jam-packed. They're going to want to have space. So I think it's time we actually start looking at this plan as well as VOPH and say, how do we look for these things to come into play?
We have some of those coming in the future. We do.
Well, I'm just saying, well, the thing that scares me is just,
Right.
as we said with this,
Yeah.
you're all built out of single family. So let's go find out what we can do to maybe look at these modifications coming up.
Right. and
Remember,
that's
though,
Commissioner Starkey.
remember, that's where we're getting the money to pay for the roads. So you lower the density, you get less, you can't build those roads.
If you have less people, less
You still have to
density,
widen
you
Curly
don't
to
need,
6.
you don't need as much density. It lowers it
I
down.
think that ship's already sailed.
No, we'll see.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Okay, anything else? Okay.
But that's a planning exercise.
Yeah,
You
well,
you can demonstrate it one way or another.
I think we will.
Jane, you've asked for 14 minutes. We've given you that as you're representing a client and other people.
Thank you very much.
How many people?
Well, I don't know if there's any other people, but
Can I have the PowerPoint?
just for the record, that's which time I gave the applicant extra time too to balance out.
And before you begin, if you could state your name and address for the record and whether or not you've been sworn.
Yes, of course. Good afternoon. My name is Jane Graham. I am of Sunshine City Law, 737 Main Street, Safety Harbor. I represent Tanya Riddlesworth and Patrick Gant, and I have been sworn. Tanya Riddlesworth and Patrick Gant are a married couple who own the homestead property directly north of the Bales parcel at 8734 McHenry Road. Bottom line, there are significant flaws in front of you today, and we're requesting that you do either deny or continue this hearing until they're cured. Number one is there's a serious flaw in the traffic study that you don't have the information in front of you relating to the types of uses. And there is a condition that tries to account for it, but my client has hired a traffic engineer and he assessed, and it does not appear that the numbers are like for like. So number one, that's a major problem. There are also unsupported park acreage variances and inconsistencies in the comprehensive plan. My clients have tried to dialogue with Wildcat and Bales over the last year and a half, and they actually have had some productive conversations, and I do want to really thank Clark Hobby and Christy Barrero. At some point we came up short, and we felt like concerns of compatibility and transition were not addressed. Connected City is a tremendous opportunity for Pasco County as a pilot program authorized by state statute to make sure that you're being considerate, but you have to be considerate of impacts to existing property owners. And the comprehensive plan is still binding, and compatibility, all of these sections up here are also still binding. Things that you should look at especially are compatibility through appropriate design, looking at increased setbacks, limited building heights, and innovative site design. This is exactly what my client is asking for. Likewise, in the comprehensive plan, Connected City section, it also speaks to the need for compatibility in form and character with surrounding neighborhoods or in the immediate context. As was already spoken about, and I'll just touch on this quickly, this is part of the Bales parcel, is part of the business core of the Connected City, and it's actually one of the first, if not the first, business core parcels that you're looking at. So you really want to make sure you're getting the most out of this and it's complying. The other item as well about it is that the business core has open space options, which are parks and plazas and farms. This is the view from my client's property. As you can see, there's a lake. And actually, these two lakes on this parcel, or by the parcels, are really one of two sets of lakes throughout the whole area. So it's really, in the Connected City, so it's really special and unusual. To comply with this, it's important to use the natural open space systems to the best way. So this is my client. Her property is 5-acre homestead property, AR, residential flume. They have chickens, goats, and horses. This is a close-up of it, you can see the lake, the canal. To look at this of the surrounding zoning, it's AR and they are ER. The purposes are, as ER is a transitional area between agriculture and suburban. AR is to accommodate individuals of rural estate living. These are the setbacks. And again, your comprehensive plan requires that there's ensured a harmonious transition between existing development and new development. So this is binding on you. So because of that, we will, and this is the future land use map, because of that, we'll speak to what we're asking for. Something that I do want to touch on is there's a contradiction because the future land use map for my client's parcel in Bales is actually residential 1, which is really supposed to be for single-family homes, but it's also in the business core connected city, which doesn't allow single-family homes. And so because of that tension, the thought is if you're going to have residential, what is the closest to that? And so that's why my client and others have really looked at duplexes or one-story row houses that are closer to what the intention of the residential 1 idea is. Now, in looking at the setbacks, this is the connected city opt-in versus boundaries. And if you look around the perimeter, and I don't have everything here, but what's interesting is that I couldn't find any example of a current property owner who has a 5-acre parcel and there was a 10-foot setback between them and a townhome. I didn't see it anywhere. I saw examples where there was a community development district in between it, where there's a road in between these types of parcels here. That area is 140 feet. That's by Murata as an example. Here's another one where there's a road. This is Sandhill Flats. Also, that's not a homestead property, so it's slightly different. And this is King Lake, also not a homestead where you have it brushing up. But as far as an actual property owner, we don't have I couldn't find an example, and I challenge your staff to show an example of something similar, of a homestead property, residential 1 future land use, AR zoning with acreage of 5 or more, that's had a 10-foot setback next to a multifamily in connected city. I couldn't find it. Every other example was like a community development district, LLC, or diocese. Really quickly, there's the request for park space variation is also a significant reduction. Commissioner Waitman had some questions about that. And if you actually look at the numbers, where this is all in front of you, and I'll give you copies, for 4 or more stories, it's 5% of the acreage for park space. Less than that less than 4 stories, the code says that for a half acre, from 26 to 99 dwelling units, plus 1/100th of an acre for each additional dwelling unit over 99. So if you do that in comparison, if you do the variance, they get 2 acres of park space. If you don't do the variance, you have 5.1 acres of park space. So you're actually giving away 3 acres of park space with no support and no good reason given there. There are also critical flaws in the transportation analysis. I am going to submit into the record a letter from a 27-year veteran traffic engineer, Drew Rourke, who has looked at the traffic analysis and also your condition and the fact that there's a discrepancy of what land uses were evaluated and then what is actually being asked for. The hospital isn't being asked for, and this conflicts because you need to look at the description of land use, trip generation, and internal capture passerby. Now, what you will hear from staff is that, well, there's a land use equivalency matrix, but that doesn't work if there's a difference ultimately in numbers. And here, our Drew Rourke said that it was 550 trips that were a deficit. This is the map, the diagram that he did. So finally, what should be done here? Well, we think the best thing you can do is actually ask for a continuance and make sure that the traffic study is done right. We want you to deny the park acreage variance as totally unjustified. We'd also ask for the following conditions be added. setback of 100 feet, plus duplexes starting at 100-foot setback. Townhomes no closer than 200. And again, this goes to the ideas of compatibility and transitions. Transitions are really important, that needs to be looked at. Also landscaping left. And for the boat, the idea that we looked at, and we think that we might have gotten there with the applicant, is that if non-motorized boats are checked out per use and allowed on the lakes within the footprint of the MPUD, and then boaters sign a form agreeing to avoid the canals on private property. So that's ultimately where we are right now. My client wishes that there were more time to sit down and hash this out and come to a settlement. We have appreciated the opportunity to speak with them, but we're not there yet. And also the traffic study has a serious fatal flaw that we think exposes you to an appeal. So with that, I'd like you to hear from Tanya Riddlesworth. And unfortunately, I actually have to leave, but I will call in. So I will be on the phone.
Before you go,
Yeah.
before Tanya speaks, I just want to go over something, because we did met with Tanya, et cetera, and we talked about setbacks, what was required, et cetera. And we talked about from, I think it was AR was 50 and ER was 100 feet.
Right.
But that was from like the front of the property, not the side of the property, from what talking to Mr. Hobby showed us.
Right,
And I
those
think-
are the rear setbacks versus the side setbacks are 25.
Right, so it should be 25. So everything we talked about, I just want to be open with you as we talk. My impression was if that was the case, we should be looking at that. But it seems to me, following the land development code, at the 25 foot, they're actually meeting what the code says. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think the counter to that is if you, we don't know the actual orientation of the townhomes or the whatever is going to be there. And on top of that, it's not just the pure language about setbacks. It's actually looking at transitions and where you have the idea of having a 5-acre parcel of land abutting up next to a parcel with 550 dwelling units. There needs to be further consideration of what kind of transition is there. And so I understand what you're saying as far as what lives in the land use development code, but on top of that, you have an extra layer of the compatibility and transitions in the comprehensive plan.
Right, and as you heard earlier, we've given out all the single-family homes that we can approve in the area at this point. We hopefully change that, but I thought if they weren't putting apartments right back to, let's say, her property, they were putting townhomes or some 2-story, I thought that was kind of reasonable. I'm just wondering what you guys really think as you look at that.
Yeah, I mean, I think my client's position is that if there is a bigger setback and then stagger it from duplexes, or however you want to call it, maybe some other kind of innovative home, and then from there have townhomes, she has no problem with it. The other thing that's really important is that she is not requesting any kind of reduction of density. So I'm not standing up here and saying take away 550, even 50 units. We're just saying we think that needs to be reconfigured in such a way that there is a good transition. And also taking into account the fact that you have this lake that has, the need for a trail or setback, and it's kind of a distinctive feature on the property.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a question for in regards to who signed up. I want to make sure I've got it correctly, because you said that you're here representing Tanya Riddlesworth and Patrick Gant, is that
Yeah.
correct? They're signed up on here, so since you're representing them, I'm not going to call them, because one identifies him as on WebEx, so I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
I think, Tanya will go first.
Oh, okay, so you're talking
It's
for
combined
them?
it's combined with the
All
minutes.
together?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I
And the
have,
total 15 minutes?
14.
14 minutes.
right, so they have the,
Now I
So how much
understand,
time
thank
is
you.
left?
Okay.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Would it be possible to have maybe like an extra minute just for them?
Let's see how it goes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tanya Riddlesworth, 8734 McKendree Road, and I've been sworn.
Thank you.
So I do want to mention that we don't have a problem with growth, as Clark mentioned. The citizens here aren't here to say, we don't want you to grow. We're here to say, let's do it responsibly, and let's think about all of this together, and let's think about the citizens that are here. I also want to mention that you can build single-family homes within the connected city. You just don't have to opt in, which many people have actually done already. There's been several other neighborhoods that haven't opted into connected city, and they've just chosen to build single-family homes. Another thing I want to mention is that there are million-dollar homes actually right around where that hospital would go. One of them is arguably mine and JC's and several others. So these rural homes are very important to keep for, possible future residences of these doctors. So we do need to make sure that we retain that nature for us. And I also want to point out that there was an email from Gavin that I received today, and I don't have it for you guys to look at here, but I thought it was interesting because it's an email that has, or a document that has the recommended residential density determination for Connected City. And in there, it specifically says that the criteria for determining the minimum maximum density should consider existing neighborhoods, and it says need to gentle transition. And that is exactly what we're seeing here today. Okay, we're not asking for them to lower the density. We're asking them to consider us as their neighbors in a respectful way, which we think providing a 100-foot buffer and then staggering the homes from 1 story to 2 story to then 3 or 4 or whatever it may be at the south end. So I kind of went off script of what I was going to say, but I think that all of that was germane to point out there. But I just want to point out that my husband and I bought this property 10 years ago. We fell in love with the rural nature of it. We want to try to keep it that way as much as possible. We understand that there is growth, and we don't intend to necessarily stop it. We just want it to be respectful to our property. As Jane pointed out, there was another example where there's a 140-foot setback right around Murata. If you look around Murata, it's all 10 foot everywhere, except for this rural area, which is the only example currently in Connected City where you have rural next to high density. And there you have a 140-foot setback for them. And potentially they might put a trail through that or some other green space. So since this developer is asking for a reduction in green space, this would be a good example of where you can say, hey, no reduction in green space, take that 3 acres, put it right there, make a nice trail for your residents, and really put some better thought into this. So that's our 100-foot setback that we're asking for, and I really don't think that's unreasonable considering that 140-foot setback on the other property. And I mentioned the 1-story buildings next to us, staggering. And I do want to point out that I found out about this development about 1.5 years ago when my neighbors told me that they sold to a developer. At that time, I started making plenty of phone calls, emails. I got in touch finally with Height Design and Christy Barrero, and I have an email from April 16th, 2022, a 1.5 years ago, where I clearly stated my concerns to her about the privacy wall, restricting access to my canal, restricting the building sizes along my property to 1 story, and other concerns. These were ignored, never addressed. We're here today because we decided that we were being ignored, we needed to hire a lawyer, and that's where we are today, standing in front of you, asking you to please delay this rezoning so that we can actually work with them and address these concerns that we have. My husband's going to be on next, and he'll be talking more about, the park space and other issues. Sorry.
I have the documents to enter into the record that I had.
A motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And
So-
your husband's on the line now?
Yeah, he is on the line. I really hope that you can give him a little bit extra time because I think it'd be important information for you to hear.
How much time do you have left?
How much time is left on the clock?
20 seconds.
And he is not on WebEx.
He's not on WebEx.
Hold on.
It wasn't working for him, so he's on the phone call.
Okay, is it a 407 area code?
Yes.
Okay, then that would be him.
In line, I probably took up a minute or two of questioning. You want to give him 3 minutes?
2.
In light of my questioning, I kind of like threw him off a little bit, but I wanted to clarify. I thought it was important for the board to hear. Do you want to give him 3 minutes? It's up to the board.
Take a long time.
Okay. All right, 3 minutes and this will end it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gant, you should be able to speak, and should be able to hear you. Mr. Gant, we cannot hear you. See if you're muted. We still are unable to hear you. You have been elevated. Just check your mute.
Sorry, got it. Sorry.
There you
Can you
go.
hear me?
Yes, if you could
All
state
right.
your name and address for the record, and then also if you could let us know if you have been sworn in.
Yes, Patrick, Patrick Gantz, 8734 McKendree Road, Wesley Chapel. I have not been sworn in.
All right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm Patrick Gantz, the spouse of Tanya Reynolds-Worth, and again, we live in property north of the Bales property. I'd first like to cite Florida Statute 163.3246, 1E4, promote economic diversity and growth while encouraging the retention of rural character where rural areas exist. In discussions we have had with Christy Barrera prior to the planning commissioning meeting, Height Design was intending on pushing a pile of dirt to separate our properties. I was astonished about the lack of consideration Height Design had on our property, a property that took up the entire north side of their development. My wife Tanya, again, as she mentioned, contacted Christy over a year and a half ago, and no response. Whatever the excuse, Height Design has fallen short of its responsibility to properly plan how its property affects the people residing over the north side of its development. And it's because of their lack of oversight that me and Tanya are here to get today. We are rural, and we exist. Next, I'd like to cite Florida Statute 163.3246, 1E5. Provide and maintain public, urban, and rural open space and recreational opportunities. This park space variance Jane had previously discussed will again reduce approximately 3 acres of park space. This variance was submitted because Height Design wants the property to be considered of having to have 4-story apartments, reducing the required park space. They've submitted this variance even though they have not committed to building above 3-story apartments. And myself, as a licensed general contractor and professional engineer, I know that if you build above 3 stories, your building requirements shift from Florida Building Code residential to Florida Building Code building. Florida Building Code building is much stricter regulations on materials, construction practices, and means of egress. In my opinion, incurring the additional costs associated with adhering to the Florida Building Code building is why Height Design is not committing to building above 3 stories. Yet, they still apply for a variance to reduce the park space requirement. This is not a betterment to our community. It's a moneymaker for them, in my opinion. And lastly, I'd like to discuss that setback issue we're having with Height Design. Jane and Tanya had discussions with Height Design, and they would not budge on a 10-foot setback initially. But now we're hearing that it's possible they might be offering 25 feet. But this is not an adequate transition between our agricultural property and this dense development. Again, and looking at other examples that Tanya and Jane had discussed, we've seen examples of 140-foot setbacks.
Okay. That was the 3-minute
3 minutes,
timer.
Okay, so public comment will continue, and do we have a list of who signed up for this item?
Yes, I do. Michael Poltorek. He was here. Let me go to Jim. I didn't get your last name when you're up.
Did you say you have people signed up for extra time?
Not for this item.
Not for Sunday?
I wish I did. Jim Marineri, 30409 Elam Road. I was sworn. Just to address a couple of comments and the questions and in the discussion you had there, and I believe Tanya had said, there are $5 million plus homes that are directly adjacent to this property on Elam Road. Many of those folks have owned the land well predating the Connected City plan. They also have built homes since the Connected City plan came into effect. So there should be some consideration, even though I don't have $1 million home, there should be some consideration on the transition. We are Lakeside Estates, and it's kind of crammed right in the, you can see where it says Tampa Home Inspections, where those two roads there that come off Elam. Many longtime residents, we've been there, we've accepted what the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissions have done with the plans for the zoning. This is kind of abrupt. That property, Commissioner Mariano, you were saying about where are the doctors going to live, and we don't have the single family homes. The property that we're talking about was estate residential. That's what we're switching from, estate residential to Connected City and PUD. So we are losing what was planned, even though it's along the interstate. It's now being transferred. The entry-level homes is what we should be concerned about. As Commissioner Starkey had said, we don't have to really worry too much about where the doctors are going to live, but we do have to know where the office workers and the physician assistants and anybody else that supports these businesses. There are millions of square feet of industrial that has been approved north of here and also on Kenton Road going up. So we are now losing the entitlements. We have 0 left for the single family homes. It was estimated to take till 2040 to fulfill that. We accomplished it in less than 7 years. At this point, we have 19,000 approximately, because we don't know how many have been approved, but the only building that is left besides the industrial, office, and retail is 19,000 multifamily homes. Where are they going to go? And we have properties, like someone else had said, we have properties where owners are not going to opt into Connected City. And how do you all account for that for the future? Because if we approve these onesie-twosies, I shouldn't say that, but if we approve these things in a vacuum, then we're dealing with some issues coming down the road.
Thank you.
And that is all I have signed up, and no one is left on WebEx.
Anyone else want to speak to the item?
There's a gentleman there.
That one coming up?
Yep.
If there's anyone else, please come forward. All right, so this will be the last person for public comment. Good?
Joel and stuff.
We'll let them rebut back up.
Again, state your name and address and
Yes.
whether or not you've been sworn.
Okay. Juan Contreras, 30121 Elam Road, Wesley Chapel.
And I know you were sworn because
Yes, I was sworn.
Okay.
On the lake, I'm wondering if we can put a cap on how many people are going to be allowed to come in with their kayaks or john boats, not motorized. They are small lakes, so when you're looking at 1,300 apartments, I don't want to be out there on 4th of July and have, 50 people on their kayaks, and then there's, 10 residents that live there with their jet skis or boats, and somebody's going to end up getting hurt. So I don't know if there's a way where we can put a cap on how many people can be on there at one time from those communities that they're looking to build. And the second thing is, if we could piggyback off what Tanya was saying on her property, or the property adjacent to her, if whatever's built on the Wildcats, the apartment complex, if it's approved, that they also are built to look like the other ones that are being built across the lake, so that we don't have 4-story apartment complex on our side next to our house, and then you'll have, let's say, 2-story duplexes on the other side of the lake. So I would like, hopefully, that they can be uniform and they look since they are being, applied for together, so that they look the same. That's a possibility. And the other thing is, since there's a helicopter gonna be coming in there, and we do live out there, and we do live on a lake, and my kids get on the lake, and we have drones, are we going to not be allowed to use our drones any longer on our property? Because we've been there already, and we use them. And so I don't know if that's fair to us that have been there already, because now FAA is gonna be putting regulations on us with our drones. And what's the distance around the hospital that we will no longer be able to have a drone? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to the applicant. There's no one on WebEx for public comment?
No one left on WebEx, we've
Close public
included that.
comment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to rebut for the Bells parcel because most of these comments, not all, but most are directed at the Bells parcel, and then Mr. Hobby will close for the overall project. So to summarize the objector's position, on our property, we should have a 100-foot setback to duplex units and a 200-foot setback to townhomes. When we are clearly in the business core of the Connected City Plan, and there is a chart in the Connected City Plan that specifically dictates the buffer widths in the business core district. And what it says is if we have multifamily adjacent to their single family, it requires a type 2 buffer. We not only have agreed to the type 2 buffer, but we have voluntarily agreed to add an 8-foot wall on top of that. Not 6 foot, but 8-foot wall. So we've already having the conditions more than the code requires. So you can speculate or wish or want a 100-foot or a 200-foot setback, but the county's adopted plan, initially authorized by the legislature, adopted by the county, that won national and state awards, specifically says we have to put a type 2 buffer specifically if it's multifamily against single family. And if we end up putting our townhomes adjacent to that property, which is most likely, we don't even have to put the type 2 buffer.
What is a type 2 buffer?
It is a 10-foot landscape.
Christy Barrero. So the type 2 buffer is a minimum of 10 feet, and it includes some sort of screening that's 6 feet high. The screening can be a hedge, a fence, or a masonry wall. We have agreed to an 8-foot wall, which is much more restrictive. I believe Ms. Riddlesworth's husband, when he was saying we were going to push dirt, was maybe talking about the hedge or the berm that was allowed. We agreed to a fence, and then we agreed to a wall, and then we agreed to an 8-foot wall. So this is above the requirement in the Connecticut City Land Development Code for the landscape buffer adjacent to residential, attached, or detached.
And again, even if we put townhomes there, which is the most likely result when we get into site planning with staff, we still are committed, because our condition, we volunteered in the conditions, we still will put the 8-foot wall, even if it's an adjacent townhome product. So the request, and again, this is a continual moving target, so we have the right to do exactly what the Connected City Plan states, and it's very clear on this. It's not negotiable. It says exactly what our requirement is. We're meeting it and exceeding it with the 8-foot wall. My next point is the residents who are on the lake want to be able to have jet skis and motor boats and drones. And yet my client isn't supposed to have any of that. My client, for the record, owns well into the lake. My client owns more of that lake than any of these residents own. My client has just as much legal right in the state of Florida under state law to use that lake. Notwithstanding that, to try to be a good neighbor, and again, to meet the moving goalposts, we have agreed to limit the use of that lake to non-motorized water vessels only. And that's in our conditions, and we're prepared to abide that. So we're going beyond. Again, the neighbor responds to the canal as, and I quote, "my canal." That is factually inaccurate. My client owns half of that canal, and she owns half of that canal. So that is not her canal, it's my canal. And we have the same right to use that she has. This is what you're getting here. You're getting this me thing, and they know they're in the business core. They were there when it was approved. They knew it was getting approved. And if some people built $1 million homes in there, as the last speaker said, after the Connected City was approved, well then Lord knows they knew it was the business core and that they were doing so at their own risk. I would question, if you get a chance, because they testified under oath, the representations in the letter and at the podium that this is their homestead. Our team has researched and found short-term rental advertisements for this property. Don't know if it's registered with the county as a short-term rental, but it's being advertised that way and has been for quite some time. So I don't know if the objector actually lives in that home, if it's truly their homestead, but I think that's something, if they're going to represent that that's the case, to try to curry favor, someone needs to answer that question under oath and under penalty of perjury. Because either the ad is a mistake or they've testified falsely to the commission. The attorney's argument that their Res 1 current Res 1 flu is inconsistent with Connected City Business Core is another clear mistake. If you recall, Connected City is an overlay. And what you told everyone and what your plan says is if you have pre-existing, in this case Res 1, you didn't take it away from them, they have it, they can live under it, and they can build under it. So it's only if they elect to invoke the additional density of the overlay and pull that business core designation down, then they can develop the same as we are. So there is no legal inconsistency. They have their existing Res 1 flu unless and until they elect to pull down the business core entitlements. We're electing to pull those down, which your plan allows, and we're specifically agreeing to abide by the letter of the law as to what that business core requirement is in terms of setback. Now, with that said, and then I'm going to let Clark close, we said all along that we have obviously tried to negotiate a resolution. We still have site plans to go through. We'll have to nail down exactly what product is going, how tall that product will be, what the setback will be with staff. We're happy to continue this dialogue with the neighbor. And obviously it's to our advantage if ultimately we can reach some accommodation that they will accept, not challenge a site plan or something else. And we'll continue to work on that. But at the zoning stage we are today, we are absolutely entitled to this approval based on the Connected City plan, and we respectfully urge you to approve it as those conditions are stated now coming out of Planning Commission, and allow us the opportunity to work with staff and the neighbor going forward in the hopes of resolving something. If we can't resolve something that works for them and us, we're going to build per the code, and if they want to fight about it, then there'll be a fight about it. That's just the way it has to work. But we will do our best, and we assure you we'll do our best to try to resolve that, because we want the hospital to come. So we're motivated to help make this happen. Thank you.
Question on the picture that was given to us, and I did just look up the listing online for Airbnb. There are a lot of trees along. There's a big buffer there now of these trees. Is that still standing, or are those trees on your property or their property?
Yes, that's a wetland on the property, and that will remain.
Well, there's a huge, now I'm talking about the ones between your property and the
Closer to the larger part of the lake, along the canal. Is that what you're talking about?
Okay, so there's a big buffer there. Big buffer already there.
So that's a wetland that would not have the landscape buffer. They're 725 feet approximately from existing McKendree Road to where that wetland starts, and that's where our 10-foot buffer with the 8-foot wall will be.
I was saying
There is quite a bit of tree vegetation
Yeah.
along the canal going out to the lake as well.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be Clark Hubby again. I'll be very brief. One of the neighbors raised the issue about the drones and whether it could conflict with the helicopter traffic. I would remind the neighbors, and I stated this at the Planning Commission, that one of the family members of Wildcat Groves owns a piece of property next door to this that abuts the Wildcat Grove site, and it has a conditional use permit already for helicopter uses, and it has existed, I believe, since 1980, and there was a helicopter service that flew out of the site for many, many years actively, I think until last year, year before. And so the drone traffic may already be prohibited by the conditional use permit. I don't know, I'm not trying to shut them down, but I think that's just kind of a red herring. But the bigger thing I want to say to the board is—
Mr. Spada.
Yeah, Mr. Spada,
was the flyer of that
right, his
helicopter.
deceased brother, right, Mark's brother, Andy.
Mark Spada's brother?
Mark's brother, Andy, yes, he was a helicopter pilot in Vietnam, and then he flew a commercial operation there and did a lot of work for SWIFMA and other governmental agencies. But I just wanted to bring it down to a more simple thing. This is a day we ought to be celebrating. We're at a monumental place. We all know that we need hospitals in this county. We've got a major growth spurt that's ongoing in the county, and there are general hospitals that serve the general population. But this is a regional facility that we expect may draw people from as far as 100, 150 miles away. And we're very, very lucky to have it not only wanting to come to Pasco County, but in the exact location that we need it. So in my mind, this is a day to be celebrated, and the issues we're discussing today, we've already put a great foot forward with our neighbors, but these are, we'll look back years from now, and the only thing we're going to remember is that this board voted to approve this project for the hospital and the other uses that go with it, and you'll be proud of that for the rest of your life.
And frankly,
Commissioner Stark.
the gentleman and the woman with the Airbnb also mentioned that their homes were worth $1 million more. They're looking at it as a beautiful home. I actually think your hospital is going to greatly increase the property values of these large lot landowners in this area.
Right.
For some, I mean,
I appreciate it, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
One question. The gentleman from the neighborhood, Lakeside Estates, I think it was, worried about too many kayaks being put out there. And I think you've done over and above not to have motorized out there. Is there a number you'd be comfortable limiting it to so it doesn't like it?
I don't think we can do that under Florida law, Commissioner. We own out into the lake. The only thing I would say, just remember, if people are fixating on the amount of multifamily in the project as a whole, the hospital is going to be converting a great number of their multifamily units that were in the original application for the hospital. So we're not going to have 700 units and stuff like that. If we have any multifamily on our site, it's much more likely going to be in the nature of like a tower that would be connected to the hospital. And our client, the hospital, doesn't believe that it should be treated any worse than any other landowner in the state. And for that reason, they don't want a limitation on the number of kayakers. And just also, we went above and beyond the other lake condition that the board has imposed on other lakefront properties in the county by completely prohibiting non-motorized boats. I mean, motorized boats, I should say. So we feel like we've already gone beyond the call of duty here, so.
Okay. Okay.
I would,
Okay, to the board.
I would move approval of the project.
I'll second that with a little discussion.
Discussion to the
where
motion
that's
maker
coming
first?
Okay.
Okay, to the seconder.
The fact of the hospital, the children's hospital coming there is great for Pasco County and the citizens of Pasco County. Baycare was supposed to go on the same site in time past, but they chose to go on Del Mabry right across from Advent Health. And then we had Orlando Health buy out Florida Medical, and they're moving to 56th Street and in construction. There's a lot of hospitals coming to this area, and the benefactor of all these hospitals coming here, they're going to be competing against each other to give the best service to our citizens and our citizens are the benefactor of all that service they're going to get, and better health care for everybody. So it's a great spot, and a great, All Children's Hospital is a great hospital for our children.
And one thing that was brought to my attention as well is because it is in the connected city, they're actually paying mobility fees. If it was not in connected city, separate from it, they wouldn't. So they're actually helping quite a bit
Right.
in the infrastructure as well.
Yep, I agree.
Any further discussion?
Can't talk from there.
Everything's closed, I'm sorry. All right, have a motion, have a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Going to number P103.
Item P103 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on October 4th, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, we need to do P90 before we do 103.
Okay, so we have P90 and then simultaneously right behind it, we'll do 103. Okay.
P90 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on July 5th, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We work with the Street Plan and Development Department. I'm here to go over the P90. It's an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan. And this is an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map 215 and sheet 05 from Res 1 residential 1D dwellings per gross acre to PD plan development on approximately 188.7 acres of real property located east of US Highway 41, south of 7 Oaks Trail, north of Alabama Road, and a text amendment created in sub-area policy future land use 7.1 FLU 7.1.67, 7 Diamonds Commerce Park PD, and a map amendment to the future land use map 2-9, adding sub-area map 2-9 parentheses 67, 7 Diamonds Commerce Park PD, and providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repealers, severability, and effective date. The proposal is a comprehensive plan amendment, changing from Res 1 to PD to allow for the development of an industrial park to include a mixture of both heavy and light industrial uses. Approximately 1.88 acres, located on the east side of US Highway 41, and creating sub-area policies, FLU 7.1.67, created sub-area map 2-9, parentheses 67, and there is an accompanying case rezoning the petition for MPUD accompanying this plan amendment. Next, please. This is on the north of Highway 41. And next, please, in the North Market area and rural transition area. Here is the aerial of the property. Next. And the current zoning is R2, low density residential. Future land use shown as Res 1. Next. And the proposed future land use is PD, plan development. The sub-area concept plan is heavy industrial and light industrial on the north and south sides. CSX Railway is on the east side of the property. Highway 41 is on the west side of the property. Next. The comprehensive plan is the proposed amendment is consistent with the following comprehensive plan policy 3.1.2 regarding the use and development policy, con 1.3 1.3.6, wetland impact. Policy con 1.3.12 incompatible uses. Policy future land use 1.8.7 economic development. Policy FLU 1.8.10 preservation of capacity for employment generation uses, limitation on the conversion of, and policy ED 1.44 limitation on the conversion of important employment locations. Next. And the recommendation is approve the proposal comprehensive plan amendment and adopt the ordinance by roll call vote.
Okay. Any questions on land use? I'll ask two questions, and then maybe it's going to be more appropriate in the zoning, but just two things. Recently at the MPO, we talked about DOT had studied this road to be expanded to 4 lanes a long time ago. In Florida to Detroit, it's the only one that's still a 2-lane road. The road looks like they're going to now go back to that study, possibly expand it. Are we going to be able to get the land we need if it does get expanded?
What was the question, sir?
Are we going to be able to get the land we need if it does get expanded? As a part of a setback?
See who we have in the WebEx from transportation who can help us.
Might be on our corridors already.
Okay. I don't have a question to that. I can certainly find that out.
Okay.
But certainly if they have been talked about it, then.
Okay, and I'll throw one other idea out too. I noticed when we talk between both, it talks about you're adjacent to CSX Railway, and there's no buffer to them, which I think is good. I just want to make sure that if anything comes up, that they have access to it, and vice versa, that it does work for the site. If it becomes a passenger rail line or just even commercial traffic's available to them, I want to make sure they have access to.
Okay. Again, I don't have the answer to that, but I'll annotate it here and make sure that we get that that answer, or maybe the applicant has
an
answer to that.
They've already been elevated on that.
Ready for me?
Come on.
I'm still here. Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport, Florida 34652. I want to say congratulations to Joe Richards on the record here. I hired him. I'm the one that convinced him to come here from Miami and move his family here. So I'm kind of proud.
Well done.
But the other side of it, 22 years he's been here, and that means I'm getting really old. So, but anyway, I just want to put that. I'm just really proud of him. And I came at 10 o'clock this morning in order to wish him well. So,
Ms.
anyhow,
Wilhite
7
also?
diamonds.
Yes, you've been sworn, I know.
I
She
was
doesn't
sworn
need
a
to be
long
for
time
this
ago,
one.
but
Oh,
yes.
she does not? I'm sorry.
I have
My
been sworn.
apologies.
No worries.
Thank you.
We're checking on we'll get the time of the MPD, unless there's somebody on staff, maybe a mirror's on somewhere in the sky and can look at the right-of-way preservation tables. My computer died a little while ago. It's been sitting here. But we'll get the answer to the right-of-way preservation tables and what they say. It's pretty wide right-of-way through there. And yes, CSX is purposely why we put no buffer and buried to no buffer, so that we have access over time, and this property will be this way for a while. I think when you see how this property will go over time, it's going to be suited for using the materials from the mine across the street, but then eventually it'll evolve onto something else. It'll have a life longer than just one use. And so its proximity and being adjacent to the railroad will be a benefit to the property over time. This is another hundreds of acres that is going for productive job-creating use and a use that we need. We all use the products, and my house has pavers going down right now. We all use the products, and we have to have a place for the products. And I always hear that one person complaining about our mine, but we picked our mine location because of where the lime rock is. It's very good, high-quality lime rock that goes in the materials that we use to have our houses built and to improve our houses. So this is our 4th hearing on this. We're available for any questions. I do have a wonderful team with me. I have a great client here, which I keep hoping we're going to have more development, but every time I stand up here, this could be the last time I represent you. So a good friend and a good client, and it's been a pleasure, and we're here for any questions, and we'll try to figure out your right-of-way issue on 41.
Yeah, and just the right-of-way issue, it was something that came up after we had spoken, as we met before, so it was something that came up in a conversation, and DOT said, yeah, let's bring it up at the MPO, so we did, so.
I have a condition of approval that requires me to give the right-of-way as required, but I want you the answer of what is required. I want you to answer, not just for me to tell you I have a condition that says I have to comply.
Right.
So I'm going to get to the answer.
I have no doubt David put that in a long time ago, so I'm not worried about it. I just want to make, pretty much more to make you guys aware of it, that did occur. Okay, so land use amendment first. This is a public hearing. Would anyone here like to speak to this item?
I have one person signed up for P90, Stephanie Schatzman.
I'd also like to speak for 103. Stephanie Schatzman, 15234 Scaniel Drive, Spring Hill, Florida. Pasco County Commissioners on May 7, 2013 approved Lago Verde Mine, a sand mine, they approved it to a limestone mine on that date. When it was in an active foreclosure lawsuit, Pasco had liens against it, they couldn't pay their sand mine fees, and they couldn't pay their property taxes. But Pasco went ahead and approved it. 11 months later, it went bankrupt. That plan for that property was eventually 19 $1 million homes. We were told that Pasco County was going to work on stopping the proliferation of mines in our area at that meeting. That's misleading BS. Nothing ever happened. And so we got 7 diamonds, Dr. James P. Gills Jr. and Lou Friedland's limestone mine. So now here we are with a concrete plant. This is a rural area. There are many people that just barely survive. And to me, you're just taking advantage of them. It's plain and simple. This whole area is rural. Just down the road is Talavera. Then Milo Thomas has got plans. And so the development plans for our area was development to go up. We're right on 41. Take the airport. This property is 1 acre or more. So you could have had business people. You could have had this beautiful thing. Crossbar, actually, Wellfield abuts this property. And in October, they pumped 25.74 million gallons per day. We've lost our lakes. I've lost my ponds. We're at critical level on our lakes. This area needs to be protected. We don't need more wells for a concrete plant that probably is going to have an overwhelming amount of water being pumped out. So I'm going to go into more on the other side, but this area should be protected. In 2011, you said, states the future expansion of the limestone mining activity shall be discouraged or prohibited in order to maintain the vision and character of the area, as well as to protect the ecological form of the area. Now look at us, 2 limestone mines, and now a proposed concrete plant. You're completely changed our whole area. This is not for the betterment of the existing residents. This isn't the betterment for anybody except for money-hungry people. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak to P90?
Mr. Chair,
Anyone
no
on
one
WebEx?
else signed up and no one on WebEx.
Okay, all right, so now we're going to move to P103. This is the zoning amendment?
Don't we have to have a vote on this first?
Let's hear the zoning amendment too, and then we'll go one by one.
This is a PG, so that if you want to hear the zoning amendment that's consistent with the comprehensive plan,
Okay.
you'll have to take separate motions, but
Yeah.
that's
Oh, you still
acceptable.
have to, okay.
I'll do the publication again. P103 was published in Tampa Bay Times on October 4, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Roberto Becerril, Planning and Development Department. This is a PDD 247649 7 Diamonds Commerce Park MPUD for 7 Diamonds LLC, a petition for rezoning from R2 Low Density Residential District to MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for the development of light industrial and limited heavy industrial uses on approximately 188.71 acres located on the west side of US Highway 41, approximately 4.5 miles north of State Road 52. Would you like a presentation on that? So again, the site is in the Central Market area, north on Highway 41. Next, please. This is a picture of the site. Next. Current zoning district. Next, please. And this is the future land use. Again, granted that we go with P90. This is the master plan with certain heavy industrial and light industrial, the northern side, north and south. Next. There's a variation requested. The applicant is seeking the following variation from the Land Development Code. From the Land Development Code 901.6.d.11, the street design and dedication requirements. Design and construction continuation of existing street pattern and street access to adjoining property from the Land Development Code section 901.1H and any other applicable sections of the Land Development Code. Also from Land Development Code 805.6, restrictions on paused development in wetlands and upland buffers within residential lots and non-residential parcels. And from Land Development Code 905.2, landscaping and buffering. Next, please. And staff recommend approval with conditions on the requested zoning, rezoning petition.
That's all. Any questions for staff? Okay, the applicant?
Barbara Wilhite, again, 6020 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey. I do have the answer.
Now I didn't know if
Now
you've
you
been
have to
sworn.
be sworn.
I have been sworn, yes.
Thank you,
Sworn.
I know.
I'm sworn for everything. The answer, Commissioner, is, as usual, your right-of-way preservation tables anticipate build-out. It's 220 feet of right-of-way for a 6-lane build-out. And we have to accommodate 110 feet from the center line of the right-of-way in our condition number 17. A bunch of your staff participated in helping. I didn't do that all on my own, so I just want to call out to them. We have a lot of conditions here. We worked on this for 2 years. To say that nobody cared about these neighbors is not true. David will attest to the fact of how many times he made me rewrite things and had our experts rewrite things. This is probably the most regulated concrete plants and concrete batching and those different types of things anywhere in this county. And we were happy to do it. Seven Diamonds just does first-class operations. And they were happy to put all of these conditions on this project that you see in your packet. And we're going down to the wire like just a couple weeks ago, I think even after Planning Commission, working on some more. So we're happy to be here, and we have, again, our team here if you have any questions.
Okay. Any questions to the applicant? Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone like to speak to the item?
Stephanie Schatzman.
Is there anyone else in the audience after Stephanie?
Stephanie Schatz, 15234 Scanio Drive, Spring Hill, Florida. Dr. James P.
Have you
Gills, Jr.
been sworn, Ms. Schatzman?
Excuse me?
Have you been sworn?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Dr. James P. Gills, Jr. and Lou Friedland's limestone mine was improved in 2017. When Seven Diamonds blast, there are people that make comments such as, "It rocked my house." That was a really bad one. Good neighbor. We worked full-time and spent a fortune to stop that mine. But did anyone listen or care? The Pasco 2050 Comprehensive Plan Groundwater and Surface Water protection states to preserve the well fields by eliminating potential adverse impacts to groundwater from adjacent land uses. Zoning shall only be allowed upon the condition that no land use that meets the definition of industrial shall be permitted within such zoning areas. Pasco planning says the wells are far enough away that it isn't an issue. On average, for the last few months, Crossbar Wellfield has been pumping 20 million gallons of water per day. We are affected by pumping and overpumping. In 1994, the lakes went dry from overpumping. I've read concrete plants require a high volume of water. They want wells and septic tanks. You need to consider the aquifer, the water supply, and the private wells. Functioning private wells are vital for our health, safety, and fire protection. There is gut concrete 2 miles north on the old Overstreet paving property that has CSX behind it. There is CMEX and Dexter on Spring Hill Drive off of US 41. Why would you approve heavy industry in close proximity to long existing residential properties? I read concrete plants have high pollution, and it isn't healthy for those in close proximity. Will you protect the citizens? Will you protect surface water and the aquifer because the mines have massive open pits in the Wiki Wachi Spring shed? There is no air alarm system here. Fire station is 8 miles away. Are you going to require water storage in case of a fire? None of planning's answers reassured me that you will protect this community. I am constantly improving my property, and you are constantly approving abominations. This may be business as usual for Dr. James P. Gills Jr. and Lou Friedland, but this is not a betterment for our community. We want the same protection and peace they have at their homes and you have at your homes.
Is there anyone else here to speak to item P103? Anyone on WebEx?
There is no one on WebEx.
We'll close public comment.
Commissioners, I do have my expert here about the groundwater in the well fields. He has answered this question of hers 3 times. This would be the 4th time he got up and on the record and answered it. I'm happy to bring him up. He can go through the wellhead protection zone and explain to us, explain the proximity of this property to the well fields. But I can tell you he has answered it under oath 3 times now. As I mentioned, the conditions, unprecedented conditions regarding pollution, surface water. We even have a condition about fertilizing and where and when we can fertilize relative to Wiki Wachi, even though we're not in the particular area where we need to have that kind of regulation. So we have done, staff has made sure all these comments have come up, have been responded to. We've responded to them in writing. We have wrote conditions regarding them. And so we've got it, we've done it, and I just don't think she wants us there, clearly. But this is a good co-location for where the mines are, and we ask for your support.
Okay. Now it's to the board.
So we have to have 2 motions?
Yes, first motion would be on P90, the land use.
Okay, I'll move on P90.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
This is a roll call vote.
It's roll call.
Roll call, sorry.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford. District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Now, item P103.
Okay, I'll move approval.
Second, and I just, under discussion, I just want to say, you know, there's never a good place to cite things like this, but society needs this kind of operation, and it'll end one day. I believe they, you know, the railroad on one side, they've buffered it. I think they've done a good job of accommodating their neighbors, but this is just a fact that we have to have these kind of locations. And if we put them far away, then you have these kind of trucks driving all over your highways, bringing you the materials that our society needs to exist. So with that, I second.
And this is a sand mine's been in existence for a long time. So, we have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item P104.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Item P104 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 20th, 2023.
If I could, why don't we just take a 5-minute break? Let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Rather you take it before you...
Before we get started. For those that are here, for our two regular agenda items, the Lakuchi plan as well as the opioid plan, I think the Lakuchi plan is going to take some time, and I've got a lot of questions about the capital with the opioid plan, so we're going to have a discussion about continuing. We can discuss that now or later.
Right.
I think to give its full dialogue, and like I said, I really want to make sure we're protecting the county. I think the plans are great, but I just want to make sure we're protected every step of the way, so.
Yeah.
For all those who are here, we still got a couple more regular public hearings to go through, so if the board wants to, and we agree, then we'll continue those two items.
We have controversy on the opioid plan?
I have some big questions about the capital money. I love the plan, but the capital money is my big concern with it. And I think what the opioid committee's done is great, but I think there's protections we need to put in for the county for making a huge capital investment of those millions of dollars to make sure that we're going to protect what's going to happen at the end, because some bad things could happen. And I don't think those protections are in there. And I know the contracts haven't been written to show us full protection either. So that would give them time to even address my concerns for the next time we meet.
Okay.
All right, we'll continue them?
Okay.
So anybody who's here for the opioid or the Lakuchi project, those would be continued, so if you don't want to wait around, okay. All right, item P104.
Just for clarification, opioids are coming back in December. Do you want Lakuchi back over here, or you want it in?
Lakuchi, no, we only Lakuchi right here.
That'll be
Should it
January.
be here, or?
Lakuchi would hit you.
Northeast Rural will have to be here.
Okay.
Yeah,
January 9th for that.
Yeah.
opioids December, okay.
December
Okay.
5th.
Okay. Okay, so item P104.
Item P104 was published in Tampa Bay Times on September 20th, 2023.
And I do have an updated master plan for you guys. We are just adding a note that the internal roadways are conceptual. You can pass those out. So this is a PDD 247650. This is the Kenton CC MPUD. And so the proposal is a zoning amendment, and we're going to be rezoning from an AC agricultural district to a connected city master plan unit development district to allow for 800 multifamily dwelling units and 106,286 square feet of service-ready site acreage on approximately 176 acres. And this is located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Kenton Road and Tyndall Road. Again, those background slides we talked about earlier, Florida State statute in 2015, Florida County Commissioners adopts enabling documents subsequently after that. So here's the site location within the county. The site location within connected city. Here is the location in the SPA zone. It is located in the community hub. It is fairly close and bordering the business core district. Here is a picture of the aerial. The current zoning, which is AC. The future land use, which is AG. And then here's a picture of the master plan for you. And then the service-ready site acreage, which is the non-residential uses, is going to be in that northern parcel with apartments, and then to the south will be some townhomes. Just to highlight again, the community hub zone. This is medium density and intensity, educational uses, multifamily, single-family, residential, mix of uses. Supposed to be, you know, the main neighborhood area around King Lake. So this application is asking for 3 variations from section 805.6 to allow for parcels under single ownership to retain responsibility for the maintenance and upkeep of common areas instead of a community development district or homeowner association. And then section 907.1 to reduce the number of required parking spots to 1.9 spaces per multifamily dwelling unit. And then section 901.6 D11 to provide to not provide interconnections to the east or west of the property. And so the first section that they're asking a variation from is 805.6. So parcels under single ownership, such as an apartment complex, may act as a responsible entity for the maintenance and upkeep of common areas instead of a CDD or HOA. And then section 907.1, the new minimum for required parking is still above the 85th percentile according to the Institute of Traffic Engineers. And then section 901.6011, to the east exists a large category 1 wetland, and to the west is the existing Kenton Road with single-family residents. Instead of, connecting each house to that road, they will provide one single connection for them to access the new constructed Kenton Road. And so there are 2 added conditions from the Planning Commission. The applicant has agreed to prohibit industrial uses from this MPUD on that service-ready site acreage. And then number 2 is the applicant has also agreed to not construct homes and buffer requirements near the southern boundary of the MPUD, and I will let the applicant discuss that a little bit more. And this comes with approval with conditions.
So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Connected Cities, they say, is built out with single-family homes. And I know there's a desire to put single-family homes. I know there's also a desire to step back some of the density in some of these developments we're coming in. What is it going to take for that gentleman to be able to come to us and ask us for single-family homes and get it approved?
So we would just have to, one, make sure that we would have those in our entitlement tracker, which as of right now, what I've been told since I've been hired is that we don't have any. I am in the process actually of updating our entitlement trackers with some other long-range staff, so we will have a concrete number if we are over-entitled or we still have any remaining.
Okay, so let's go with the assumption that we're going to be over-entitled for residential. What is it going to take for these guys to get what they really want to build out there? Because I think there's a benefit to more single-family compared to just apartments.
In my opinion, I believe we would have to update the financial plan and making sure that if we add single-family detached entitlements, that it makes sense in the financial plan and that the roads could be built with these single-family detached entitlements.
Okay, all right, so that'll be when we have a Connected City workshop. That should be a major part of the topic to look to get that. So if you would work with the developer to kind of take those steps for down the road. Kenton Road, you're protecting that for the residents so that they can access and...
Yeah, so
they'll still build his own road going all the way up.
Yeah, they'll be constructing the new Kenton Road, and then they'll have the existing dirt road connect to it so that the residents can use that new road to go south.
Yeah, okay. All right, very good. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you, sir. The proposed road that bisects this property, that's not, there's an opportunity to not, to maybe run it straight up. That way we keep this parcel whole, right? We're not obligating ourselves. Maybe you have a picture of it up there.
What are you talking about, the road?
Instead of splitting that potential parcel in 2, or maybe that's a better question to ask for the applicant.
I'm so sorry.
I just don't want to, I'd like there to be some flexibility. I want to make sure there's flexibility in this plan to not necessarily cut this northern property in half, maybe run it straight if it makes sense for a commercial kind of, opportunity zone within this project. So I just want to make sure that we're not cementing this.
No, exactly, and that was the update to the master plan that was provided, is that those access points are conceptual and are subject to change with actual construction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Waitman, that's a very good point, because if you did that, as well as making that part whole, you could actually put probably a roundabout that someone might like around the very top to bring them over, and then that parcel could get the better density and better eateries that we want to see in there too. Any other questions for staff?
No, I think I've met with the applicant on this, but I'm...
Yeah.
Let's wait for the applicant.
Okay. There you go.
Commissioners Clark, Hobby, and Hobby, PA. As you know, I have been sworn. I'll make this brief. You've already seen the SPA map, shows you where we are in the community hub. The point that staff has tried to make on this project all along is that it's approaching the urban core, where they're supposed to be the most intense and dense areas of Connected City, and it really envisions an area that's more like Midtown or Water Street And Tampa is supposed to be that kind of vertically mixed-use, high-density project. So we started meeting with staff 2 years ago this month. And the original proposal on our project was to follow the other areas of, let's see if I can get this to work. Yeah, of this area and this SPA, which were built out at a more suburban density, and staff was adamant because of the planning objectives in Connected City that we needed to raise the density as we approach this intersection here. So staff instructed us as we went through the process to not just follow the development pattern generally for the community hub.
Clark, if I could stop you for a second?
Yep.
Could you just go back to that slide and just kind of draw the line exactly where the parcel is in relation to the...
Sure. Yeah, it's this, let me see, I'm probably going to screw this up. They were trying to show me how to do this and make it more of a pointer, but basically it starts right around where this, there you go.
Well, use here, try this.
Yep.
A tool from Commissioner Waitman.
That's proved its worth.
Oh, sorry. Have my own lightsaber. So our property starts right here and comes up through here to this intersection right here where there's planned to be a roundabout. And remember that this is what you all approved last year with similar density on the the Aprilli MPUD, and then there's a townhouse project that's down here. I'll hold on to this for a minute if it's okay with you all. I promise I won't blind anybody. So again, we heard from, now this doesn't want to work. Come on. See if it'll let me flip back. If I can, there we go. You've seen the transportation plan, and you previously heard staff's argument was that we've maxed out the single-family detached in this area, and staff really had 2 points about this. You've maxed out the density that's allowed for single-family detached in Epperson and Murata, but moreover, staff feels, and they still feel today, that you need to raise the density on this site from what would have been single-family detached to townhouses on the bottom, and then go even higher as you get to the northerly part of the site. And we have emails from staff. They were, very transparent with us, and we're talking about Ernie and Brad primarily. And if you read this series of emails, they tell us straight out, I love what you're doing now. You changed your plan and went from, what was a suburban form density to higher. And they were very clear that that's what we had to do. So anyway, I won't belabor that point, but I did want to make it on the record. But let me just talk about a little bit about how things have changed here over the last little bit, and I think they're going to benefit the area as a whole and the planning objectives that the board has. My main client on this deal is D.R. Horton. And D.R. Horton, and I'm working with Ann Mize, we're in all these meetings with you all, and we know about the board's concerns about apartments, just doing the same old thing, and just having a sea of townhouses, even though townhouses and some board members is better because it's, fee-owned product and that kind of thing, as opposed to just apartments, and we're listening. So what we did was we went out and got a development partner to work with D.R. Horton, and what he wants to do is, as we get up in this area, if we can make this road go further north, we had already planned and have to have the service-ready site up in this area, and it already allowed some retail. What he would like to explore doing is just what you all were talking about, bring the road up here, build a roundabout on our site, open up the middle of this property, and that does a couple of things. Number one, it protects our neighbors over here by giving them the greater setback that the folks down here have that I'll show you in a minute. Number two, it opens up the whole middle of the site, and what the development partner, Michelle, and his group would like to do is to create what they believe is a sorely missing location place that's different, a gathering spot. They view this as being the hole in the donut in Connected City, and they don't want to just build another public center. They're trying to build something that we believe all of the neighbors and the other folks who will move into Connected City will find to be a real amenity. So that's really what's driving our, come on, no, this is good, there we go. That's what's driving our design in this area. And again, we're trying to be more mindful of what the board has in objectives, not just from public memo number 26, but how can we make this the best site that it can be for our neighbors, okay? So now let's see if we can get this together. Okay. You're going to hear from some of our neighbors, and you know, it's stuff we've heard from other people who live in this area, some of whom have lived there before Connected City existed. But on this site, just because of the special facts of this site, we can do some things to protect our neighbors to the east on the other side of Kenton Road. As you'll see, this graphic is showing you, because of the buffer that we agreed to on our eastern buffer, the right-of-way that's there, and leaving the existing Kenton Road that provides all of our neighbors to the east access, we create a minimum 237 area between where any of our units would be and their property lines. Not even their houses, that's just their property lines. We feel like that's unprecedented in an area that's urban, and we feel like we've really been able to take advantage of the benefits of the Connected City Master Roadway Plan, because if you look on this exhibit, what you're seeing is we'll have our own landscape on our property, then there's 3 more landscape rows in there. So I will find it hard to believe that our neighbors are going to see our units from their properties. And that's, in my mind, doing the right thing by our neighbors and being protective of them. Excuse me one second. We have met extensively with our neighbors, and in just a minute, I'm going to ask Joe Semino to come up and talk about drainage concerns that we've heard from them. But I also want you to know that we have a neighbor to the south, and we've met with them several times. Let's see if I can get to it. I'll leave that. We've met with them several times and talked with them extensively. And as you heard from staff, we agreed to 4 parts of a special condition to try to protect them. What we agreed to is from their property, their home is located more on the, let me see if I can get back to the master plan. There we go. I'll use this. Their home is located generally in this area, okay? And then there's a larger wetland system that runs in the back. So we know that they have children in here, and you know, they'll explain their uses and stuff. The topography of the site is falling off this way. And we're very likely to just have a retention pond in here, and our units, we're probably going to be fairly far away from them up here. But I just want the board to have me read in the special condition and what we're doing for our neighbor there, because we want to be good neighbors. First of all, we said we'd have no units within 200 feet of their existing home. 200 feet, no units. If we do build a retention pond within 200 feet of their existing home, we'll put a fence on the south side of that pond. So if they have children that happen to get onto the site, there'll be a fence there, and it will provide not only privacy on our end, but hopefully safety for them. We will also install a 6-foot fence on the south side of any of our units that are anywhere within 200 feet of their boundary. So we're going to put a privacy fence up to shield them from any of our units on the south side. And because they have some ag units and some hog wire along their boundary, we just agreed to leave that in place. So we don't want their animals getting out, and all we're doing is supplementing it with more fencing and safety on our side. So with that, it's been a topic of discussion for several years now about the basin that's over in this area and King Lake, and some of the water rise from King Lake that's affecting some of these parcels. And I want you to know that Joe has looked at this extensively, and I want Joe to tell you what his view of the water issues are and how our site is not even in the same basin and cannot contribute to their flooding issues. Yes, I can. There you go. Pointer. If you need
Good evening, everyone. Joe Semino, WRA Engineering, 12363 Hampton Park Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33624, and I have been sworn. I know drainage is always a really important concern and discussion we have to have on any MPUD. We've got a good story to tell on this one, so just want to air it out before we get into all the other stuff. Come on.
Keep pressing on it.
I'm gonna push it like this. All right. So this is King Lake here, and I know that you guys, I know that the board has been hearing a lot of drainage concerns about King Lake. They're valid. It's got some issues. There's a lot of water running into there. It's getting higher than it's ever gotten in the past. So it's understandable that there's some concern about that since we're in such close proximity. What I just wanted to point out is there's a topographic ridge along the eastern neighbors here. And it's about anywhere from, I'd say, 4 to 10 feet higher than portions of our site. So none of our drainage whatsoever crosses this divide and drains into King Lake. That's very, very important because if it did, we'd have to have a very long discussion about our drainage plan and how it's not affecting King Lake. But we just got good old-fashioned gravity on our side here, and we are not draining uphill and over this ridge into King Lake. In fact, one of King Lake's only overtopping points is actually through our sites, actually right up there. This is just a big general line to show it goes from east to west, but it's right through here. So topographic divide, we do not drain into King Lake. King Lake actually overtops through us, and the portion it overtops through is actually a protected wetland. We will be building a road over it, but there'll be massive box culverts in there. We'll be regulated by Pasco County and Swiftmud, make sure those are designed correctly, but nothing else is going to be built over that conveyance system that takes all that King Lake drainage off to the west. So just wanted to. Oh, yes. So something that we cannot directly do, but we can demonstrate the benefit of it is, I'm just going to say, right where, about where that big red line is crossing, that discharge that needs to come from King Lake across our property, there's a very small culvert under Kenton Road right now. We don't have the ability to increase that because that would be increasing discharge downstream, but Pasco County Utilities in coordination with Swiftmud could authorize something like that, and we'll be doing all the design and we'll have all the data to help them authorize that. But that would be a potential component of this property too. Again, we can't just go do it, but we have a lot of data that shows what needs to be done. And between Pasco County Public Works and Swiftmud, that would probably provide a great benefit to getting more water out of King Lake faster.
Commissioner Oakley.
Yeah. Are y'all building a ditch or something to take that water to take it on pasture property, or? Because I know it spreads out on your property now.
Yes, it does. There's actually I wish this was working a little bit better. Yes.
And I'm talking about the water coming from King Lake at that culvert.
Correct. It spills through, there's a wetland system that meanders through the pasture.
Right.
And in a low flow, it's contained within that. In a big flow, it spreads out beyond that. We'll be showing that in our pre-existing design, how that spreads out. And anything we build around there, we'll have to demonstrate how we're not constricting how that channels through our property.
Okay.
So absolutely, absolutely, that will be channelized through our property. Oh, actually, if we can actually clean out the ditch, well, if it were a big cypress head, we probably couldn't ream it out, but the fact that it's just a small wetland system running through the pasture with basically just grasses in it and some non-native species in there, that would be one of the easier ones to actually clean out without any sort of major permitting implications or environmental degradation.
So you're not building in that area whatsoever?
That's correct. We're not building in that area. We do have to build new Kenton Road over it, but that's where you're going to see big, giant box culverts to get water going through there.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All through? Okay.
Reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item?
Mr. Jim was signed up again.
Jim Marinari, 30409 Elam Road, West Sea Chapel. Okay, I'm just going to read part of this because it concerns this property with the traffic and the construction. Elam is designated as an intermediate road on the master roadway plan, and Boyette, McKendree, Kenton, and Overpass are considered primary. Kenton Road was supposed to be extended from Elam to Overpass. back when Epperson was built. Apparently, it was not enough benefit to Metro at the time since it was pretty much outside of their subdivision. So they transferred the money to the county. This was back 7 years ago now. I believe I found a document that said that it was $479,000. It's about a quarter-of-a-mile extension that is critical to everything that we've been talking about today with these two developments that I'm sandwiched in between. Without that being done, every single vehicle that is on this property, if they are going south, they are going to use Kenton. And when they get to Elam, they have no choice but to turn right and go past private driveways.
Can I pause you just for a second? Can we get a map up to what the gentleman's talking about?
The aerial may show it better. Satellite. There you go. And if the property is a little bit higher, yes. So where you see King Lake Ranch, that little bend, that's the beginning of this property, I believe. So the option, even if they had built the road to go through as it was originally, not amended, but gone through and connected with Tyndall and McKendree there, which would be a straight shot to get up to 52. Anybody that's on that property that wants to go south on 75 is not going to go north a couple of miles to 52 to an unsignaled light and make a left-hand turn to get to 75 to then go south. They will all come down Kenton Road to Elam Road, which is, you gotta go up a little bit there, or down toward, which will come out right there. Now you can see the right-of-way that was given right between.
And give him a pointer because, he's pointing.
Is this it? Okay, there we go. So right here is the right-of-way, and if you go down, move it up a little further. There you go. So here's Kenton Road, and right here is the right-of-way to get to Overpass. Without that connection, which is designated as a major primary road from everybody is going to come down here and go around this S-curve that you've previously heard about, this right-hand or this 90-degree turn to the south to get to the intersection of Overpass and Boyette at that point. Construction traffic. Depending upon where the material may be coming from, whatever, they may be coming down 75 to come back around here, it's all going to go. I suggest, and I think the board has the ability to put a condition, to have any construction traffic come from Curly. This is it's a newer road. Elam is failing, it's cracked, it's delaminating, it's rutted, and it was only built several years ago. When this was taken over by the county. So at this point, we are going to be the brunt until this little section here. Believe it's a quarter of a mile. If we can get this done, it will alleviate, and to the benefit of the applicants and to the benefit of this project over here, that transportation mobility and ability to get from point A to point B will be greatly enhanced everybody's life at this point. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Roger Mendoza.
And who's after Roger?
I think it's Rayla or Kayla Mendoza.
Kayla?
We're going to get double teamed.
everybody. My name is Roger Mendoza, 8941 Kenton Road, Wesley Chapel. I'm actually the owner of the property where the development is going to be north of us. This currently is RV right here. It's flat.
And you have been sworn?
Nothing to see. Huh?
And you have been sworn?
I've been sworn. Yes, I have. I'm going to get off of here so I can stay within my 3 minutes. We live at 8941 Kenton Road, and this is our view. We've lived here for 13 years. We moved here because we wanted a rural view of the Florida landscape for our kids and for just us to be able to get out of suburbia. We used to live in Meadow Point. That grew really big, and we wanted to get out of it. One of the things I did want to remind you of that Pat Rosworth actually brought up was according to the comprehensive plan, right, 163.3246, is encouraged the retention of rural character where rural areas exist. And then number 11 says, and assure protection of key natural areas. One of the things that's happening is that it's been talked about so many times. Rural, 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 right? And then all of a sudden you have all these homes coming in. You have seen all these complaints. You have seen everybody talk about it, right? My wife and I are proud Pasco County residents. We've lived here for a long time, right? Community advocates, we are also business owners. We own and run and operate a nonprofit called Nature's Haven out of our home, Nature's Haven of Florida. We provide youth services to the children that are neurodiverse. You guys know what neurodiverse is? Basically, kids that have autistic, are attracted to water, runners, people that are fight or flight kind of thing. Behavioral issues, emotional issues, right? So we cater to these kids because there's a way that nature speaks to them. Because when they interact and are afraid of certain things, like for example, chickens, we have chickens, dogs, ducks, possibly goats near soon. We also apply for a Class 3 license. We can have a capybara and skunks, right? So this is supportive for our kids to do. We have the sensory activities for the kids, and of course their self-esteem and is growing their social amongst other kids as well. So if you go to pick number 2 there, the New Kenton development is 800 homes the other way. Well, paste it down the other way. There you go. 800 homes. The original plan was 250. So that's a big jump. Across the street, the Aprilli is 525 homes. That's pretty big too, right? The 10 acres that are bordering, let's see, how does this guy work? The 10 acres, 10 acres right here, that is bordering right here, that's my entire property line. According to the conditions, right, it's 200 feet away from my home, right? My home is not this little dot. My home is the property line. Inside of the conditions, they just put property of my home, but they actually put the parcel, right? So the parcel is not just this little tiny thing. The parcel is my entire 10 acres, right? So what I am asking for is a request. We want just not the 200 away from our home. We want anything near our boundary to have a 100-foot buffer, just like Tanya Rosworth asked for. Currently 25 feet away from our boundary, according to Joe when we were on the call. This is a safety and security issue, especially for our kids. Our home is not just the house, it is the entire property. We only talked to Joe one time on 10/23, not several times, like you mentioned. And in just the last 24 hours, we got an email. So I didn't have anything really planned according to it. I know he was in the hospital, I don't know, some personal issues, etc. According to Mr. Hobby, he asked if I was satisfied just a minute ago. And I said no. He said that that's going to be the best we're going to do. I don't know if that's just him saying that or he's just taking the power away from you guys. We're asking for along the 420 feet right here. I think your thing's running out of batteries. 420 feet from here to here, that's a really big retention pond. That tree that you see behind there is this little dot, right? That's humongous. Our kids are possibly, like we were talking about, autistic, possibly attracted to water. One of the moms has told me he's attracted to water. And you can see it, he plays in everything, even puddles or whatever you have out there, water, right? If he's attracted to something like this, it's gonna be a chain of suing going on. Nonprofit against this big conglomerate, they should be able to push all this stuff 100 feet off my boundary line, okay? We want a concrete wall here, 8 foot. We want a 8-foot metal rod, one of those ornamentals we could actually still see through the actual wetland, right? We wouldn't be a nature's haven if we didn't see any nature. In front of me, there's the King Lake. Left of me or north of me is this big property, right? That's not, well, as you guys see. Nature's haven.
So you got to wrap it up. The time's up. Sorry.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for listening to what I have. Caleb.
Hello, my name's Kayla Mendoza. I am the daughter of Carol Ann and Roger Mendoza, my dad. And I'm here because...
And you've been sworn?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Okay, I am here because of last time I was here, you guys weren't here and you guys didn't get to hear what I said before. And so I'm here more about the animals that you guys are all misplacing. And so that all these subdivisions are coming, and so I've wrote an entire list of animals that I've seen in my head that I remember their exact names of, that I've seen outside the property and in the property that is soon going to be developed. And so I have a list of about 78 animals, not including the ones I don't remember. So some are snakes like black racers, corn snakes, eastern coral snakes, even the venomous ones, yes, but they all count as nature. Birds, we have green herons, cattle egrets, snowy egrets, sandhill cranes, gray egrets, scarlet ibis, turkeys, a lot of them, we've seen them pass by, they're pretty funny looking. We have a whole bunch of warblers, sparrows, wrens, mockingbirds, vultures, we have eagles, we have ducks too, yes, ducks on our property, but we also have ducks that live in the ponds the ponds. We have animals that are also not birds. We have bobcats that live in the back of our property. We have raccoons. I've seen them in the trees. We have skinks, which is a type of like lizard, salamanders, skunks, cottontail rabbits, swamp rabbits, marsh rabbits, chipmunks, 9-banded armadillos, which sadly I've seen on the roads because the cars that come by. The cotton rats, old field mouse. Actually, we've seen a lot of rats, which our cat gets, which is pretty funny. Anoles, which is lizards. And there's a whole bunch more that I can't say because it'd be like 10 minutes worth. So out of all these on my list, 10 of these are threatened, 15 are endangered, and 20 more are declining, and then 22 are protected. I know it's, my dad said something about an ornamental metal fence, and so I would like to say that if you guys are building all these stuff, I'd like to at least make a fence, so a certain fence so the animals can get through, so we can see them still as these subdivisions come.
So I have a minute, I'll just ask you a question because it's important. You're asking for a fence you can see, but you're worried about the kids being able to see it to be attracted to it.
They can still see it.
Are you worried about them?
They put fence, Mr. Hobby put up last October meeting, he mentioned, I want to see a kid jump over a barbed wire. They will do it. They'll jump over barbed wire, go wherever the water is.
The barbed wire
right?
that we,
if you put an ornamental fence 8 foot high, you know, the ones that have the points on the top, right? They're not going to go over that. Right? There's still a lot of snakes, rats, everything else to go through it.
So you're okay
In
for
the
that?
back, I would like to have an 8-foot concrete wall. Everything's up 100 foot away. If 25 feet, it's pretty close.
I'm confused. So from where the tree is, you want what kind of a fence there?
From the tree, I would like to
On the
have
southern border now?
The southern border. Right here between this guy and this guy.
Right.
It's about 420 feet or so. I would like a metal rod ornamental fence. In front of it, there could be some type of evergreen of some kind, 3 to 4 foot feet by burning some kind. That way the kids don't actually see the water. They can see the nature. That makes sense? So essentially this is the fence. This is the fence. This is the shrubbery that be in front of it, 4 feet. They can still see through the wetland, but they won't be able to see the water.
Okay.
Makes sense? And in the back, we're asking for 8-foot concrete wall.
Why
What-
concrete?
But what do you mean by the back? I'm looking at the
back
southern
right
border.
here.
Oh, to the other side?
Yeah, so this is all, this is
Okay.
wetland
No,
right
I
here.
get that, I'm just trying to.
We have
that's-
access to this pond.
There's units
We-
back
We
there. Small
go
pond.
back to the pond, we still have access to go all the way back here. We're gonna have cows and everything else back here, so I don't wanna see a resident on your side. If you have a flimsy PVC thing, bobcats jump in pond.
Okay, thank you.
See a bobcat in somebody else's residence, that's not your problem.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, next person I have is Jennifer McCarthy.
Why?
I
have a
requested it,
neighbor?
and I had another.
You had a neighbor?
I had a neighbor
Right, yeah.
waive their time.
Yeah.
Who's the neighbor? Who's the neighbor, if you don't mind?
I believe actually two neighbors emailed, but Sue Singletary and/or Emma Horton. Am I good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, my name's Jennifer McCarthy. I live at 8819 Kenton Road, Wesley Chapel, Florida, 33545, and I have been sworn in. So as I said, I live on Kenton Road, and I'm asking for following conditions to be added in writing before the development is approved. So one thing that Clark mentioned is that the Wildcat Groves is not in the rural area. Kenton Road is, and my specific area is in rural area and I would like for that to remain. So as Mr. Mendoza said, I do agree that he should have a 100-foot space buffer between the AC parcels and the proposed development. I also agree that he should have the fence per his specifications. This is not only for the protection of the agricultural properties, but for those living in the proposed development to discourage trespassing on our properties and the Category 1 wetlands on the west side of our properties. We don't want to see ATVs and other people using these lands that they're not supposed to. Kenton Road south of the Bend is currently a private, non-county maintained road. I would like in writing that there is no construction traffic for these new neighborhoods, as well as Murata and Epperson, that should be using this road. There are currently signs that say local traffic only, but there is no way to enforce this, and I'm sick of getting run off my road by cars and trucks speeding by me. If you allow the construction of the neighborhoods to begin before the new Kenton Road is complete, from Elam to this new development, it's almost guaranteed that we will be dealing with our road to be used as a haul route and construction, as this already happens regularly. I-75 interchange, they shut down construction for 3 days while they figured out a haul route. I was in the middle of our road on 911 with construction trucks trying to run me over coming from both ways. We are a single lane road, a single lane, it's not a 2-lane, single lane glorified driveway. As you can see, for a couple days ago, there's a gopher tortoise on the side of it. Everybody's gonna run this stuff off. It's not fair. So I do not want our private road improved. I want to keep this to local traffic only, residents that live on Kenton Road as it was originally intended. It's a huge liability that you placed on the homeowners that own this road. Also, I ask that construction does not close our road without warning. As recently on 10/25, the entrance to Kenton Road was closed at Elam going both east and west without any notice to the county or emergency services. Had there been an emergency on our road, it would have been a 10 to 15 minute detour to reach our home. That could have meant the difference between life and death, a small fire versus a house completely consumed. It's not a situation that should be happening. It's out of control. During the construction of the new Kenton Road, it should also be required that this road extends south straight from Elam to Overpass, as Mr. Mariani, so cars avoid the very dangerous section of Elam Road west of Kenton Road. The county traffic people from the Planning Commission said that Elam can handle the number of cars, but that isn't the issue. It is a very dangerous road, and I don't want to risk my life driving on this road with what will be an exponentially higher number of cars. And I believe if you don't require this extension of Kenton Road as a condition of this new development, there will be accidents and people will be gravely injured or die because you made the decision to allow houses before safe roads existed. Also, since Elam Road has been closed for over a year, there might be thousands of other households coming from Epperson that try to use it to avoid the four-way stop at Overpass Road and Epperson Boulevard, which is a mess to drive through nearly any time of day. Before this development is approved, I would like to see a finalized representation of how Kenton Road will be designed. I would like our private road to have a single entrance 600 feet north of Elam Road, as was planned last year in the April rezoning, and to dead end at the Mendoza's property with an area for garbage trucks, etc., to safely turn around. A couple things about the traffic study for this development. One, it was done under the assumption that it was going to be single-family detached homes, but now with the rezoning to 800 multifamily, this is likely to be apartments. The number of cars on the roads has changed. The traffic study continues to reference Kenton Road. I live on Kenton Road. I'm assuming at this point our private road will be renamed, but this document can be misconstrued that the existing Kenton Road can be used for their right-of-way. So I would like verbiage added that they are not allowed to use this road. On a personal note, I'm not moving. My neighbors are not moving. What we, these 10-acre parcels on the south end of Kenton Road, are trying to do is protect our neighborhood, just like I'm sure you would want to do for yours if you were in the same situation. It's not about keeping the entire area rural, it's about keeping our street rural. We are a neighborhood and should be treated like one. So when I hear county employees make comments in the media that we should cash it in and move, or members of the planning commission whisper that this is for the greater good, it's not only frustrating, but offensive and really scary that this is the viewpoint. The U.S. has a bad history of running off residents from areas to make room for what they believe are more worthy as residents. This shouldn't be the case here. Again, I ask that my conditions be in writing so they are enforceable. I'm tired of having promises stated to me that aren't followed through, because when time goes by, the lawyers and developers get together, and they will always do what's best for them and what will make the most money, not necessarily what is best for the citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No clapping.
Please don't clap.
Michael Poltorek.
Can I borrow your pointer?
They should be right up there, I think.
Is it? All right, cool.
Thank Commissioner Waitman for that tool.
I don't even know how it got up there.
No, I'm asking.
He gave it to
Joanna,
Clark,
all right.
and Clark left it up there.
There we go. Okay. Good evening. We're there. Michael Poltorek, 9152 Kenton Road. I am sworn in. If you can put, yeah, thank you. Commissioner Sarkey, to your point about some upper scale single-family residentials, we would love to see those on this property. Up until the last planning commission, this was 277 townhouses, and it's grown to over 3 times that in residences, plus 106,000 square feet of commercial on the same piece of property. This was the revised traffic study for Epperson Ranch. The reason I pointed out is I'm sure you guys have gotten complaints because of the Epperson Boulevard and overpass intersection. It's 8 lanes plus turn lanes, and it's a 4-way stop sign. It is a disaster. That came from this. When this study was done, this is basically the metrics behind it, okay? This was the 2025 projected traffic flow. Unfortunately, these traffic studies we keep getting and you keep making decisions off of, they don't come off of the additional projects that continue to be added to this. This is actually the federal DOT manual right here, which is very important, and I'm going to give you the metrics and why. This project now doubles over the April property, which was 527 on residences, plus 106,000 plus square feet of commercial. This is now asking to add an additional 800, which puts us at 1,327 residential units, plus 213,000 square feet of commercial on a 2-lane road that dead ends in a stop sign. DOT, rule of thumb, straight out of the manual, says you cannot exceed 450 cars on a stop sign on a 2-way stop. That does not take into effect the traffic on Elam Road, which is going to obstruct traffic. Now, when we default back to charter schools, On top of the 1,327 units of volume traffic in morning and afternoon, you now have parents commuting their children to school at the same time. Why is this important? If we have 1,327 cars going through this stop sign, it's going to take 3 hours to get out of the intersection to get to work in the morning. Now, the part that I really have to get to you is this is the overview of where we're at. As everybody said, this is where it dead ends. That's important because this is my property. We have cattle. I lease and own property on both sides of this street. I'm the one with the John Deere tractor that goes up and down here with rolls of hay. We have a farm in Michigan. We have agricultural property here. This is all on record with the property appraiser's office. We have equipment and trailers that exceed 40 feet that come out of here. The proposed intersection is going to be right about there. I do not have room to come out and straighten out our trailers and equipment and get out of the opposite direction traffic for a safe intersection. This is going to be a 90-degree turn right here, and the problem is people will come through that turn. They will not see the equipment coming in and out, and somebody's going to get killed. On October 6th, I reached out to Mr. Hobby's office. I had several concerns. This was one of them. What I asked for in one of those concerns is this is the applicant's current driveway. Across from it is 2 lots, and I have cattle on both of these properties, for the record. This property right here is 2 lots. It's been vacated. It's going to be conservation. It will never be developed. What I asked Mr. Hobby for, one of the 6 items I asked for clarification on, is for this intersection to go to Kenton Road, to be moved up here opposite of the vacated property so that A, it keeps the traffic away from our equipment coming in and out of our operation, and also there's no homes here. So as cars go in and out, headlights will not be shining into the front windows of these homes. I think it's very fair to ask that this intersection goes to this point right here. The second issue is, on the next slide, this is the original traffic study map for 2030. How do we get there? It was up there, please. The 2030 traffic study map for the roadway called for. Okay, right here is the road that the prior speakers were talking about. It connects Overpass Road to Elam Road. This is part of the 2030 plan before we were even talking about 2- and 4-lane roads going up in Kenton to replace it. The reason this is important is because there's a traffic light there. That traffic light is what's going to stop, as in preventing everybody from all of these developments and everybody from the connected city that needs to get south from getting out of here, because with a stop sign, we cannot get the traffic flow through there. On the flip side, this old Kenton Road, because the new Kenton Road is going to dead end before it hits Tyndall, the scary part here is all of this traffic from the south is going to hit the old Kenton Road to go over to Curley. Apparently now it's going to be a 6-lane highway, or to go west on McKendree or Tyndall to get to McKendree to go out here. So all of this traffic flow has to go onto our 2-lane dirt road, and that's the traffic I'm actually going to deal with. That's going to create a safety issue with us taking 40-foot gooseneck trailers with hay on and off the property. And when I order pallets of agricultural products, all organic by the way, when they come, I don't get to pick the truck that brings it. Sometimes it's a semi, and I have to, as quickly and safely as possible on our little 2-lane dirt road, use my forklift, take the product off, or move it onto our property to get it out of the flow of traffic. So I'm asking you, please, first thing is to move that intersection north so we don't create a safety issue. The second thing is please make it 4 lanes to start with for traffic flow reasons, and give us some form of traffic flow where it hits Elam, because we will never get in and out of that area. Those concerns and about 4 others were sent to Mr. Hobby's office via email on October 6th. I did not get a response from that email or any of those concerns whatsoever. Some were the schools, some were the fire station. Traffic flow was a big one. And I would like to thank them for working with us on the watershed from King Lake that Epperson and Biscayne Bay helped to create the situation of. They can't control that. So I appreciate the fact that they're helping us with the drainage. The traffic flow is on you guys. We need your help with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't have anyone else signed up.
Okay. So I see 3 other people for public comment. If you want to line up behind the current speaker, that'd be great. Yep, you have 3 minutes, name and address.
Hi, Tanya Riddlesworth, 8734 McKendree Road, and I have been sworn. First, I want to say that I most certainly do live there, okay? I do list my home for rent for short-term periods when my family and I want to go away in our RV, and I don't think I need to apologize for that. And I'd like to point...
illegal.
Sorry, what?
It's illegal. You cannot have a homesteaded property that is also a rental property.
It's not a rental as in long-term rental.
I
live
saw
there.
the nice comments, people love staying at your house, but
Yeah,
that's
so
an
even
issue.
short terms?
You better be very careful because you're gonna pay some huge fines, but
I thought that was just long-term, but I guess we can talk about that after. But I do want to reiterate that the 140-foot setback has already been done, as we showed you before. Marata has 10-foot setback all the way around, except for in this one rural area where it's 140-foot setback. So I want to know why wouldn't you approve a 100-foot setback that the Mendozas are asking for here? Also, I want to say that there's only multifamily left, as we've kind of been talking about all here. All the single-family entitlements are gone. There's only multifamily left. So what does that mean for the connected city? Well, if we thought it's been growing a lot in the past few years, now we have multifamily only left. It's only going to grow exponentially. The schools and the roads need to be addressed now. We cannot wait any longer. So most of the people that have been up here have been talking about the roads. This is an area where we haven't had this issue with Epperson and Marata as much because they weren't on dirt roads. This area that everybody wants to start building in now, the business core, the South Innovation Zone, the urban core, it's all on dirt roads. You're only going to hear more and more of this. We have all the dirt roads that we're talking about, McKendree, Tyndall, Kenton, that need to be addressed and need to be thought out properly before we can put all these multifamily homes on these roads. We cannot wait until 2050 to pave McKendree or to fix Kenton Road going south to Overpass. One more thing I wanted to mention. I thought the Connected City was supposed to have a committee with residents to help regulate it. I want to know, how do I become part of this, and who is the current private residents that are on the committee? I question the master plan and how this is anything but suburban sprawl, which was my fear that I vocalized when it was originally passed 7-8 years ago. And note that this has been years and the world has changed since then. Gigabyte internet is available everywhere. Office space isn't needed as much because people are remote. The entire connected city needs to be reevaluated, and this should be done before more piecemealing rezonings are approved. I don't see anyone looking at this area as a whole, other than Mr. Waitman has called for this audit that hopefully will happen in January. Otherwise, it's just housing, retail to support the new housing, etc. This is not an innovative area if you're looking at it like that. That is just suburban sprawl that we're trying to avoid here, is my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, for any of the speakers that have come up and they've displayed anything on it, unless there's been a motion to accept it, I just want to make sure that they know that it will not be in the permanent record. So if there's anything that you've displayed that you want to keep into the permanent record, we need to know so that the board can do a motion to receive and file that.
I'd like to make a motion.
Right, come forward.
You can't.
You can
You can ask them. You can ask them to.
Come on the road.
So the items that you showed,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
would like those?
Yes, I'd love for those to be on the record.
Okay.
Move.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Sonia, are those electronic or those paper? That the gentleman sent? Electronic, okay, if you could email that to Donna Lee in the office, thank you. But anything else that was presented will not be in the permanent record unless you want it, so you have to make sure you ask for it. Thank you.
I have not been sworn in.
All right, well, raise your right hand, please.
And
Do you-
anyone else that's going to speak has been sworn? Been sworn, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did that for you?
All right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do.
My name is Michelle Burkett. I live at 8747 Kenton Road. I've lived on this road for 45 years. I'm probably the oldest one to have lived there. But anyway, I have seen everything that's happened on this road. I've seen the traffic increase. This is a one-lane road. This is a one-lane road. The picture that's up there with the gopher tortoise, that's one lane. We have had so many dump trucks, semi-trucks, flatbed trucks, you name it. I can't even walk down our road. I can't even walk down the driveway with my dog getting ran over. So anyway, we need to have that Kenton Road, the new one, since someone decided to make that new Kenton Road in Murata, Kenton, instead of realizing that our Kenton Road is actually Kenton Road and the county doesn't own all of it. Whoever did that screwed that up big time. They should have checked out, investigated on it, that half of it is all private road, not county maintained. The other half is county maintained. And people don't go 30 miles an hour like on a dirt road like you're supposed to. They go about 60, about 100 miles an hour because they're going to Murata, they're going to McKendree Road, they are cutting through overpass, they are cutting to 52, they are cutting, you name it, they are cutting it through. Because we went through this for 8 years, well 5 years with Epperson. They were getting dirt from overpass over at 52 near Flying J's. They were getting dirt coming off of, well, I don't know about the new overpass, but anyway, what I'm trying to get at is we need to have Kenton Road, the new one, fixed before anything else gets put down this road. It's ridiculous. If you look on the satellite thing, you can see how our part I'm talking about, the first 11 people, residents, of what we're going through. Anyway, let me just go to the next one. I had a whole list here. Have any of you guys ever like gone down Kenton Road or checked it out just to see what it looks like? Have you? Heard you say something about DOT. You went riding around, right? Do you do that all the time?
And I've just been looking at it on Google Maps. So
And
I see it. I see part of it is not a county road. It's
and a lot of people in your county didn't know that. I had to tell them, and then they finally went, "Oh yeah," I'm like, "Yeah, not all of it's county maintained."
Right.
So anyway, if you look at where I live at 8747, they have a driveway there, and that driveway is a driveway. It's not a road. We have had everybody and anybody, dump trucks from Epperson come down our driveway, and I've contacted you guys to tell you that someone needs to fix it. Get it off of Google Maps as a road. It's a driveway. So we've had people coming down our long driveway. You turn in the middle of the road and go back out. So recently, the past 2 years, we finally put in a gate, and that has helped out a lot. But we shouldn't have to do that, you know. If someone would realize what, you know, there's just a lot of things that need to be done. Please do Kenton Road. Do the new one. We can't handle our little road no more. Am I done?
Thank you. Yeah, you're done.
Yay! Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, I have more on my list, but thank you for listening to me, and thank you for driving around the DOT. You should come visit us.
Need help with that mic?
She's got a hand mic. She's got a hand mic.
Oh, she's got one.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sevener. I live at 4213 Medbury Drive, and I have been sworn in. I have 3 special needs children. I don't know if any of you have experience with special needs children, but when you're dealing with special needs children, you have to look at them completely different from your neurotypical child. I have 2 on the autism spectrum, 1 with ADHD and some sensory issues. Kids on the autism spectrum, they may know the rules, they may know what's expected of them, and 80% of the time they'll follow that, but they have certain triggers, you can call them, or obsessions that when they see that, it's like a tunnel vision. Everything else goes out of their mind, and no matter how many people are watching them, they are small, they are quick, and they can escape out of anybody's sight, no matter how many people you have watching them. All 3 of my kids go to Nature's Haven at the Mendozas, and it has had the most impact I have ever seen with my boys. They spent numerous years in public school, never once made a friend. Couple months in Nature's Haven, not only are they more comfortable socializing with their peers, they're more comfortable socializing with adults. They have gone from pure fear of bugs, insects, the outdoors, like panic, not being able to move. If they see an ant on the ground, can't even get to the car because there's an ant between them and the car, to running through the grass, picking up bugs, and even academically, their improvements in homeschool have been so much more than all of the years in school, just in the last couple months since we've started going to Nature's Haven. It is important that we look at, even though this is a small thing, it's a small co-op, a small camp for these unique children, we want the best for these children. These children are striving to be productive members of society. We want them to be able to live on their own. And these early interventions at places like Nature's Haven is the only way that they're going to become productive members of society. And we need to keep them safe when they're there, which is why we really need to look at what the Mendozas are asking in order to keep these children safe. Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak to this item?
I have no one else signed up and no one on WebEx.
Okay. We'll close public comment.
I thought you had to be somewhere.
Ma'am?
I thought you had to be somewhere.
No.
Me?
Jane.
Right here.
Graham.
No,
Oh.
Be somewhere.
I'm here. I'm here for
Oh,
the
boy.
duration.
I'm looking
Clark,
at Henry.
Clark Hobby again. I'm going to have Steve Henry respond to the traffic issues,
Yeah.
but I did want to just respond to a couple of things. Number one, we are very mindful of the issues with the Mendozas and their property, and that's why we've agreed to all these conditions. Again, I want to reiterate for the board what we've agreed to do there. We will not have any units within 200 feet of their home. No units within 200 feet of their home. That's a significant amount. I think it's actually more than the neighbor was looking for on the other project. If there is a retention pond within 200 feet of the home, the present condition says that we'll install a fence on the south side of it. Now, based on what I've heard tonight, I think the condition should be changed to say that it will be a 6-foot vinyl fence. I heard Mr. Mendoza, but honestly, I'm more worried about on our side having a safety issue, and I don't want kids to be having a fence that they can get through. And so I'd rather have a continuous 6-foot vinyl fence there.
Let's talk about that for a second too, because as the lady just mentioned, when they see something, the visual goes away and they can't control where they go.
Right.
So that fence that someone can see through, I don't think it makes sense either.
Yeah, I'm very concerned based on what I've heard, and that's why I think we'd be better served to use a 6-foot vinyl fence like we would normally have. We wouldn't normally put those, by the way, around retention ponds, but we don't want any of the special needs kids having any issues on our site. So that's why I want to change that condition to be more specific. But I just want to reiterate the rest of what we're doing. We're going to have a 6-foot fence on the south side of any units within 200 feet as well. So they won't be near their house, but if they're on the western, if the kids are on the western end of the Mendoza parcel, which is a wetland that really can't be built on, but if they're back there running around, we're going to have a 6-foot vinyl fence on the south side of our units if there's any unit within 200 feet.
All right, but Clark, let me stop you there, because when you talk about their house, it really doesn't matter. It's really the property line. What's the difference going to be from the property line going back to yours? That's what's going to matter.
So that what we're trying to identify is there's 2 different scenarios because of the wetlands. There we go. So their house is right here, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
This, because of how the topography of the site goes, will very likely be a pond, okay? This area is all in a wetland, can't be built. So
Quiet,
it's
please.
a wetland. I mean, we've looked it up online. It's a wetland. So we don't believe there's going to be anything ever constructed as far as habitable structures back here. And again, that's why we're saying if we have any units within 200 feet, we will put a continuous 6-foot vinyl fence on the south side of those units. So what we're trying to do, and this was based on what we heard at Planning Commission, golly, would this thing not work? They told us in some areas they wanted to look over our property, okay? And if we don't have any wetlands in there, if they want to look through their barbed wire fence or whatever it is back here, if we don't have units until they're up here, we put the fences between us and the units. That's all we're saying. But they did say at Planning Commission, there were parts of the kids that like to be in the rear of their property and look over our property. And if there's not a water body there, I'm not that worried about it. Where I am worried about it is if there's a pond. Okay? So that's why that reads that way.
Well, they have a pond in the back of their property.
Right. Right. I'm solely focused.
Quiet, please.
I'm solely focused on the issue of what we're going to have on our site, Commissioner, just for safety purposes, and I'm trying to respond to what I was told in the previous hearing. Okay?
So, Clark, how far back would you put the white fence?
We were going to, I mean, I don't know that I have direct, will we put it directly behind them at the end of the lots?
Everywhere there's a
You want to put it on the property line?
No, I mean, the whole length of the property or just up in the front?
Just where we have lots, because we may have no lots down in this area. So it's, all we're saying is, golly, if we have any units within 200 feet of them, then there will be a fence between where the units are and the Mendoza property.
It's what, back in that?
I mean, if we're 400 feet up there, I don't know why we would need a fence out in the middle of a pasture.
Yeah.
That's
what I was
the only
wondering,
point we're
too.
trying to make.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of questions brought up about the traffic, and there's a lot of misinformation there. And I'm going to have Steve speak to that in just a minute. But I want the board to know, because this is not my first rodeo in this area. The MPUD that's down here, Aprilli, was approved last year. And most of the people you heard speaking, not all of them, but several of them, are the folks that live in here. And they're actually going to live closer to where the Aprilli development is. And we already worked out a series of conditions with them to satisfy their concerns from where any of our development will be. Now, with regard to where the access points are, the reason why we put these notes in that Gavin, changed today, these are just conceptual. If we can work it out so that the access point is where Michael was showing where a wetland is, so it doesn't go into, lights aren't going into someone's house, we would love to do that. Our initial thought was, for safety purposes, it was better to have them come down the way the road presently is and come to a stop there. But these are all the kinds of things you have to work out with the county engineer when you get into site planning. We're speculating on a lot of this stuff. I will say Michael's comment about bringing his hay in, this is his only way to get in now. So he's finding some way to go around a 90-degree turn there right now, and we're not going to change any of that. We're not going to change it. So whatever it is now is whatever it will be going forward, okay?
But Clark, here's the thing. If you were trying to do this development in a regular way, substandard road analysis, you get stopped, right? Because it's a single lane road. Can't right now.
What is your construction?
You mean if I was proposing access?
Pardon me, I have the floor. Let me finish my comment.
Okay, sure.
So if it's a single lane road going all the way, and a dirt road as well, and we're hearing about already the traffic issues that are out there, not even from you guys, but just from what's going around there, it's definitely going to be an issue. And I really love that you've got a side road built in that's going to separate it from them.
Right.
So they'll have their own private road, all said and done. But I'm
Understood.
concerned about what's going to happen now. And I think we need to address it. When can you build at least one layer of the road going north-south up on your side of the property?
We're required to build it up front. We can't access this site without building the new road. And there's a condition that requires us at all times to maintain their traffic flow through the existing roadway.
Okay, great.
So like, as an example, we may have to give them access over a portion of our site to cross over it so they can maintain their way out while we're working there. So absolutely, we understand it. Again, went through this on the Aprilli MPUD to the south and know how to do it.
Yeah, we'll just make sure we're going to say, so you're going to build your own separate road anyway?
That's right.
That's not going to affect what they've got over there? You're going to allow him the access to do what he's got to go do?
That's right.
That's great. Now, going up to the top part of the property,
Right.
Where the road then goes to the angle.
Right.
I don't want to wait for you guys to redo it, but I really think, as we've discussed, going straight up and taking the left, putting the roundabout in, and going out that way is the way to go from the get-go. But where are you going to go from the end of your property? Would you catch Tyndall, or does that connect later on?
It would go to there. That's where the interconnection, there's another circle that's going in right there that another developer to the north is building.
So the road's going to then continue from that point, then go up?
It will go north and go, and it's still called Kenton. It's kind of interesting. And again, I understand the neighbor saying, we're not trying to rename roads. That's what it's called in the master roadway plan. But it goes, there's a roundabout just off of our property adjacent to it, and it's going to go up and go to the connection point that's already built into Murata right there. It's already existing.
So it's existing hard pavement's already there?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's go to the south.
Nope, yeah, because I have a question on the side.
Okay, so let's go to the south.
Okay.
How can we make that connection all the way down to overpass?
And I'm looking at
The
the right of way
Aprilli
there.
oh, you're talking about south of
South of
Elam?
your property going down.
The next segment being built down is being built by the Aprilli developer
Okay.
all the way down. So we've already coordinated with them, and that, between the two projects, they end up building like, I don't know, it's like a mile or mile and a quarter. Are you talking, just to make it clear, are you speaking
From
about?
Elam to Overpass.
Okay, that section wasn't studied. We didn't assume that we needed it, and and Steve can comment on it. There's no failures. It's not needed for our study purposes, okay, and for access. In the way Connected City works, we wouldn't be required to build that in any event. However, I have told the neighbors several times that I'm working with the county and several other developers to try to coordinate a process to bring it to fruition. We don't need it for this project, but I would like to have it for Connected City. And if I can get the county to help me, just so you guys know, building this extent of roadway, even just as a 2-lane road, we will generate far more in mobility fee credits than we can ever use. So we will end up spending several $1 million we can't ever monetize to build a road that's for the county's benefit. So my client can't go also out and build another $2.5 million worth of road that we don't even need per our traffic study. But here's where I need your help, and I've been talking with staff about this. There are fees that are paid in from Murata, and I know a lot of them are going towards the interchange and the cost there. But if you came to me and the county could find a way from the fees that are being paid in from within Connected City to provide the funding, we will construction manage the project to build that next segment. That, again, we don't need it, but we'll help out and do it. But we just don't have the money to do it. That's the problem. But it's a convenience issue for the county, and I think the neighbors would like it too. How it didn't get built, it was part of Epperson, and they just dedicated the right-of-way, and it looks like the ponds, but for some reason they didn't build it, and I don't know the backstory there.
So I'd say, I think the extension from existing McKendree where it's going to connect, where it's a dirt road right now, needs to be done. And I think this connection needs to be done, so.
I really need the county's help. Again, I've talked with staff about it at length, and so far the answer I get is, we don't want to do anything. We don't have the funds. We don't want to do anything. And over time, the county is going to really want that connection.
Okay, all right, so continue on. Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted Steve to just answer some of the traffic issues that were brought up.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. Just trying to answer a few of the questions. And first, to kind of, again, give you a broad brush of the Connected City. This is different than any other part of the county other than VOPH, in which we did a master plan, a financial plan, master roadway plan. The analysis was done to evaluate what roads are needed. And then what we do is unlike any other area in the county, we actually use a 2045 model to evaluate as we move forward. So what we're required to do, we've established under the master plan how many lanes are needed for each road. So then what we do is we come in with each project, we add those projects to what's already approved in the model, and we run the new model on 2045 and look at what roadways necessary to be able to build the project. And so we keep building on that as the projects continue to get approved within Connected City. So from this one, we looked at that. We included the Aprilli property that was already previously approved. We added this one to it. And one of the comments was that we did single family. We in fact used multifamily and townhomes, which is what we're asking for. That's what was in the analysis, to evaluate what sections of road were needed, what intersection improvements are needed. And from that standpoint, we didn't need that segment of Kenton from Elam to Overpass. Agree ultimately that in the model and in the long range plan, that's needed. And I agree with Mr. Hobby that if there's a way to get that done, and we're working with a number of developers within Connected City that may be able to get something done there. But right now, as part of this project, it was not needed. We are adding turn lanes at Elam and Kenton in order to make that work as an unsignalized intersection, but it did operate at acceptable level of service from that standpoint. One of the other things that came out was the Epperson overpass intersection. Just to let you know that we've already actually submitted the signal plans for that. The developers hired a contractor, and we're working as fast as we can with your staff to get that one signalized as soon as we can.
And that's Epperson and?
Epperson and overpass.
Okay.
So that's being done. So then as far as the 450 homes at a stop sign, I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never heard that criteria for a stop sign. We use the highway capacity manual software to look at that, which is the federal guidelines to look at what geometry is needed and what level of service of the intersections. And that's what your staff looks at too, when we look at these intersections.
Federal guidelines, what could go wrong?
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, just one last thing. I hate to be like this, but I just want to make it very clear. This property in this area has never been in a rural plan. People keep saying that. It's not true. I was here. I've been involved in all the comp plan stuff. This was never in a rural area. And even if it was, the legislature changed the rules in 2015, and we adopted comp plan policies 6 years ago, and we have to follow those. We're doing the right thing here, and you're going to see a project that you're proud of. Like I said, Michelle, the guy that you all met, wants to do a quality project that's lacking in Connected City that we believe is going to be a focal point and bring community together. We need that in this area. So I think this is going to be a great project. And, you know, I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have, but I think that it's entirely appropriate that the board support it at this point.
Any questions, Ms. Nobby? Mr.
How many units are going in here?
Well, that's a little bit in flux, but I think it's 800 was under the traffic study, which was a combination of apartments and townhouses. As we've said, I think publicly, we would likely convert a number of the apartment units for retail, which we're allowed to do under the land use equivalency matrix, because we're going to need more retail up at the top of the project. So that's where Michelle's mindset is, up in that area.
Well, I guess I'm going to say the same thing again. Does it have to be apartments? Can it be another form of multi-use?
Well, yes, it can be. It can be town. I mean, that's not the only thing it could be, Commissioner. I'm just telling you that's what the traffic study said. Up in the northern area, that's called Partial 2. And let me find the list of uses. It could be up there. FYI, the retail uses are extremely limited. There's a bunch of stuff that you all wouldn't want. Car dealerships and all that kind of stuff can't be in the retail area. So it's going to be the kind of retail uses you want. In Partial 2, you can have villas, townhomes, row houses, commercial retail, apartments, and then the service-ready site acreage, which includes, Commissioner Starkey, vertically mixed use stuff is allowed. You just can't, in the service-ready site acreage, have first floor only retail. That's what it basically prohibits.
I'm not worried about the northern part. I'm worried about the southern part. And I'm just wishing that someone would come in. I think I know who the user is. I don't think they do that, but I'm wishing we'd see garden homes, a walkable community that has something with front porches and tree-lined streets and instead of
Commissioner,
tall buildings
I
and parking
understand.
lots.
Commissioner, I understand, but just
Really
again,
sad.
that's why we brought in someone who's got an urban background to help with all that stuff, and they're going to be our development partner. That's why they're there.
That's on the north, right? Not on the south.
No, they're going to be the development partner on everything.
Oh, okay. I thought they were just taking little
No,
pieces.
he's primarily interested in the retail because that's his background, but he's going to be our partner on everything.
Okay.
On the northern, on the northern piece, you're gonna have, commercial use along with some apartments, whatever, on both sides of the road up that way.
If it's split, yes, and we have to have the office up there as well.
Right. Okay.
So I will say, I'm uncomfortable with what I see that we're looking at.
Right.
And for the reasons we've talked about.
Right.
I want to find a way that we can tell them, look, we're going to let you go put your single family in, right?
Well-
I want to see that we can go change their road, set the way he wants it. I want to see him put all the intensity he wants in that upper quadrant to make that a piazza, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But something that's going to be the heavy-duty retail with the eateries and the place to be that people want to come to be, without demanding all the apartments that we're saying, you got to put them in. I don't want to even go there, because what if they decide they walk out this door here and they say, you know what, let's go put apartments in. Be crazy if we didn't, because we'll make more money. I would like to find a way to tell him now, or as quick as possible, that you can put your single family in, and you can put that high-intensity commercial up above with your retail, with your office, and whatever residential you want to put above it. Commissioner Oakley.
I think the issue in doing that is the fact they have a financial plan, and if you change that density to a lesser density, then somebody's got to pay more money because that changed their financial plan. Is that right?
What I've been told from staff is you have to take this very carefully because of the considerations on the financial plan, and it could create a shortfall that might result in assessments of everyone in Connected City. But hold on, Commissioner. I will say this.
I had some good to say
I've heard your comments before. I understand. I've heard your comments. And if the county determines that more single-family detached are allowed, we would have no objection on our end to having that be an allowable use in parcel, I believe it's parcel 1, which is the blue one on the south side, the larger parcel. I got to make sure that the county.
But the real issue is if it falls short on the financial end, somebody's got to pay.
That's right. And so we should not willy-nilly just say we're going to do that. We have to understand what the effects could be.
And like I said, I know we've got a meeting coming up. We're going to look at this. So we're going to study that, and it's going to have to get looked at.
We look at it, but the same thing in VOPH has the same issue. They have a financial plan too. You change densities, then you change their financial plan, and everybody, if you're already have your entitlements, you could be paying more for those if you reduce them somewhere else. That money's got to be spread over the entire development.
And Commissioner Oakley, we actually did that at VOPH. They decided they didn't have enough money, they came back, they says, we're going to charge more money so we can get what we need. But I think it's so important for us, let's face it, who knew it was going to be this hot for growth every step of the way, right?
Oh,
And it's a great problem to have. But let's think about how to solve it. There's some things that in here that VOPH and Connected Cities are not going to be able to fix in time. That doesn't impact these residents tremendously. Now, we've got an MSTU we're coming up with roads that could help. You've got money in there, again, your hospital right across the way that you could say for economic development. You could say you want to build this eatery place, and to get that, you need to have that help as well. There's sources to find the funding to make these other connections, and I'll say the southern connection and then the McKendree one to the north. I'm okay with looking at other sources to fund it, not even from waiting for Connected Cities. And we should do that, because we got two awesome plans. Like, talking to our engineer, county engineer Nick, he says, man, I don't know how to deal with the VOPH in this area. You got special rules here, special rules there, because he's never seen that before. This is great creative development, but again, after 18 years, it needs to get looked at again, maybe needs to be tweaked again. But I think we, as a commission, have got enough great things going on with other things going around the area that we should look to find a way to make these things work so Connected Cities can build the best product that's good for the area, not just for the initial plan, but what's best for the area. And the same thing for our citizens all around it. And we can do that, and I'm flexible with it to find the other sources we need to make these connections, to make it better, so every day our residents are in better shape. I mean, we've seen great traffic studies, but guess what? Reality is reality.
We can look, but I'm
Commissioner Mayor,
concerned about who's going to pay that extra money.
May I offer something? So a couple of thoughts here on this. Number one, we work with your staff every day, and as you've heard, this has been a 2-year process to get to here, and we're trying to be responsive to staff's understanding what the planning vision is for the area. So I don't want to undercut them, and I know Brad in particular feels very strongly that this area shouldn't have single-family detached. And so I just want you all to understand that in the spirit of full disclosure. However, you all know I do a lot of work for D.R. Horton, and D.R. Horton is one of the largest single-family detached home builders in the country. So we do not object to having the ability on the larger parcel to the south, is parcel 1, from having the option. So having said that, I did create language that I could read in that would allow that to be a possibility if the board determines, based on this study you're talking about, that more single-family detached might be available in Connected City. So is it proper for me to read this into the record as a potential condition to allow it?
I definitely want to hear it. I'd love to put it in, and if you can put a timeline to give us to make it available, maybe that puts the urgency we need to make that happen too.
Right, okay, and maybe what we would do, yeah, I know, I got that. So I think what I would add in condition number 37, where it presently ends, I would add the following language. Notwithstanding the foregoing, if additional single-family detached units become available for construction in Connected City prior to the issuance of the first preliminary development plan / preliminary site plan in parcel 1, single-family detached units shall be an allowed use in parcel 1, and in such event, the applicant developer may submit a non-substantial modification to the MPUD to provide for the conditions for the same. But in any event, 45 and 55-foot wide lots shall be specifically allowed, subject to the applicant developer's compliance with the requirements of PDD Memo PM 26 concerning such 45 and 55-foot wide lots. That's the memo you just adopted with the most regulations in it. And then we need to add one other thing in speaking with David and Steve Henry. The non-substantial modification shall include modifications to the LUM or land use equivalency matrix to allow the conversion of the approved multifamily and townhouse units to single-family detached. I know it's a mouthful, but if you all determine that there are more single-family detached units out there, this would give us the option of doing it and converting some of our entitlements for those purposes on parcel 1.
Or if we allow the creation of more
Right,
single family.
that's right, but
Okay.
you see where I'm going with it. If there aren't any and they're adverse financial plan considerations, we won't do it. We'll build what staff told us we had to build.
Well, we gotta go through that study.
Okay, well then
Yep.
do that.
I think it's a smart
Okay.
thing to do. I mean, it's within the board's purview.
I think we got flexibility. That's why people elected us to make these decisions, and we got plans that we can adjust, and I think if we work together to look at them, it's worth it.
Okay. Well, if you all make a motion, if you would please include that language to achieve, meet your
Right.
objectives.
Any other questions for the applicant or staff?
No?
Okay.
I'll make a motion to include that verbiage he just had, so if we can get a copy of that.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
That's an approval of the project as modified.
As
That's
modified
not-
with,
Okay.
If it works. If it doesn't work, we're still with the same project. Yeah.
no, just, I appreciate that.
I'm sorry,
P105,
my
do we have
meeting
proof?
today has carried
Yes,
y'all
Mr.
so
Chair.
long.
Item P105 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 2nd, 2023.
Except for a couple of years. Got an extra.
Hi again.
Good evening.
So before I start,
Who did you offend?
So I do have a couple things that I would like to include. I know that there was some worry of collaboration between a couple of the projects that are submitting in this village. So I have the approved modified village plan for both of them.
and I would just like to submit it for the clerk. Then on second, I would have some emails with the applicant and some of the landowners in the area regarding right-of-way acquisition for Wirt Road and their all denial of selling in the near future.
Yep.
So we have a motion to receive and file?
Do we have to do that from our
That's
staff?
staff, you don't have to have a motion, do you?
Okay.
You
No,
do
yeah,
or not?
Yeah, right, it's us, staff. Or do you?
I don't know, that's a.
Just make sure,
Some 11.
make sure that it's, yeah. Normally, I think we do a motion to receive and
Well,
file. even
move
from
to
our-
receive and file.
on staff.
Second.
Okay,
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
It's getting
we'll
late.
take care of it. One way or the other.
No, it is.
So this is PDD 237710, the Village Green MPUD. And so this is a zoning amendment, and it's rezoning request from AR Agricultural Residential and AR1 Agricultural Residential to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for 470 dwelling units, townhomes, and apartments, and 14,000 square feet of neighborhood scale commercial located on the west side of Wirt Road, approximately a half mile north of Prospect. Here's the location within the county. Here's the location within VOPH. Here is the aerial of the property, the surrounding area for you. The current zoning, AR1 and AR. And so here's a picture of the master plan for you. If you can see that little center part right there, that is going to be their village green. That's their centrally located lawn, and where their commercial is going to be located, going to be mixed use, social gathering place, some weekend markets, stuff like that. A really good community asset in my mind. And here's again just that zoomed in. You can see that centrally located green and that lawn space, that park space, right in the center for you. So they are asking for a couple of variations. First, from section 525.2A1, a neighborhood commercial district, to allow for sales outside. Again, they're having weekend markets, stuff like that. They want to be able to conduct business outside of a building. Section 905.2D, site perimeter landscape buffering and screening, to remove the internal landscape buffers in between different uses. Section 905.1.E, amount of land required for parks to count only 35% of the village green, that's centrally located park that they have, towards the required park space. Section 902.2.L, to reduce a stormwater easement around the village green where the future commercial space will be located. And section 905.2.D.6, to remove the landscape requirements for stormwater facilities located near public right of way. So, let me go back one more time. So, going back to section 2, and I totally meant to have my variation analysis up here, to remove the internal landscape buffers between different uses. Like I said, they have that commercial area and the residential stuff like that. You wouldn't want to buffer in between an existing neighborhood. You want to have it cohesive. You want to have it open to the public. It doesn't get rid of the requirement for actual building landscaping, so they're still required to provide that landscaping. Like I said, they only want to count 35% of that centrally park space for the actual parks, their actual parks requirement. It is multi-faceted. It is going to be a stormwater retention area as well as a park, so they didn't want to count the full thing towards park space because it's multi-use, but they did want to have some of that percentage counted towards, and the Parks Department did approve this variation. There is, like I said, the Village Green is going to be a stormwater retention area, so they wanted to reduce the easement around the Village Green where those commercial areas will be located. The intent of this code is to provide access for maintenance, mowing and stuff like that. And so they'll have that access through that commercial area. And last, remove the landscaping requirements for stormwater facilities located near public right-of-way. Like I said, this is kind of a duplicate landscaping that they would have had to do. They already have to do perimeter buffers and stuff like that. And so it's basically removing the double dipping from them. And so there was one added condition from the PPC, the Planning Policy Committee, which is to bind the effective date of the Village Green MPUD to the approval of the comp plan CPA 04
PUD 240026, and that was earlier on our agenda. I believe it was item 91 or 92. It was the Village B and C text amendment that we talked very extensively about earlier. So we've been back and forth with this Wirt Road situation. So PUD has been asking for the applicant to build Wirt Road. We give them transportation development fee credits, as we've been kind of talking, in exchange for infrastructure. However, given the technical requirements for building the road, and again, all the adjacent property owners refusing to sell right away, we will not be able to build that road for a long time, and then we risk getting into the eminent domain problem, which I don't think anyone really wants to do. So instead, we've come up with an alternative. They will provide an access point with, pedestrian access, with golf cart access to Wirt Road once it is fully built out, either by the county or a developer. But right now, it'll be reserved to emergency vehicle access. And so this comes with a recommendation of approve with conditions.
So emergency access, I mean, who's going to drive down a dirt road with a fire truck when you got Curly Road right beside it? Why is that even there?
The emergency access is primarily just so that we can transition to the full functional access once the road is actually built.
One day.
So it's more of like planning ahead.
It's going to be not really access, it's just going to be...
It'll be gated for now, and then again, like I said, once the road gets built.
All right, so we're trying to put connectivity with Wirt Road. That's why we were originally trying to do it. Now we're finding out the residents don't want to sell. They don't want to see it developed. What have you done to do improvements on Curly?
So we don't have any improvements on Curly currently. Like I said, we discussed this earlier. There's no real time frame for it. And with their transportation analysis, they didn't trigger any more improvements. And I'm not a transportation planner, unfortunately, but that is just how I understand the situation. And they're just not putting enough trips on the road.
Can I?
Commissioner Starkey.
So, but they do have to pay mobility fee?
Yes, so they will pay for their full mobility fees. They're not providing any infrastructure. So those mobility fees will go into the general VOPH fund that could be used for Curly in the future, whatever the county decides, or again, Wirt Road in the future. Really, it goes into a pot that we can distribute to the entire district.
How many cars going to be entering the road from Village Green?
From Village
From this project?
So, like I said, there would be an emergency access, but they wouldn't be able to access
But
it.
can that be?
No, I mean going out on Curly. How many traffic count do you have going out on Curly?
I do not know that off the top of my head. I would have to defer to the applicant for that.
How many units?
It is 470. It is a mix of apartments and townhomes.
Be a lot of traveling.
Ton of traffic. Commissioner Starkey.
On the emergency access, that can be a bike trail or pedestrian access. They can ride their bikes up Wirt to get to the corner, or someone who wants to come to an activity at their Village Green, and think of Starkey Market, that's very similar to what they're doing. That way, other people that are up on Curly, or what's the road going this way?
McCabe, Clinton.
McCabe, they can come down Wirt on a bike and go into the neighborhood to access the watering hole or whatever on the Village Green. So that's good.
Well,
Wirt has traffic
But yeah,
on
Wirt Road, they don't want to have traffic anyway, but you can just go a little bit further, come up Curly, same roadway coming in, and you're closer to the Village Green without having to go around all the homes. So, I mean, you get to the same place without bothering Wirt Road. More importantly, if you improve a big pedestrian way coming up, if nothing else, on Curly, you at least take people in a safe area.
There is one on Curly. The multi-use path's on Curly.
It's on the same side?
Yeah, it's on that side.
This is on the east side?
Is it in the plan, or is it already there? Because I don't think it's already there.
You know, I'm not sure where it is.
I'm pretty sure it's not there.
I think it might be on the other side of the street. Well, the applicant's gonna come up. I know we talked about this in his course in my meeting with him.
So anyway, so no improvements are being made on Curly Road, and you're forgetting about the road improvements where the center was gonna be. We switched it over now. Now we move the density over to this side, and we're doing nothing to improve. And with the other side, where Connected City is, we don't know what they're gonna do, and we don't have any connection there either. And this is gonna be a 6-lane road, we just don't know when.
Exactly, and when that 6-lane road does come in, it will have those multi-use paths and lanes and stuff like that as well.
Let me ask another question. There's a little jog out in the piece where it says Wirt Road and AC. You've got retention ponds on both sides, and then you've got apartments going right behind. Now, from everything we've been hearing, there's like, should be a setback from one zoning class to another. Minimum I've heard, I think, is 25. And you're putting apartments right behind this guy's property. Does that seem right?
Yeah, so we actually have on the MPUD boundary, there is a, I believe, 30-foot setback from the right-of-way from Wirt for anything over 2 stories, and then I believe anything over 3 stories is 35 feet. And then, again, the storm water ponds around his house would be conceptual at this point. So,
But behind his house, we're not north and south where the retention ponds are gonna be. Behind him, you've got apartments going right behind this guy's house.
yeah, and like I mentioned before, there is still a 30 to 35-foot setback from the property line to make sure that they're not right up against them.
But why wouldn't you like put townhomes as a staged buffer between the two? As opposed to apartments right behind them?
I don't disagree. I mean, that would be up to the applicant to change that.
But you made the recommendation for approval?
Yeah, I did make a recommendation of approval. I mean, apartments and townhomes and single-family single-family housing are all fairly compatible, especially when we have a village center like this, where south you have 5 dwelling units per acre, then even before that you have 2 dwelling units per acre. So that's my personal opinion,
Okay.
planning opinion.
Commissioner Waveman.
Thank you, Chair. This goes back to what the conversation we had earlier, the identity of what the core is supposed to be, what product was planned where, and then now the direction that we're headed. And, you know, staff does bring forward items, recommendation for approval that we box. It goes back to the planning, the planning process and the direction we want to go with this project. We've already started making decisions on portions of this, on this section here, the McCabe MPUD, that shifted the village a little bit. You know, and this plan here is conceptual anyway. I mean, it's unique in the sense that there will be a 4-acre perk pond that's going to add lifestyle abilities and potential fun place to be. That's unique. It might be the only place in the county that could be done. But to me, it's a bigger, this decision today, and in my mind, is not just about this specific project. It's about how the VOPH is going to take off. And when we make these decisions today, I think it sets the McCabe MPUD and now the Villages on the Green, it's going to set precedent for what we decide for the future of each village throughout the course of this project. So the decisions that we make today are going to be looked upon as this project develops. So to me, it's a broader, this conversation is a broader policy discussion. And I'm a bit nervous to have to be forced to make a call today in haste, to be quite honest. I want to make sure we get this right. It has nothing to do with the project, and I mean, Villages of the Green is a very unique project that was, I don't think we haven't seen anyone like it, and they've worked incredibly hard to bring forward a unique project to this area. But does it fit? And that's my concern with being forced to make a decision today without further.
I think we should have the applicant.
Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Oakland.
This is a VOPH product, right? It has gone before the board for VOPH before it came to us. So what you're talking about, they should have already looked at to say that does fit in their plan. Because they have a board of citizens. I put a member on there, and I probably each district put a member on that board to help look at these items before we get them. So unless someone knows that they didn't look at this issue about if it fit, that's kind of on the VOPH, because I would think that's what they would be looking for. They're making sure their villages in VOPH fit for where they're supposed to go. Now-
Commissioner Oakley,
Well,
go ahead, I thought you were through, sorry.
David might have answer. Mr. Steinsteiner might have that answer. David sits on that board, right?
He advises that board. He advises that.
Advises that. But is
Provides
that
legal
true,
counsel.
what I just stated? I'd like to know that.
I think that's, so yes, it's true that they did look at this project and they approved it. They found that it was a good fit.
What about the planning commission?
They don't.
It does not go to the planning commission.
Oh, didn't go.
It goes to VOPH.
Oh,
Their
that-
board.
that
Their
operates-
board.
They operate as the planning commission for VOPH.
Interesting. I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you, Chair. But Mr. Goldstein, wasn't there considerable dialogue around this? I mean, they approved it, but the context is important because they did their job. They caught something and had significant dialogue and conversation, and were doing what we're doing.
Yes, but most of that dialogue, to my recollection, was about concern about the effect of this plan would have on other property owners in the village. So for example, I don't know if we have a graphic of the entire village, but there was a concern that, and Christy Barrera from Height raised this concern, is there's another project called St. Leo Commons, which is coming in at the northern part of this village. And so the concern was that unless that plan amendment got approved that you discussed earlier today, that there wouldn't be enough high-density areas for both this project to get approved and St. Leo Commons. So that's why that committee put a condition on this approval that said it's not effective until that comp plan amendment is approved and effective. So I'm not sure that the committee was concerned about this project per se. They were concerned about the effect this project would have on the other property owners in the village, and that was the majority of the discussion. And there was a discussion about should it be first come, first served, and you know, I remember asking the applicant, why did you take entitlements from St. Leo Commons? And they said, we were the first ones in. But the way that was resolved by the committee was the imposition of this additional condition. But I think to Commissioner Oakley's point, I don't think they had an underlying concern with the actual project. It was more, what is it going to do to another property owner?
But it
And
deals
if-
with this
If the
one.
applicant wants, has a different recollection, I'm happy to let them weigh in, but that was my recollection.
But they were visiting this project as a single village. They were not thinking about any other villages. They were thinking about this.
They were definitely looking at just this village.
Yeah.
But they were concerned about the rest of the village. So for example, St. Leo Commons, my understanding is they want to do some vertical mixed use type development, which I know Commissioner Starkey's a fan of. And so I don't think they wanted to do something with this project that would preclude St. Leo Commons from doing what they want to do.
Right.
So that's why they ended up with the condition saying that until this plan amendment is approved that allows the village to basically get bigger, then they either both are going to fail or they're both going to get approved. But they didn't want Village Green to get approved and then not be able to approve St. Leo Commons. That was effectively what they were concerned about. And if staff or the applicant have a different recollection, I welcome their comments.
So the problem that goes with the area, the original circles, Wirt Road was the center, Curly Road was going to be still 6-lane. You've got Connected Cities right beside it. In the Connected Cities part that's right on their southern part of Clinton Ave or McCabe Road, right in there, there's no connection coming out. That means everybody from Murata is going to come down below this picture. They're going to have to take this new road, which we don't know from what staff says when it's going to be ready, when it's going to be done. Drove down it. I don't recall any trail being there alongside that 2-lane road. And anybody, if they're coming from Wirt Road, if they're trying to get out, they're going to go around and it's going to be a bit of a hassle to get out there and get to 52 as well. So it's not that the project's bad, right? You got a nice design, it's a good setup, other than the one guy that I think you're kind of like crimping on. You know, what you're setting up is good. I'm just worried about all the traffic, and it's not just connected, it's not just VOPH beside it. You got Connected City to the other side, where I don't know if we get all the infrastructure in place that we're going to need to have to get all these extra units coming in. Until you make those improvements, at a minimum, if you're going to try to make this where people are going to come to, you're going to have a way to get there, one way or the other. And I just don't see that yet. And I'm glad we're going to go take a look closer to Connected City, but I think VOPH needs to look at this close too.
Yeah.
And again, with the other parcel coming above it and across the way, I mean, it's not what was designed. I appreciate the shift in what we're doing, and the density doesn't bother me, but the transportation infrastructure is what concerns me at this point.
Right.
How are we going to make it all work?
Okay.
All right, any other thoughts for staff? All right, Mr. Landis.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Bruce Landis, 3810 Northdale Boulevard, Suite 100, Tampa, Florida.
And you have been sworn.
And I have been sworn.
A
Thank you.
long time ago.
Not quite so. Do I have to
Hours and
redo
hours
that
and hours
since it's
and
been so
hours.
long? Thank you. Appreciate the comments and questions. I do want to affirm what Mr. Goldstein mentioned, that is the discussion that occurred at the Village of Pasadena Hills Planning and Policy Committee. I'd like to just address one of the comments and then reserve the rest of my time to, allow a response to the residents. We will also, I think, in some of those comments, address the roadway system questions that you have. Directly on the Village of Pasadena Hills Comprehensive Plan, the Village Plan B, when that was first developed, that was before Connected Cities went into place. And so therefore, when Village of Pasadena Hills, the village plans and the comprehensive plan was adopted, it said that that was the concepts for those nodes, but they would be looked at as MPUDs went through and were being considered and approved. So it envisioned back then, 15 plus years ago, some transition, and this particular node B is one that's in transition because of two things, because of the Connected Cities and Murata development that occurred after that, and then also the construction of a state highway through the very heart of the node. So I have staff to be able to testify and provide more information on that as far as how we're compliant with the comprehensive plan and the intent that was built there, but I would like to, with your permission, just reserve that for response to some of the residents.
I would put your presentation on in full rather than just waiting to respond.
Okay. So if I can't, okay, there, great. So some of the, I guess in addressing the comprehensive plan, staff has found our petition in compliance with the plan. They had initiated the comprehensive plan amendment, as you heard earlier today, and we certainly welcome and support it. The VOPH Planning and Policy Committee unanimously recommended our MPUD for approval to you, recognizing that it complies with the VOPH comprehensive plan. They did feel a lot more comfortable, and as Dr.
Thank you. Jessica Cole with Landis Evans and Partners, 3180 Northdale Boulevard, Tampa. I have been sworn. So as Mr. Landis mentioned, we have a state road now bisecting our village. McCabe, a nice country road, has now turned into a potential to be a 6-lane highway. When we initially were confronted by staff about the comprehensive plan amendment, we discussed a few things, making sure that there was enough entitlements to go around. As the comprehensive plan amendment that you folks heard earlier stated there is some unused density in the village general, or neighborhood general and the neighborhood edge, and that comprehensive plan amendment would allow that density to be transferred to the center. So this is not an issue with any density or entitlements. This is about allocating certain land area to accommodate that village core. One of the things that was also discussed on the planning level was having non-residential uses to serve those residential uses on both sides of McCabe. That is specifically so that people don't have to cross over that state road in order to get to those non-residential serving uses. The other talk that we mentioned, and I believe it was to the point of being outside of the quarter-mile walking distance radius, was the fact that VOPH did add golf carts as a required and preferred use, similar to Connected City. There's a lot of push on staff to make sure we have that infrastructure, not only internally to our site, but externally, so that people don't have to get in a normal traditional car, they can get in their golf cart and travel to these areas. We thought that was a brilliant idea. We do also plan on having some golf cart parking adjacent to our village green on this side where our non-residential uses are. These 3 units are anticipated to house our retail neighborhood serving, and the 2 brown units above that are intended to be flex office space. We do intend upon having these apartments surrounding the village green. Our thought was to keep the density internal, centralized. To Commissioner Mariano and Waitman's point about this parcel kind of being right next to the apartments, we do have an MPUD condition that does say that these 3-story units have to be 30 feet away from the MPUD boundary. This is a concept, so we do have the opportunity to relocate some of those townhomes if that makes the board feel more comfortable with this project. We do intend upon having pedestrian and bicycle connections at the time of this development's construction, so not at a later date. We will build that 24 access road, vehicular access to the property boundary, but that will be gated for emergency access only until Wirt Road is improved. This will allow for people who are biking and walking to use the country road of Wirt Road and access things on McCabe and get to where they need to go, and ideally also get to the non-residential uses that are going to be provided, hopefully proposed soon, right on the southeast corner of the intersection of McCabe and 52. I do understand the concerns with the ever-flowing changes that we see in VOPH, specifically with the villages. VOPH was designed to, especially in the comp plan, guide us to these plans. Every MPUD that seeks approval before the VOPH board and you folks has to submit their Village B plan, as Mr. Tu very graciously or succinctly explained during the comprehensive plan amendment. It is up to staff and the VOPH and you folks to determine if that is compliant. One of the things that we really tried to do was create placemaking. We wanted to make sure that people didn't have to travel very far to enjoy their quality of life. We do see a rise, about 25% of the workforce is not going to be working in an office anymore. They are going to remain working from home. We do love the concept of having these wonderful flex space uses, and even maybe, you know, in the clubhouses, we can have some of those flex space uses so that people can have a conference call or have some meetings, but not have to travel all over, even to Tampa, to get to their workplaces. This is not a traditional design that people see in Pasco. This is a traditional neighborhood design that we really are proud of. This implements really the vision of what VOPH was supposed to be. Yep. This grid-like pattern that makes us not have to walk miles to get to our neighbor, that allows us to see our kids playing in a local gathering space from the luxury of maybe our apartment or our townhome. This really does inspire the village node of what VOPH was trying to do with these cores and spanning out its density. We didn't want to sell our neighbors short. We do understand that we don't control that southeast corner of the intersection. We don't know when that will become commercial, but we want our residents to enjoy their quality of life right away. And that's why we're asking for the 14,000 feet of neighborhood serving residential on our site. We know that if they can't get groceries there, it's not gonna be a Publix. There are prohibited uses. We're not gonna have drive-throughs. This is for your mom and pop businesses. This is to make that community be just that, part of this community. We do understand the concerns of having to expand the village, but we are not increasing density. We are spreading that density out. Specifically in Village B, we do see that there is a big encumbrance of the lake and wetlands. There are floodplains going through parts of the property, typically through this area into connected city. And we also do, as Commissioner Mariano mentioned earlier during the comprehensive plan amendment, have a stormwater pond interrupting our core. All these things, including the interruption of State Road 52, were reasons why staff initiated the comp plan amendment to shift the village center so that it can be utilized, the non-residential uses, so it can be utilized by both residents on the north and the south of this property. I will say that the acre of commercial uses is kind of the catalyst. That is kind of what makes this village green work. We don't necessarily see people sitting out in an empty space along a green. We see them dining and having coffee and visiting with their people. Yes.
On this plan that you're showing right now.
Yes, sir.
You have 2-story and 3-story buildings?
2-story townhomes, 3-story apartments.
Okay, where are the 3-story compared to the neighbors in the area?
I don't have a measurement on this, but our conditions would require a minimum of a 30-foot setback from the MPUD property boundary.
But your 3-story are not next to the edge, are they?
Correct, they are not.
I heard they were in the
Well, the
center.
only concern I believe Commissioner Mariano had was this area right here, where Mr. Garrett Keith has his property. And those are, I believe in, if I'm phrasing your statement correctly, closer than you would expect for a home that's existing.
But can I say something on that? Because
Okay.
I thought so too, and then I went in and, you know, how I do on my map. Can you highlight that again?
Yeah.
His house is up front.
Yes.
Those are barns in the back.
Yes, he's relocated some historical
Those are
structures
barns in
onto
the
the
back.
site.
Okay.
I'll turn it back over to Mr. Landis unless you'd like to put a photo.
Thank you, Jessica. So Commissioners, yes, we certainly do have flexibility. Let me make sure I think this is correctly. In this area, we could easily shift those over to here so that we could provide a phasing or a buffering of all the private properties through there. So we certainly have the flexibility of that, and we can change the village green to more of a square shaped. So we do have the flexibility to do that, and would be happy to do that.
Chris, what if you took the apartments and took the 2 buildings on the edges and turned them sideways and then moved the other 2 over? You had
Yes, we could do
more
that.
green space.
Like
Yes.
like a 45?
Yeah, but I'm not even sure that's an issue because those are barns in the back. That's not his house. So
Right.
when he's looking out the window, he's seeing his barns. I mean, the apartments are way back. And there's a lot of trees there, so I personally don't see that as an issue. I think this is one of the best layouts we've seen personally. I really like it.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I do want to address, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, your questions on the infrastructure. Just in overview, our traffic impact study conclusively shows that the existing network can handle the existing traffic and our project on there, and staff agrees that the existing 2-lane Curly Road can handle our traffic, the cars from our MPUD. The majority of our vehicular traffic, will go to the north and then mostly to the west and then some to the east on McCabe Road, the state highway through there. The county staff, nevertheless, they require right-of-way from us along the Curly Road frontage and also Wirt Road frontage. On the Curly Road frontage, they're requiring 83 feet of right-of-way from the center line of the road, and that will match about 82 feet on the other. So that will provide, if I do my math right, 165 feet or so, which would accommodate a future 6-lane divided section through there. The staff did condition our MPUD condition 17, which outlines the turn lanes, left turn lanes and right turn lanes on Curly Road. So those would be in place regardless of whether it's 2-lane or widened to 4 to 6. And I think you discussed earlier the VOPH financial plan identifies Curly Road being widened to 4-lane divided, and it identifies that, as you discussed earlier, the impact and mobility fees from the approved VOPH MPUDs would fund that construction infrastructure. And again, as we discussed, it can be directed, the county can direct it to the Curly Road if that at that point needs to be widened, or Wirt Road to turn that into one of the VOPH vision roads. And in fact, as Mr. Gavin Covey mentioned, condition 21 implements that and provides that for us. My traffic engineer, Theo Petrich, is here to answer any questions you might have as far as capacity goes or safety on the roadways. Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about the arrows going north and south, I guess, on the sides of your project?
Oh, yes, ma'am. So from day one, we envisioned this and worked with staff in terms of, okay, how can we help implement the Village B concept, and that's the grid network, kind of an open circulation that's family friendly and that's really mostly oriented for bicycle, pedestrian, and growing golf cart. And so we have on the master circulation plan, which is binding on our plan, those arrows that you see here, we have that same pattern that's shown on the general circulation plan. The green arrows would be potentially motor vehicle connections, and the yellow arrows would represent the bicycle pedestrian connections. So we intend to have more than one connection to Wirt Road. It would be, though, limited to bicycle pedestrian, because that's really what we're trying to bring about through this kind of development, is that bicycle, pedestrian, golf cart circulation to the adjoining properties, as they don't have to open them up right now, but when they're developed, then they will have that flexibility to implement that grid pattern that's desired. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I think, unless there are any other initial questions, I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
I think it's a good strategy at this point.
Pardon?
I think it's a good strategy at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. And I will take public comment. And Madonna Wise, who was a person who I spoke with a group of different people, asked for some extra time. I granted it. I'm just looking at what the number was. 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, County Commission. I'm a former principal. In fact, I taught one of these people up here. And at this point in time, if I were at my school, I'd probably have us doing exercises. Thank you so much. You have been so patient today, and I think I have a whole new understanding of the County Commission, so I appreciate your time. This is my husband, Ernie. We are both retired educators. We represent 27 neighbors in our area. I think you have that signed sheet.
Ms. Wise, before you continue on, could you state your name and address for the record?
I'm Madonna Jervis Wise. I'm at 32907 Leonard Road.
And then,
Whether or not you've been sworn.
Same address.
thank you. And then have you both been sworn?
Yes.
Yes, we were both sworn earlier.
Thank you.
We've been enjoying the whole day. So, okay.
Thank you.
And we do have a PowerPoint, and wonderful Sonia is going to run it for me. You would never know. I was a director at Florida Virtual School. I supervised 200 teachers, but I still need a lot of help, Sonia, so thank you. We are here. We're here with some other neighbors, and we're really here to talk about quality of life, because this for us is quality of life. And I don't mean to be dramatic, but please help us save our quality of life. This is a beautiful sunset on one of the horse farms that we look at almost every day, and it is changing drastically. I did bring, by the way, Ernie in my resume, and I wanted to give this. We have several degrees. Ernie's a botanist.
We need a motion.
A variety of other things. But anyhow,
Ms. Weiss, pause the time.
Can I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Go ahead.
oh, sorry, okay. And the other materials as well. If you go ahead, some of our credentials. I've done federal grant writing for 3 school districts. I'm pretty familiar with this format, but I'll tell you what, after that neighborhood meeting, it took me a lot of uncovering to begin to understand this. This is very, very complex. Go ahead. We just really want to share with you our concerns. The next slide shows you the signatures of the neighbors, but you have a better copy of this. Right. Overwhelmingly, there is concern. And these are the things we want. And I don't mean to be too demonstrative here. You got to realize I'm coming from a different orientation, but the next slide will show you what we wanted. And I don't want anybody to panic on this, because I think as we go through this PowerPoint, you'll understand. We need a density that's about 5 per acre. 10 per acre commercial density really interferes with our cohesive neighborhood.
Big time.
We need to exclude 3-story structures, and some of that has already been revealed in terms of why that would be. And we definitely need, Ernie's going to share with you traffic information from your operation, from Lisa Davis, or from Amy Davis. We need an installation of a stoplight on Curly. I go out every morning with my dog, and I watch the traffic on Curly. It's heavy-duty commercial traffic, and Ernie will share with you the actual.
Curly and what intersection?
Curly and what?
Curly and what intersection? Curly and what intersection?
McKay.
We're on the Leonard side. We're right where Curly turns into Prospect.
So you want to light at Curly and Prospect?
No, we want to
Curly and
light
McKay.
at this
To the
particular.
west of the proposed development.
Outside the
And
front.
we'll share with you a little bit more about that as we go along. But next thing, I want to tell you that this has been a nightmare for us. And I don't mean to blame anybody, but why in the world could we not collaborate with this developer? There has been no collaboration whatsoever. It started on March 30th with the neighborhood meeting. There were 9 people at the neighborhood meeting, and everyone said, we're very concerned about density. And we were told, that is carved in stone. There's nothing you can do about it. It was a worry, a real worry. So we went back home, and being educators, next one, Sonia, we researched this. We called the county office. Gavin was extremely helpful. We went through records. We spent a lot of time. We were told we could write a letter, and it would be filed, would be taken into consideration by DOPH. We spent a couple of days on forming that letter, tried to make it as respectful as possible, and put all of the things that we were concerned about. But most of which was no communication, no input whatsoever. The huge density road was a real concern at the meeting, the neighborhood meeting. People said, that road needs to be vacated. Nobody bothered to tell us at that meeting that that is part of the vision for the future. We had to find that out on our own. We absolutely insisted on fencing, and we were told, oh, I'm sorry. So can you give us like a few minutes for the 2 of us with all the neighbors? Are we okay on time?
You get 10 minutes.
Okay, you got me 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm going. Okay, so keep going. This was the letter, just to let you know. It's pretty involved. So we go to the VPH meeting. Next slide. I don't think it happened exactly like they said. There were other people there. At one point, Christy and Bruce were called up together. And I remember they were standing here, and they were not too happy with each other.
You have to be at the mic so we can pick you up. The record is audio.
But at that time, The VOPH committee was kind of confused. They said, we've never done anything like this. Let's push it up to the commission. That is my recollection.
And more or
That's,
less,
I think,
well, let's see if they approve it on zoning or not. They more or less kick the can up the road to you guys.
yeah. So next and we also find out at the VOPH meeting, next slide, that our letter was lost. And I asked Gavin, could we send this to the VOPH committee, because it just seemed like we didn't have any input whatsoever. We were able to do that. But it was kind of a shame because we had so much information. Okay, next sequence in the timeline is we see on Property Shark with Bill Nye. Bill Nye happens to be a good friend of ours because Brent used to spend his childhood at our house. But anyhow, we see it listed. It's already listed with the zoning as commercial, listed as the average age at 23. It was just a concern. And I talked to Gavin about that. Next slide. This is what it looks like in the area. Majestic oaks are everywhere. This is one of the most beautiful areas you'll ever want to find. Keep going, there's just a few slides here. We do have a problem with wildlife. Our fox squirrels have left. Our owls have left. The construction has obviously driven them away. Next slide. The gopher turtles literally are coming down our road. They don't have any other way to get out of Epperson and Murata because their habitat's been damaged. Also, wild hogs and coyotes are, they've already invaded the horse farms. These are, so in the next slide you'll see are the horse farms in the area. You can keep going. That's our neighbor. That's the Blazing Saddle Horse Farm on Wirtz. And these are just some of the slides in our area. Okay, so keep going. And Ernie's going to tell you just a little bit about the traffic and accident situation.
Okay, on the southwest corner of their property, this memorial stands. This young person lost her life adjacent to that property. There's a little rise in the road. It's a real hard area to see from. You know, I'm sure that was in part what caused that accident. The next one, please. Another accident happened there outside of the data that you received earlier. About a month ago, roughly, a person lost control on the curve in Curley and Prospect and unfortunately lost his life. Okay. Let's see, traffic, of course, volume is very heavy. Essentially, we're getting somewhere in the category of about a little short of 6,000 vehicles through there per day. These are done in the studies. You have the details there on your reports. Quick summary, fatal accidents, 3 years, and how many we've lost on that stretch of road. Traffic is a major, major concern that we have. In addition to police and fire, as known countywide, has just not been able to keep up with the demand. And then we're adding in more and more. And of course, these are one of the most recognizable homes here that Linda and her husband.
This is a very historic area, and the slide before shows you a Sears and Roebuck house. It's the McCabe homestead, and the dog park is right beside it. This could be on the historical registry. This kit came into San Antonio on
by rail,
and it's really an exquisite place. But this development is butted up right against it. So next slide. Back one. There we go. This is the configuration. All we want to say is this really what we want? This is Mr. Keith's property at the back. I've never seen anything like this except maybe in New York City where you see a skyscraper and a little house that wasn't developed. He is going to have 2 stormwater ponds and indeed 4 apartment complexes right there. The neighbors on the left side, they're already concerned. They're like in North Carolina, and they're like, these apartment buildings are literally going to be looking right into our bedrooms. We don't understand We know this schematic is non-binding, but it needs to be changed. We're not wanting you to throw this out, but this is going to affect a cohesive neighborhood. We love our neighborhood. And it's a beautiful plan, but as they say in Master Gardener training, right plant, right place. This is right schematic, but wrong place. It just does not fit for us.
Okay.
The half mile,
Mrs. Wise?
the half mile
Mrs.
walkable
Wise?
distance that they extended would put you in Lake Kersey or
Mrs. Wise.
crossing 52.
Mrs. Wise, your
I got it.
10 minutes is up. Just, I want to ask you a question. I'm going to try to ask you again. Where exactly on Curly do you want that stoplight?
Okay. Maybe go back to the schematic.
Adjacent to the west side of the development.
So at their entryway?
On Curly Road.
Wherever would
Yeah,
be
Linda.
recommended between their
Oh,
northern
no.
and their southern
There's not enough units
boundaries
to pay for.
They'll be,
on Curly.
they'll be crossing traffic, and it will literally be a nightmare. And I don't know what the traffic studies are, but the accidents, 50 accidents in a 5-year period, and
Okay.
they have involved a number of
All right,
fatalities.
so we're going to end it. I gave you the 10
Got
minutes, so.
it, got it.
Thank you.
Jack.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have no one else signed up, but I don't know if you want to call.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak?
And Mr. Chair, I have no one else signed up, or no one's on WebEx for this item.
Oh, someone's walking up.
I was going to say, may I, please?
Yes.
My name is Linda Snell. I'm at 11241 Wart Road, San Antonio, Florida.
And ma'am, were you sworn?
Yes,
Were you
ma'am.
sworn? Okay, thank you.
And I will try and be brief. It's 5 o'clock here for me as well. I'm not a density expert. I don't have a presentation. I'm going to wax a little sentimental, I guess. My home, as Madonna mentioned, was built in 1889. I'm the current resident of 4 generations of McCabe. McCabe Road was a very rural road. Wirt is even more so. It's a dirt road. Some of our friends have said, "You live on a dirt road," and I said, "Yes, and we like it." So I am opposed to the amount of density. I'm buoyed by the fact that the commission is talking about looking at a comprehensive plan that maybe was approved 25 years ago, but is not reality for today, for today's traffic. My great uncle was the 3rd abbot at St. Leo. My brother-in-law recently retired after 40 years with the Dade City Fire Department. My nephew is a new firefighter as of 2 months ago. We're proud of this area, and as stewards of this area, I'd like you all to help it. Sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else signed up?
No one else has signed up.
Does anyone else like to address this issue, this item? Is there anyone on WebEx?
No one on WebEx.
All right, it comes to the board. Bruce, you want to come back up?
Yes, sir, if I may, I'd like to address some of the comments that were made. As far as our availability, we met with neighbors 3 times. At those meetings, we made available our email and phone numbers. We just received or saw Mr. and Mrs. Wise email or their memo 2 days after the VOPH Planning and Policy Board Committee meeting, and immediately after we received that, we reached out to staff who suggested they meet with the Wises, and the Wises then, so we eagerly agreed, and the Wises then declined, saying they refused to meet with us, didn't feel like it was appropriate.
Please.
So not only did we have not only the required meeting, but we had several voluntary meetings with them, and many of the neighbors have my phone number. I've talked with them on the phone a number of times. At those meetings, some of the things we did talk about was screening, and if I can switch over to our graphic, we have created conditions of approval. Yeah, if you want to go to slideshow format, that would help me. We worked with the adjoining neighbors to have enhanced screening and buffering on the south side and also on the north side, and then specialty buffering on the northwest side. Is there a way you can, oh, you're pulling it up? Okay.
Please save that picture. I'm going to want to use that later on.
Okay, thank you.
Oops.
So, yeah, so we have additional screening on the right side, which would be the south, on the north side with Ms. Snell's property, and then the northwest notch, we also have additional buffering and the materials that the Pensiata has requested that we put in there. So we've had quite a bit of collaboration, and condition of approval number 10 includes that. I would like to also say they mentioned fencing along Wirt Road. That, quite frankly, would be fine with us. At the time, we had said, no, we would prefer not to have any fencing. We wanted to keep the perimeter of this open along Wirt Road and also with the adjoining properties, with the connection there as part of that grid pattern and interconnectivity. However, if the board feels like that is something to buffer off, we'll be happy to do that. I would like to address the safety and geometry of the roadway, and I'd like to ask Mr. Theo Petrich to briefly address that.
Thank you. My name is Theo Petrich. I work for Linus Evans and Partners, 3810 Northdale Boulevard, and I have been sworn. With respect to the crash data, first of all, I am a professional traffic operations engineer, a certified roadway safety professional, and I've been a professional traffic engineer for over 20 years. And I've been a civil engineer working for the Department of Transportation for an additional 10 years before that. So safety is not something I do, it's what I do. I looked at the crashes in a typical study. We'll look at 3 years of data. I actually looked at 44 months because the data out of FDOT's repository, I can get all the way through August of this year. There were 29 crashes out there. 2 involved vehicles eastbound or westbound just on McCabe, so those were really not on the Curley section. 1 occurred at the intersection of Curley and McCabe, north of the intersection, and 1 crash was specifically noted as within a work zone, so I threw that out. If you're following along at home, that leaves me 25 crashes in 44 months. The fatal crashes were single occupancy vehicles running off the road. One of the people was very intoxicated. That one that happened in 2019 was before my study, but was also a single vehicle crash that ran off the road. When you get down to it, there were 2 crashes, both no injury, that occurred on that roadway. People turning either left into or left out of a driveway or side street in 4 years. This is not a high crash location. A signal, if you put one in, if we warranted one, you've got to meet warrants to put in traffic signals. Those are kind of the rules. The reason you have to do that is if you put in a signal, they cause crashes. We know they cause crashes. That's why we require a certain amount of delay before we put one in, because there's a cost associated with that. I looked at the roadway. The roadway meets the standards set forth with the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. There's nothing non-compliant about the roadway with respect to the national guidance. So I could tell you what happened on every single crash, all of those crashes I listed. I read every single crash report. A tire came off of a trailer and trailer lost control in one case. When a pipe fell off. We did have a side swipe of 2 large vehicles going down the road where one took another one's mirror off. I know every crash that happened out there. And the only crashes that would be of a type of someone coming out of a driveway, getting involved in a crash, 2 in 4 years on that section. Questions?
No questions? Okay.
Thank you, Theo. Commissioners, I guess I'd like to conclude with really just the final highlight of how our MPUD, with your approval, furthers the concepts and goals of the Village B of the Village of Pasadena Hills. There's been a lot of talk about utilizing this unique piece of property. This is along a ridge. This is one of the high ridges within Pasco County. It's got wonderful soils, and we've been able to develop a, sorry, I've got to go backwards, a comprehensive plan that takes advantage of the setting of this property. We certainly, as I mentioned before, can reconfigure the village green, provide some buffering in there as a condition, a transition of townhomes rather than the apartments adjoining there. Our goal is to really provide with this kind of community, this community life that Ms. Kowal mentioned. It provides a center for the community. It is welcoming of the others in the community. We have a number of conditions that allow us to be able to have those farmers markets for the local produce and to really provide a gathering spot. And so we are here respectfully urging you to vote for a quality MPUD in the Village of Pasadena Hills. This provides a grid pattern, a very walkable community, and I think this really encapsulates what's envisioned for the nodes of Village of Pasadena Hills. So with that, I'll answer any other questions that you might have, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Strachey.
Bruce, one of the reasons why I'm in support of your project is the design of it. But you're not the developer, you're the planner, I think. I mean, I just asked my attorney, is this plan binding? And he said, no, conceptual. So how do I get reassurances that we're going to get these rear-loaded townhomes and the walkable grid that you have in your plan?
Well, fair question, Commissioner. We have a number of conditions of approval that implement the townhomes that we have shown and the design. We also have, if I go back far enough, to the generalized mobility plan. And so that is page 2 of our MPUD plan. I will tell you that this is the third of entitlements, of these kind of entitlements that I and my firm has done in the past 2 years. The Amavi Village MPUD, that's rezoning 7586. That conceptual plan is exactly what we have site plan approval pending for. And that's the 28 acres on 52.
Is that the one that's the in front of Murata?
No, that's one of them. The one in front of Murata is the Leo at San Antonio.
Yeah.
That's 40 acres.
That's another nicely laid out one.
Yes, ma'am. And that one's rezoning 7600. That is exactly the same concept plan, is exactly what we got approval for.
Yeah.
So while we can't necessarily promise we'll implement this exact thing, our track record shows we do what we follow through with. And the developer is here with me, and our development partners, we're committed to that. We've got that track record to implement that. I think this respects the character of the Village B nodal criteria and connection, and that's what we're committed to do, and we have plenty of conditions implementing that.
Any questions?
I mean,
I want this, that's what I'm voting on.
well, I mean, if that is integral to your approval, you could condition it that the site plan submitted will be in substantial conformance with the conceptual that's been shown to you.
Very good.
And I think that gives them enough leeway to make minor tweaks, but it's not going to be a wholesale revision.
Yeah, I would want that condition.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Waitman?
No, I just want to say, Mr. Landis, I very much appreciate you and your team and the time you spent with me working through this project. I share the same concerns as Commissioner Starkey. This is conceptual. And I'm still not confident that the location of this project, while I appreciate the uniqueness of this project, is in line and conforming with what the village needs to be. So I'm stuck on those two items. Conceptual, and if it's the right project for shaping this village and building this village out. I'm still hung up on those 2 points.
Mr. Oakley.
Yeah, I like the plan. If this is not the actual plan, I would like it to be very close to that plan and I give way to more buffering to our neighbors here if there's any kind of changes.
Yes,
for
sir.
them. So.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, we would agree to tying the approval to substantial or compliance with this plan.
Okay.
We would agree with the, buffering or the transitional use in this area. I don't know why it's not. Anyway, up that area to the east there. But that's, I think that's our intent, and that's been our track record on these, that we implement what we put together. As Commissioner Waitman, as you've mentioned, we spent a lot of time working with staff, meeting individually with you, and putting together a quality plan that really embodies the essence of what you're trying to accomplish in these cores of the village. And true, it's not exactly in that perfect idealized ring that was idealized along, a number of years ago. But as Mr. Joel too mentioned, that's the structure of the comprehensive plan for Village of Pasadena Hills, that it's molded together. And so this is what we're bringing to you as a quality project, and we would ask for your support to be able to help implement it. Something that really brings about an integration of, the life of a community and those components to that.
And I don't think anyone's here that's doing Leo Commons. I think that's apartments and townhomes on the north side, but I'm not gonna vote for it in the way they showed it to me. So I need to see something like this. I'd love to see more product mix from these guys with duplexes, quadruplexes, brownstone, like walk-ups. And, he's getting closer to the mix. You have different, so you have the 3 stories, and then these are 2-story townhomes?
Yes, ma'am.
Then what are the little, and those are rear loaded?
Yes.
So they'll be very nice up on the front?
Yes.
What are the little yellow ones?
The yellows are the more traditional driveways in the front, and then the darker beige are the rear loaded.
Okay.
So we have, a combination of product in there. And the intent is to have the 3-story multifamily close around the village green, and then it, phase outward.
Right, and that's the right way to phase your debt.
Yes.
That's good.
So, I mean, we would be agreeable to a condition that ties in the intent of this, the grid pattern.
Okay.
That's what we plan to do.
And Bruce, I'd say that I think it'd be good if you met with the residents again this time, talk about the buffering they're looking for. Maybe it's fence, maybe it's vegetation. Yes. Maybe you do something for the guy we're butting up to with the
Yes.
apartments in the back. Maybe that's better than moving it. So with that would be good. Any other questions for Bruce? Commissioner Waitman.
So the stricter, the products that were just described, because it's conceptual, are you going on record that the products, that the housing type you described that Commissioner Starkey's referring to is going to be mixed in with what we're seeing?
We would agree to a mix of at least 2 types. I don't know if we would go all rear.
Commissioner Starkey mentioned
Well, wait a
3
minute.
types.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
right. You got
I count
three-story
the
apartments. You
That's
have
why I
rear
expected
loaded,
that.
which makes that very nice street there, and then you have front loaded. So I need all three.
Yeah, we'll,
Yep, we'll
I
go
think
with
it's clear, substantially to what you just
Yes,
described is what we're
yes,
looking for.
Yes,
Step
that
away.
that displays the mix, and yes, I mean, it's a little late, yeah. Our conditions implement those three types. It covers the development of those three types.
All right, last condition,
Right.
with a staff person present, I want you to meet with the residents about the buffering they want to see in Wirt Road, whether it be vegetation, fence, whatever it may be.
Okay.
Work those details out.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah,
Prior to
we're
site plan
open,
approval?
we're
Prior
open
to
to
site
that.
plan approval. That's with our staff person there, so we know
Yes.
they
Yes,
got
sir.
the opportunity.
Which road, yeah, which road?
Wirt Road.
Pardon?
Wirt Road. Wirt Road.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't have any more questions for him. Does anyone else?
Whose district is this?
Well, I still want, hang on before I do approval, if you would. I want to have a little more discussion. But I want to say thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sure you spent a lot of time with the others. When I get to issues about Wirt Road, connectivity, et cetera, you were very responsive. You made those connections. Only talking to the residents later on that clearly not the direction they wanted to go. And I haven't shifted gears so much, but going out there, driving down Curly Road has my concern. I'm going to go back to that picture we had up there before to talk about before we go further, just because it's part of a overall discussion. But I want to say, you've handled yourself greatly, your team as well. I like the product, especially, really, Commissioner Stark, I'm just glad you brought it up as far as the rear loaded. Wasn't aware that was exactly going on there, but I like the way you've said it.
Be very nice.
I just want to try to work to make sure it's going to fit with what's there, and I want to have a discussion with us after that. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
So
Commissioner.
that previous picture that was up? Okay. So,
Ready?
as we look, you know, you've got connected cities on one side of Curly, VOPH to the other side. I've talked with our engineers and David Goldstein about this, but where it says Ostry Peak Way, for what's been done, all the connections from there in all of Marata go all the way up to the north of this property, coming across by Prospect, where that's going to get done. Don't know when, but it's an issue when it does get done. Curly Road being a 6-lane road coming in, if people are going to get to this site, there's got to be some connectivity. There's nothing across the way for those people to get across. There's nothing from, well, these people are setting up to across, but you still need something going up and down Curly as well. So I don't know if it's, I think this may be time for a joint meeting with Connected Cities and the VOPH.
They're not connected.
Because they're not connected.
They're not.
And then, Commissioner Starkey, you said it time and time again, and again, with what you like about this is the connectivity they've built in, but if you don't have these two getting together, then you're losing it. To what goes above, you know, to the north of McCabe Road, that's a different item, but I'm really more concerned about what's going on here. Having said that, I don't know how the board feels to working these details out, because really to throw all those units on Curly Road without having that infrastructure in place going up and down, it is a concern of mine. Commissioner Waitman.
Chair, this is the driver of my concern of the shape and the build-out of this village. And especially with moving, with this project being so far south down Curly, when the original plan would be a little bit further north. And, you know, what we've approved a little bit to the northeast section of this corner, or southeast section of this corner along the cave. I just, like I said, this is a unique village, and I want to make sure we're making the right decisions, and I'm a bit hesitant.
I share the same concerns.
You know, each village is supposed to have a buffer on the edges that's a green space, and I'm not sure that anyone's ever showed me where that is in any of these, right? That's a question for another day.
Well, I think Wirt Road is actually, I mean, Curly's going to be extremely busy, all around it's going to be extremely busy, but I think
Wirt Road will still be a little quiet.
Wirt Road is going to be, it's going to be able, if we do this right, and again, backing off their connections to Wirt Road, preserves them to have a quiet atmosphere in there.
Yeah.
But again, for those people to be able to get out, and I'll give you an example. Up north, my grandmother lived on a lake. It was a dirt road initially, finally got paved. But coming out to that road was a bear getting out. I mean, taking a left turn with traffic going was really difficult. Right turn's a little bit easier, obviously, but you could sometimes wait there for a long time. So what I don't want to do is put all these people in the same situation until we know what's going on with La Mirada Boulevard, Prospect Road, Curly Road going in. If you put all this extra density right there at this point in time without knowing what's going to happen, I think we'd have a lot of upset people.
Well, don't forget that the mobility fees from this project can go towards making Curly 6-lane.
And that's good.
Right.
But is
And
it
you
going to
find
get done?
also,
That's the
Prospect
key.
Road's gonna get improvement also.
But when? That's the key. You know what I mean? Like,
Tell me,
if this, before this comes in or after this comes in?
We can ask a road, or pass a road to be paved, and it takes 5 years, so, you know.
Internally, we can do it quicker. DOT's 5
If only
years.
we had more money.
And,
Right. Plant that money tree.
and again, I think it's the project very worthwhile, but I want to see
Yeah.
something there that even these residents here, they're not going to be able to get out to go anywhere. Now, the golf cart, where are they going to drive on? A 2-lane road? They're going to run over.
Yeah.
They try to go backwards, even if they try to get Mirada, they got to go up Curly Road
Well,
on
well,
the 2-lane
there's a
road.
golf cart lane on the road until they build it to 6. There's a lane. So it's wider than a regular road. Each side has a golf cart lane. Like I tell them when they're needing to be, no one's gonna wanna let their kid ride on that trail, so there's on that golf cart lane that's in the road with traffic. So I wish we were building one of the multi-uses at the same time, but we're not. We're building 2 5-foots, and then we're putting the golf cart traffic in the road, right?
So I see
That
Commissioner.
is the cross-section of Connected City.
All right, so a quick question to that map that I asked for to be pulled up. Is that like an accurate aerial shot that's recent?
If the source is Pasco Mapper, I know we are in the process of updating that. Eric, do you know how old those aerials were from IT? They're probably at least a year or two old. We can pull up Google Maps.
Let's pull, if you could, I'd just like to see the Google Maps to show exactly what's there on Curly Road. But again, has staff done any research? Because I've asked about when these road things are going to be improved. Have we get a timeline on that yet?
First Curly?
Curly.
I thought we were doing that next week. Nick, do we have any information on road expansions along Curly Road and things like that?
If you could, let's zoom in on Curly so we can see what exactly is there.
It's further south.
Keep going east, north. Going the wrong way.
You've gone the wrong way, yeah. Yeah, keep going.
There you go.
There.
So it's just a 2-lane road with no trail.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nick, you're your county engineer. We do not have any projects, developer or Pasco County, to widen or improve Curly Road at this time. I will point out, while your comp plan says 6 lanes is the ultimate, the roundabouts on the corridor are only compatible with an ultimate 4-lane typical section. And the predicted future traffic volumes on the corridor are also suggest that a 4-lane road may be sufficient. So as we're reevaluating how to make connections happen within the VOPH connected cities, communities, that conversation topic, the alignment for Curly Road and the number of through lanes that we need to ultimately provide for to make mobility happen for this part of Pasco County, is an important question that we hope to answer definitively.
All right, so in your opinion, how hard would it be to have them put a trail running north from their property up to Curly?
Are we asking now about the specific development on the agenda?
The specific development, to be able to run a road, a trail right to Curly?
With their impact, with their mobility impact?
I give them credit.
So with, I'd have to look into the right-of-way adequacy on the east side, north of their property line. Within their property frontage, they would have no problems because they would convey to us the ultimate right-of-way necessary for the pathway. North of their property, I don't know the sufficiency of the right-of-way to accommodate the pathway at this time.
All right, let's, if the board's okay, I would like to ask him, because I know we talked about it, but getting to this point where we don't have an answer, I'd like to ask them if he's looked at it, maybe he knows. Would that be okay? To bring Bruce Landis back up?
The commissioner can always ask a question, even if public comment is closed, so.
Okay. All right, so, thank you, Nick. Bruce, you come back up, or your planners? So one of my concerns is, again, the accessibility, and especially if we're talking about access up to the north. I know you've looked at other parcels trying to make things work, and I appreciate that, trying to get that. Do you think there's a possibility you guys could build a trailway running from your property with credits to Curly Road on your side of the property, on your side of the Curly Road?
Mr. Chairman, I'd say yes. There is, on the west side, the Murata development has dedicated right-of-way. You can see that clearly on the Pasco maps. So there's plenty of right-of-way on the west side. Of course, in the frontage of ours, like I said, we're dedicating enough so that we have 130. Now, north of us, if we were to keep it on our side, I still think even though there's 50 feet out there, I think because the soils are so pervious in that area, we can the west side. That's a snap.
Okay.
There's no, and at that intersection of McCabe, there is coming from the west multi-use pathways, I think, on both sides of McCabe. So we could easily, yes.
No, they're supposed to be, but there isn't.
Oh,
It stops at
not even
Curly.
west?
Yeah, they're on one side.
Only on the
It
west.
stops east. It stops east.
Yeah,
but
it's
I
on
think
the west side of Curly.
yes.
It's not on
Yeah,
the east side.
that's what I'm saying is we
One
can
day.
connect. Yeah, we can connect to the connected cities pathways at McCabe. Certainly on the west side of Curly, very likely on the east side as well.
And willing to do that with mobility fee credits?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll make the connection where
Now we're
the
ready.
two don't.
Thank you. Commissioner Oakley.
Make a motion for approval with the conditions that we talked about earlier that Commissioner Starkey did.
He can't make the motion.
Yeah. What?
He can.
Oh, I thought you were asking him to make the motion.
No,
So you made the motion?
I'm asking him to word it the proper way where this project would be done the right way.
Okay.
So the motion would be move staff recommendation with the additional conditions that the project will substantially comply in their submissions of site plans with the conceptual drawings that were presented at this hearing. Two would be that the applicant will meet with the concerned residents on Wirt Road about additional buffering on Wirt Road prior to the submission of their first site plan.
Curly Road Trail.
And that the developer will construct a multi-use trail on Curly Road along their frontage and to continue to
Opposite side as well, providing with reimbursement of mobility fee credits.
Is that everything?
Housing product type?
And that's, housing product type is in your motion as well, right?
Well, I think that,
'Cause
yeah,
it's the way you said it.
it's,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's in there.
it's they're bound to the conceptual drawings and,
Yeah.
and they show the housing types.
Okay,
That's a motion?
that's the motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? I just want to say, I thought I saw Commissioner Bradford on, but I don't see him on now. Commissioner Bradford, did you want to add? I'm sorry?
No, sir, I'll be mentally very exact.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We need a roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
apprehensively, but with respect to the VOPH board's recommendation, I'll say yes.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Yes.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion passes. One more, P-106.
Item P-106 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on October 4th, 2023.
Liam Devine, Planning and Development. Item P-106. Gavin Covey and I worked on this project, but I think my colleague might need a little bit of a break. Some housekeeping before I begin. We received an ex parte from Commissioner Oakley's office, which has been submitted to the clerk's office, and there was an updated resolution that was submitted to the clerk's office correcting a date. It said November 11th on the resolution. It's November 14th. So item PDD 24-7735 in the name of Joseph Desano. It's a Euclidean zoning amendment from AC Agricultural District to AR Agricultural Residential District. The future land use classification is Res 1 under the comprehensive plan. The applicant proposes to subdivide the property into 4 equal parcels and build a single-family detached dwelling on each lot in conformance with the AR standards for development. The subject site is located within the central market area and is outside the urban concentration in rural areas. The subject site is located within the Village of Pasadena Hills Stewardship District, but is not located within a village. And the subject site is located within the rural enclave area. This is a look at the surrounding areas. Here is a context map. You'll notice that the Smith 80 MPUD to the south is adjacent to this site. That MPUD was approved with 160 single-family detached homes with lots being 40 by 100. Here's an aerial view of the site. The surrounding future land use to the north, east, and west is all
Wait,
Res 1.
Do we need a presentation? The guy's going to AR.
You want to?
Right? They're going to AR?
Yes, they are.
I'll move approval.
Oh, wait, he's
I think there might be some individuals here for opposition. I don't know if you want me to finish my presentation.
Yeah, let's finish.
Yeah, finish the
Okay.
presentation.
I'm almost done, I
It's
promise.
not,
You're
they're not
getting too
20 by
quick.
40 lots with.
Yeah. To the south is Res 3. The surrounding zoning to the north, east, and west is AC, and to the south is an MPUD. And this is coming with a recommendation for approval. I'm here if you have any questions.
Right?
Any questions?
I do.
Commissioner Waitman?
Who's doing it?
Liam?
Liam.
Got a question?
So are these unimproved roads?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are these unimproved roads?
This is a privately maintained road. So I believe we have our access team online. I believe it is a substandard road, but I believe they don't trigger any improvements to it. But we have our access team
There
online.
were four units on this property?
Yes,
How many?
4.
Trigger would be 10, right?
It's only
I'm going to let
5.01
my colleagues
acres.
online who are experts in what triggers improvements speak to that. I think Bennett Elba would be online to speak towards that.
Yes, good evening. This is Bennett Elba, Transportation Planner in Pasco County. Yes, Liam is correct. Pommel Place is a private road, privately maintained, and it is substandard. And because their daily trips for 4 houses is 38 vehicles per day, they're pretty much exempt from the substandard roadway analysis and mitigation.
Any other questions?
No,
Okay.
I just was under the impression that we're breaking with board policy, that we get into approving significant development on unimproved roads. I think Mike and I had a conversation about that, so just wanted to be cautious.
Okay. Okay. And would the applicant like to come forward?
Freezing.
Hello, my name is Joseph DiSano. I live at 6362 Sparkling Way, Wesley Chapel, Florida, 33545, and I have been sworn in. The paper before you is a plot for the land. It's dividing into 4 equal parcels. With the future planning department, the land is actually planned for future land use as becoming a Res 1, which would allow the 1 home per 1 acre. Pretty much the plan, I just want to make 4 single-family homes. Anyone who's looking to move into like more rural area, it would allow them to have 1 acre, 1.2 acres, I believe. And it would allow them to enjoy the more rural life. The second page I have on there is a very simplified tax form. I know a lot of the concerns at the prior meeting was addressing like the land, the roadway, because two roads into there's 3 main roads into the property that are privately maintained, and then there is Fairview Heights, which runs from Handcart all the way to Fort King, I believe. There was actually a plan to have that road paved last November, but it did fall through. I believe it was a budgeting issue. So this, as I mentioned, is just a simplified version of what the potential taxes could be. So the estimate for a 5.3 manufactured home would run about $250. The tax revenue gained from 4 of those homes, if it was to be manufactured, is about $18,000, which could contribute to actually paving the Fairview Heights Road. All the other roads are maintained by all the neighbors. There's no HOA in the community. And if we go back to the first page, the way the property would be divided, it allows for a 30-foot easement at the top of the property, and that's an expense to myself. No neighbors are, concerned with that. The only neighbors that I actually have are northeast and west of the property. South of the property is about 80 acres of farmland. Any questions?
So,
Mr. Starkey?
okay, this is the first I'm hearing of this one. So you are wanting to put 4 mobile homes on here?
I'm not sure what I'm going to put on there yet. The plan would be either like manufactured or concrete construction. As you mentioned earlier in the meetings, we're looking for more low-density impact and single-family homes. That's exactly what I'm trying to provide.
And I don't see a road. Are you just saying they're gonna drive across each other's property to get to their property?
Part of the 30-foot easement at the top is gonna be like a paved road or like a shell.
He's showing it as
Connecting.
what would be a minor rural subdivision where he's taking access by easement to those lots.
Right. Okay, this is kind of weird, sorry. I'll listen to the other commissioners. Sorry.
As I mentioned, with the future planning department, it did say it was a Res 1 in the planning department. Which
Its
is
future
exactly-
land use classification is Res 1.
Correct.
Any other questions? Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone here from the public like to speak to this item?
I do have individuals signed up. First one I have signed up is Lawrence Donahue, followed by Janet Gibbs, followed by Destiny Miller. So, Lawrence Donahue.
Lawrence Donahue, live at 7402 Hackamore. And I looked all over, my parents used to own a place in Zephyr Hills. 2-acre parcel. I didn't go over that area to look for a place to live. I kept looking around and I found a 5-acre parcel. And the next road over is 10. Now how in the hell can somebody come in after I waste all my time looking around for a 5-acre parcel, say, no, we're going to make them 1 acre now? I'm originally from Michigan. I got a farm up there. My property calls for 2.5 acres. I can split it. They ain't gonna let you go with 1 acre. You're staying at 2.5 acres, by God. There ain't somebody coming in and say, well, I'm gonna take this corner and now I'm gonna split these 1/2-acre parcels out of 2.5. Don't work. And let me tell you something. I don't know if any of you went down Fairview Heights. If you got false teeth, you better put them in your pocket, you're gonna lose them. I got goddamn vehicles up there in Michigan that I'd like to bring down here and drive. They're antiques. They're all reconditioned, all redone. I can't bring them down here because you can't get down through Fairview Heights. And then our road is not properly taken care of. I got a Bronco I'm restoring down there right now, 96 Bronco I purchased down there off a guy. And I'm restoring it. I can't get over 5 miles an hour down Hackamore or Fairview Heights. I've talked to the county quite a few times. Well, we can't grade it unless it rains. Well, it rains. There ain't nobody grading. What are you gonna do? Have one rain and get all the roads graded? And I mentioned to them, you guys going around pulling this pavement up, you got millings. Why don't you put millings down? Millings don't work. Like hell they don't. I don't know who the hell they think they're talking to. Up there in Michigan, we get them free from the county. We resell them and put in private roads with them millings. The only thing they're afraid of is they ain't gonna have to grade that road no more. They're gonna lose that road, because once you put the millings down, put a vibrating roller on that baby, stay off it, don't deer grade it, because you'll mess the whole road up. And there is part of that road, Fairview Heights, it looks like there's been some millings put down. That's nice and smooth. But man, when you drop off it, look out. In fact, Fairview Heights, 99% of your people are all driving on one side of the road. No matter which way they're going. They're on the north side of Fairview Heights, because the other side, my truck, hell, off the road you go.
Right.
I've pulled several vehicles out of there.
So your time's up?
Pardon me?
Your time's up?
Oh, time's up?
Yeah.
Mr.
thank
Donahue,
you.
can you
Oh,
state?
another thing.
Sorry.
There ain't no road going back to that property.
Okay. You want to ask?
Yes, Mr. Donahue, were you sworn in?
Pardon me?
Did you get sworn in?
No.
It was a long time ago, and everybody stood up, and then I swore them in. I think I saw you stand up. I just want to make sure it's on the record that you were sworn in.
No, I wasn't sworn in.
All right.
It was.
I know.
I believe it was. I saw
Mr.
it.
Chair, the
I saw it.
applicant had showed documents, and I don't know if he wants it on the record. So if you want these documents that you showed on the record, you would have to request a motion for it to be.
Move those in,
Okay.
please, board.
Receive and file.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, next person. Come on up, because you know I called your name. I'll get you in a second. All right, Janet Gibbs. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Janet Gibbs, 7821 Hackamore Road, Zephyr Hills, 33541.
And Ms. Gibbs, you've been sworn?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
First off, I'd like to say that our road comes off of Fairview. You go down Hackamore Road, then you turn on the Broken Bit, and then you go all the way to the very back, and you're on Pommel, right? That's for his property. We bought our property in '98 from George Newcomb. I think everyone knows him. Anyway, he created this whole subdivision, and it's called Colony Ranch Estates. And we are deed restricted. 1 home per 5 acres. So this would just put more traffic on our roads that are not kept up because it's the property owned by the owners. And it would just create a precedent that we don't want. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Destiny Miller?
Hi, I'm Destiny Miller. Address is 7227 Palmel Place, Zephyr Hills, Florida, 33541. Yes, ma'am, I've been sworn in. I was actually going to say that. Where's the little pointy thing? Can I use that?
She wants to use a pointer.
Oh, it's been gone?
Do we get back?
Oh, okay.
Get us up.
Palmel Place, like everybody else was saying, Fairview Heights is up here, which you can't see, but once you come off of Fairview Heights, Handcart and Broken Bit are both a 1-lane drive. I actually live, can you zoom in on Palmel Place again? Sorry. Wait, oh no, okay. Okay, so back here is where he is trying to get the property. This is my house right here, 7227 Palmel. That road right there going down is also a 1-lane road. I've actually gotten stuck trying to get out of the dirt when it's been raining and got stuck on the side of the road. My husband drives 30-foot trailers every single day going in and out of the house. We actually have a neighbor that welds trailers back together for us because they fall apart going down the road because only Fairview Heights is maintained, which it doesn't get maintained very often. Maybe 3 times a year. I've been there for 2 years and I've probably seen it 10 times. Hackamore Road and Broken Bit are both maintained by a couple of our neighbors who have skid steers, tractors, whatever you can get out there. To have at least 8 cars driving back there on a 1-lane road, and the opening to his property is probably from here. I mean, it's not, I don't even know how you get 2 cars to go in and out at the same time. I had other stuff, but going blank now.
Okay.
But thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at your property on the property appraiser site.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mobile homes on your property?
No.
Below there.
No. I have am I doing it backwards? That's my house right there, and then that's my house, and then there's a barn, and then this right here is for my cattle and stuff. We actually have a culvert that my husband has put in right between these trees because there's so much water in the pasture that gets flooded out. We actually don't even have a pond, but once it gets a little bit of rain, that actually turns into a pond right in front of my house. When it gets wet, driving down the driveway onto Palmel Place, the water actually goes down our driveway. It literally is a running river every time it rains for more than 10 minutes. Also, with all the flooding that already happens, to have 4 houses, I know you're gonna have to build up to get those houses out there. I just, I came out here, I bought a house when I was 21 years old, and to have, yeah, a little help with my parents, but I've taken care of it all by myself with my husband. But I came out here, I have 2 kids. I fell in love with the property. Everybody has horses, cattle, you name it. I have chickens, 2 cats, outside cats, pigs, goats, a donkey. I fell in love with the rural area. And I came from a place, my parents lived in Plant City and they lived on an acre property. And I was thankful enough to show FFA and everything, but I came out here to live rural and still have neighbors. I mean, everybody cares. We had a petition signed. I believe 32 people signed that petition. And really, I mean, it'll impact all of us, but really it's only impacting the 3 And that many people showed up and signed this petition.
And you're at 7227?
227, yes, ma'am.
Okay, maybe I'm not reading this right.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the only way to get into his property is...
It just says you have 5 buildings on your property. You may want to look at that. 'Cause- No, it says 7227 Pommel Place.
No, ma'am. No.
You should meet
Yeah,
with the
You
property
need to talk to
appraiser.
the property appraiser.
Because you're getting taxed more than you need to be. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that why I got taxed a lot last year for the mortgage?
It says you have 1, 2, well.
Is that why my mortgage went up?
You need to talk to the property. I always look up people's stuff when they come up here. So be ready. But yeah, so.
No,
you need
ma'am,
to
I
fix-
we
I'm just
have
saying, you
a-
need to fix that.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we have a two.
And it's your advantage to fix that.
a two stable barn and then
You're getting
a 2,057 square foot.
They're calling
mobile
it
home.
mobile homes.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
5.
I promise I don't have 5
No worries.
mobile homes.
All right.
I live in one and then I have a barn.
You can talk to our property appraiser, save some money.
Okay, so
Aye.
just to clarify the record, what matters if you scroll up is where it says parcel card. She only has one mobile home, card 1 of 1.
Where?
If she had, see on the top? Oh my God, I get to use this today. See, it says card
Oh,
1 of
1 of
1.
1, okay.
If she had more than one mobile home, it would say card 1 of 2 or card 1 of 3.
So what are all those? What are all those?
You would probably have to ask Mr. Wells and see
You guys ever seen
what
this?
this means, but I think this has to do with the way that they break down the taxation. But she, really and truly, she only has one mobile home.
That's what it looks like when you look at it.
I know. If you scroll down a bit, it'll probably also have, Sonia, if you don't mind scrolling down a bit, it'll probably have all the other things that she has on the property. So see how extra features, so she basically has a sun deck, a barn,
Well, I saw
as you
that,
were
but
stating. Yeah, you had a barn.
it really looked to me like it's saying there's.
I know, but if you want to compare it to the parcel that's to the north, which looks like there's several structures, maybe we can show an example, but
right,
it's,
we're gonna move on.
it's only one card.
There's a different,
Okay.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I need to
All
ask
right.
staff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anyone else here to speak to this item? Okay, it'll go to the board. Commissioner Oakley, you got a question for staff?
I'm sorry, there's no one on WebEx.
You can
so-
come up.
Okay.
I thought I heard somebody say that these were all deed restricted, 1 home per 5 acres. Is that correct?
That is what they said. I don't have any knowledge or information saying that it's 1 per 5. That would be news to me.
Well, how can we divide this into 4 lots if it's deed restricted to 1 for 5?
We need to see her.
It's pretty clear.
William, if you would grab that, and let's have the county attorney take a look at it.
I'm not gonna know whether his property's
It's
Well, it
just
says
strange. We're dividing the pieces.
Colony
restricted.
Company Land.
So look at, all of them.
Come on.
Sorry.
While we're looking.
I swear I forget stuff all the time. Just really quick, I wasn't here when it happened, but at the first meeting when we came to this, a lot of our neighbors had spoken about how there was a fire actually on his property a couple of years ago, and the fire trucks actually had to cut through my neighbor's yard, like cut a fence because they couldn't get back to the property to actually maintain the fire. So they actually had to cut through this property right here. So they actually, this property, sorry. So they had to come through here and cut through to get to the fire.
Okay. Yeah, come on up. The applicant, come back up.
All right, so to address all the concerns, I'm not sure about the fire. She said Palmer Place is a 1-lane road. She manages to get a 30-foot trailer with a truck around the tight curve, which there is. But Palmer Place is actually, that road is actually the most maintained out of all of them. As far as the coding from the building and permitting department, based on when that parcel was created, because it was created before 1975, it actually allowed 1 acre per or 1 home per acre at that time. That's the reason why that property allows for 1 acre, which is why this whole process started. It was someone I talked to in the Planning and Development Department. What else? And I guess that's pretty much.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Looking in the notes here, it said that this is for your family,
That was the intention, correct?
so like a little family compound?
Kind of, yes.
Change.
So originally, the plan was to have my family move on there. I have brothers, family. My mother lives in the area, and I was trying to bring my father up here. Currently, due to interest rates and everything, I'm just trying to future plan. My brother doesn't want to really live out there at the moment, but he's looking also to sell his current house. So just kind of waiting on interest rates and then seeing what we can get approved with the county. And as I mentioned earlier, with the future planning department, they already have it as future planning as a Res 1.
That's the future land use classification, that's maximum density, that's not an entitlement.
I understand that. But I don't concern myself with their trailers, their trucks, a car going to and from the property, whether it's 4 cars or a truck with a trailer. I doubt a car is going to destroy the roads any more than a truck with a trailer,
Yeah.
horses.
It's kind of a tricky one. I used to live next door to my grandmother, and there were little houses in the back. I enjoyed that compound living in Miami. And there's trailers around here, so. Who's maintaining the roads? The neighborhood?
All the neighbors, except for Fairview Heights, that's actually
Private
maintained by the
maintained.
county.
We own the road, the property.
Please don't speak for me.
Yeah, I just didn't know if someone there had a tractor and they're going out and scraping it, because we don't maintain non-county roads.
All right, any other questions for the applicant?
No.
Anything else to add?
Planning Commission
To the board.
approve this?
Yes.
This went through VOPH, this did not go through Planning Commission, according to the memo.
4-2, I think.
5-2.
5-2,
Is
they
that
approved
correct,
it.
Liam? This went to VOPH?
Yes, this did go to the VOPH, and it was 5-2.
So, I don't know whether the deed restrictions are still valid. I can't give you an opinion about whether the deed restrictions are still valid. It does appear that this lot was within the deed restrictions, but what has been presented is not signed, and I have no idea whether or not they were re-recorded as they would need to be still valid. Chair.
Commissioner Whitman?
Seeing the makeup of this community and the road system, again, it goes to my concern of unimproved roads, every one of these 4 to 5 acres. I'm personally not comfortable with breaking this property up this way. Yeah.
You have a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny rezoning to breaking into 4 lots.
Well, so.
Just staff's recommendation?
Well, staff's recommending approval.
So did Pasadena, so did VOPH?
So it would be to move, to deny the rezoning to AR, which is what's before you. And that would be based on compatibility of the neighborhood, the fact that these are privately maintained roadways and everything else in the area is at 5-acre tracts.
I adopt the county attorney's modified motion, all the reasons stated to deny this request.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Any further discussion?
When you look at it.
All in favor, say aye.
You've got Commissioner Bradford is still on.
Is Commissioner Bradford on? I don't see him on.
Well, you
Oh, I'm
don't-
sorry.
Hanging out.
You don't see it, you don't see
All right,
it
we
when
have a motion and a second. Roll call vote?
Commissioner Oakley,
Aye.
Commissioner Waitman,
Aye.
Commissioner Starkey,
Well, I'm gonna go with staff and VOPH, and I would have been for it, so does that mean I'm a nay?
That's a nay.
Then I'm a nay.
Commissioner Bradford
Aye.
and Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-1.
4 to 1. Thank you. Okay.
Now we have to go back to ours?
No more Rs. We are now, we're going to do committee reports.
I'm
Or
gonna
you wanna
do
Forgo mine
Forgo?
until next meeting.
I'll do
Yeah,
mine.
I'll hold
I've
on
got
to
to do
mine.
mine. I have a motion in here.
So we did all the Rs?
We
have continued the other two.
We punted too.
I've got an action item.
I got a long list, so I'm gonna save it.
What?
Spare you.
Yeah, I'm
My
gonna
commissioner
save
item.
mine too.
He has an
What?
action item.
Are you ready?
Well, we're gonna save it, guys, if you're an action item.
I'll do an action item.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Commissioner Oakley.
I would like the board to direct the county administrator and county attorney to take the necessary actions to prepare an agenda item that will allow the board to assume ownership of the Dade City Cares facility and complete its construction. Furthermore, submit a local funding initiative to the state legislature for $1.3 million to fill the estimated funding needed to finish the project.
Do we have a second?
I'll second Commissioner Oakley's.
And Commissioner Bradford, he did a great job hanging in there all night. He has signed off, so we have a motion second. A call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Anything else, sir?
Well, I got plenty, but I mean, I guess I'm going to skip some of this other, but I have a letter I would like the clerk to read in the record from the city of San Antonio.
I do have something.
And that's from the City of San Antonio Commission, council person.
Okay.
This meeting, remember they won't present that? Yeah.
Letter is from the City of San Antonio dated September 20th, 2023, regarding opposition to the Greenbelt Trail Route B1. Pasco County Commissioners, we, the 5 members of the San Antonio City Commission, are writing on behalf of the concerned members of our community to express our strong opposition to the proposed B1 route of the Orange Belt Trail within San Antonio. As representatives of over 1,400 residents of San Antonio and Pasco County, as well, it is a necessity for us to do our due diligence in protecting the interest of well-being of our community. While we appreciate Pasco County's efforts to expand recreational opportunities and promote connectivity, we believe that the proposed B1 route poses significant drawbacks and concerns for our community. Route B1 of the Orange Belt Trail route intersects with several residential neighborhoods, leading to concerns of privacy, safety, and noise pollution. The increased foot and bicycle traffic in these areas may disrupt the tranquility and security that residents have long enjoyed in their homes, qualities many have sought after and appreciated in their decision to call San Antonio home. Moreover, the potential for increased littering, vandalism, and other undesirable activities along the trail is a worry for many. Residents have approached the City Commission with fears of eminent domain and discomfort with having a public trail in close proximity to their private homes and yards. Traffic congestion and safety are additional worries associated with the B1 route. Sections of the trail would intersect with small residential through streets including Railroad Avenues, Michigan Avenue, and Joe Herman Drive, creating potential hazards for residents of the streets, trail users, and motorists. The increased number of pedestrians and cyclists on these roads, particularly those intersecting Curley Street, where traffic and road maintenance is already a major concern, would lead to an uptick in accidents endangering lives and property. We believe that the proposed Orange Belt Trail route does not adequately consider the preferences and needs of our community. There have been limited community engagement and input in the planning process, and we feel that our concerns have not been adequately addressed. Paths of the proposed routes have changed between public meetings with sparse details available, leading to confusion and uncertainty over who will be impacted by the project. We urge the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners to undertake a more comprehensive and inclusive community engagement process to ensure that the trail aligns with the wishes and values of our residents. In conclusion, we firmly request the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners not proceed with selecting Route B1 for the Orange Belt Trail within San Antonio. While we are not opposed to the Orange Belt Trail as a project overall, we are strongly opposed to any route that would run adjacent to any of the city of San Antonio's residents through streets. Routes B2 and B3, adjacent to State Road 52 and County Road 52, would have a less significant impact on the San Antonio community and residents. We believe that a more thoughtful and community-driven approach is necessary to address the concerns of residents, protect our environment, and enhance our city's recreational offerings. We look forward to further dialogue and collaboration with the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners to find a solution that benefits our community as a whole. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Respectfully submitted, City Commission of San Antonio, John T. Vogel II, Mayor, Mark B. Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, Allison Cagle, Parks Commissioner, Kevin, can't read the last name, it's kind of hard, Water Commissioner, and Sarah Schrader, Streets Commissioner.
Okay. Commissioner Whitman.
Commissioner Oakley asked me to read this comment and thought into the board while he stepped out. Jim McBride is retiring from the Value Adjustment Board as a county citizen member. He's been on the board for more than 15 years, contributing his insight and time to our community. Commissioner Oakley appreciates his time and commitment to our county, and he will be missed. Commissioner Oakley asked, would the board have any suggestions for a replacement for the citizen appointment to Value Adjustment Board? The county citizen member must have homesteaded property in Pasco County.
I don't have any in mind yet, but I will say, echo the sentiments. Mr. McBride did a great job. He was always there, always prepared. So it'd be tough to replace.
Man's back.
Okay. Anything else?
Anything else? Commissioner Oakley? Anything else?
No, that's it. Okay. So he read the notice that Jim McBride is retiring. He served the Value Adjustment Board very well. We just hope we can find a member to take his place. And if I don't have a member now that I would want to replace him with, so I'm asking if any other commissioner has someone they'd like to put on Value Adjustment Board.
Appreciate that. And I would say Mr. McBride, I served with him for many years. He was a fantastic person.
Yeah.
Always prepared every step of the way. He's going to be tough to replace, but appreciate your information. We'll keep in
Y'all
mind.
think
for
that out
somebody.
and see if you have someone that serve like him. That'd be great.
Yeah, okay. All right, Mr. Starkey.
I wanted to talk about this letter here that Dave Goldstein wrote, and Seth, the big topic of Seth. I did listen to the MPO meeting. I didn't catch it at the very, very beginning about the discussion of the property at 54 and 41. I wanted to remind you that this week is the FACT Legislative Conference in Tampa, where this will be a subject, and I'm hoping that we have folks coming down to participate in that discussion. I don't know who the speakers are, who the legislators are that are going to be there. Is Rock long gone?
No.
Oh, do you know who the speakers are for the ledge?
I do not. I'm looking at their agenda right now.
When is that?
It's, well, it starts Wednesday.
Yeah, it's
actually
tomorrow and
starts
Thursday in
but
Tampa.
Starts tomorrow, but I'll be there tomorrow night, but the big meetings start on Thursday. Those discussions, I believe, are on Thursday, right? Is it tomorrow? There's one committee tomorrow, water and something. Water, I'm not on that committee.
We have Great American Teaching appointments tomorrow, but if there's something like that on the schedule, I'd like to get.
You know, I brought this up at our meeting in the summer when it was recently passed.
So tomorrow's agenda, Presidential Select Committee on Broadband is at 8:30. Health, Safety, and Justice Committee is at 10:10. Then we have our luncheon, FACM workshop, and then Water and Environmental Sustainability is at 1. 2:40 Community and Urban Affairs.
Oh, is it that one? I'm not gonna.
What time is
be there for that.
2:40. I'll be there for the whole day.
2:40 is.
Okay, but someone's gotta be there to
I'll
talk
be-
about this.
I'll be there tomorrow afternoon
I have
and
to speak
Thursday
at
as well.
Somewhere.
I plan to go down, I have a tourist development council meeting here tomorrow. As soon as I'm done, I'll be heading down.
Okay, because I'll get the two, I won't make it. Shoot. Okay, so, well, you're gonna take, is
Okay.
Dave, are we sending anyone like we did for the,
So I have a VOP committee meeting tomorrow. So I'm not available.
what about David?
I don't know if David Ingles available or not.
Well, again, I will be there tomorrow afternoon and Thursday,
I
so.
just think we need to very
Perfect.
eloquently, like you guys did, thank you so much, at our big county commission, whatever we call that. You guys did a great job with that, and.
So
we need to-
anybody's welcome to borrow my PowerPoint.
Ship it over to me, David.
Okay, I will get my, but the information in that packet is a different issue than what was in the PowerPoint. That's an issue that I wasn't sure if Commissioner Waitman was going to raise tonight or at the next meeting.
It'll be a long, I think they'll
I'm
be
too
much.
tired of it.
I think we need to go to the
Yeah.
next meeting.
Right,
I'm
but-
okay discussing it at the next meeting, I just,
Yeah,
it's a different.
I don't think I can
It's a
do
slightly
any more
different
today.
issue. Okay.
Just tomorrow's our big opportunity to get our voice heard in front of all the other counties about
Are there any other,
challenges we're having.
are there any other issues you want brought up there that comes to mind?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Um,
If you think about it, email me.
yeah, sorry, can't think.
Okay. Blake.
Right.
All right, County Attorney, Madam Clerk.
Actually,
County Administrator.
I actually do, but I need some board action here on a couple items. Number
Sure.
one, R87, which is the opioids. The board had asked to do that in December. After conferring with staff, we'd like to do it on the January 9th, just because we've got Thanksgiving in there,
Okay.
a number of land and lien stuff, so it really only gives us about an effective week and a half to work on it. So
Okay.
we'd like a little more time, if that's okay. So if I could,
Okay.
if the board would not mind reversing course and allowing us to bring that to the first meeting in January, I would appreciate it.
Consensus?
What,
The opioids
opioid
to
settlement.
January.
yes, yes.
Okay, and that's enough for me.
And just, and while we're here, I just want to
Sure.
put a quick discussion to it. When I look at what happened with the money for the food bank, Feeding Tampa Bay, how we had it for 30 years, then they sold it, took the profit, and we ended up with nothing. We had a Boys Club property in Ridge Road, it's now a navigation center we use it for homeless, for families. Had we not kept that property would have been lost as well. When I look at Wiregrass Sports Ranch, we had some openings in there that we had to go buy somebody out to get them back in. And I look at Sun West, if we didn't have a provision in there to keep the park in first-class property, we'd have been stuck with the operator there as well. So I want to make sure we look at this real intensely to make sure we're protecting the great benefit we get with getting this opioid settlement money, to make sure we maximize investment. And not only just for these first 30 years, but what might happen afterward too. Real estate generally goes up, so I want to make sure we're protecting ourselves every step of the way. So.
We get two more items. The second one is related to Live Local. You will remember that we are working a joint tri-county letter to the legislature that's in Hillsborough's hands currently, so we'll be bringing that back. But I also have one that is Pasco specific that talks about our story. We never really formally discussed having the chair sign that. I've got a letter here that's been through David Goldstein, David Engel, my office, Ralph, and it's prepared for your signature. So if the board is okay, we'd like the chair to sign off on that letter to go to the legislature.
Prepared for your signature.
Prepared
Chair.
and ready to go. Consensus? We're
And
good?
now we
Yes.
have
Okay.
the other property to show us an example, which,
Okay.
that's a hurricane evacuation route that that intersection.
And
Okay,
then
anything else?
And yes, sir. The last item is the board did ask, and asked me to bring this back to you as far as funding the animal services shelter expansion design in order to take advantage of some things. So there is capital money available in there is the Magnolia Valley Park, which is still probably a couple of years away. That's a 7-figure number. I'd like to take $240,000 from that project and apply it to the design of the animal services. And actually, if I could, the motion would be to transfer up to $275,000 from the Magnolia Valley Park project to the Animal Services Shelter Expansion Project to complete the design and post-design activities, and grant authority to the county administrator to execute a task order with our current design firm and any associated amendments related to the scope of that task order.
What happened to the money from Wells? I thought that's what we're going to use that for.
You told me to spend that on making constitutionals whole and the budget whole.
No, that was the money from Fasana.
Correct. And I'm sorry, from Wells?
Wells.
That's already accounted for in the calculus when they give us money back. We account for a certain percentage of return based on their historical returns, so those have already been budgeted.
So
And I guess
what are you doing to the park?
The Magnolia Valley Park?
Yeah.
I don't have a comprehensive update, but it's not ready for prime time, so we will not be spending that money this year. So I see no need in bogging it down. So, I mean, I could take it from other operational projects, but that seemed to be the most straightforward path to fund this.
Let me help why it's a very good idea. I just met with some folks out there about doing some bioremediation, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And the calculations for what contamination's out there to what's there, you couldn't rent a park there right now if you wanted to.
Really?
The numbers, the
Well,
levels are too high.
yeah, I don't know about
I'm
that,
just saying, just
Commissioner,
from
but certainly.
that was from a DEP expert that looked at it and said, you're gonna do what there?
Well, I can tell you the park's not ready for prime time, that's for sure.
It's just not, but I just want the board to know that,
And I guess I would subject that to Jeff's team's review, of course, so.
Okay.
Do I have a
That was
motion?
That was a general revenue funded project?
So it was, so it was formerly ARPA funding, but
Okay.
we have expended our ARPA funds, so yes, it's all general revenue.
Just wanted to make sure you weren't putting stormwater funds in.
No.
Fair point, Mr. County Attorney, but yes. The
What-
Public
was
Works
there-
Director, when he heard that, he wanted clarification too, so we're
Was
good.
there any SWIFT cooperative funding money on that project?
On the, which one?
Magnolia Valley?
Stormwater project is a different one. There was actually money set aside from ARPA funds that we were going to do a park co-located with the stormwater project. I believe there were some Swift Mud funds, but that would have been for the stormwater
And
project.
did we spend those? Or is
we're
that
still
not-
We are in the process of spending.
we approved that like
Yeah,
2 months
the-
ago,
the-
so that's taken the first step.
Yeah, the stormwater project is moving, the parks project is stalled.
It's very frustrating how long
I
it
was
took.
just gonna ask. All right, so we have a motion?
I don't want to make that motion. I hate
Do you
taking
have a
money
motion?
away from parks.
I'll move approval.
I'll second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Any opposed? Did that feel good? All right.
Yeah, I feel better.
Glad you get over that, that's good. Okay, and I'll reserve
We
my
need
stuff
that
to the next
part, so
meeting.
we gotta get that
We
one.
are adjourned, thank
Just
you all
one
very
last
much.
thing.
Oh, Commissioner Wakeman.
I hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving. You're traveling, travel safe, enjoy your time. It's the time of holidays, so be thankful. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, and I want to thank
I'm traveling
everybody.
this time.
It was a long meeting that had a lot of great discussion, so Mike had a lot of things on your table to kind of look at as you go up, but it was a great meeting, so thank you all very much.
This was great. Good team effort here, thanks.
What is this?
County waterways and wildlife depend on you to keep them healthy. Excess fertilizer, grass clippings, trash, oils, and pet waste wash into gutters and storm drains when it rains. Stormwater carries these pollutants